Hi, I'm Carrie Cassidy from Project Camelot, and I'm very pleased to be here with Ashayana Deane. And basically, I think I'm going to let you do your own introduction as to who you are and some of your background. You know, it's interesting to hear you talk about yourself, just briefly, because we're going to be talking about the material most of the time. Mm-hmm. So, for example, I would say that you are the author of the Voyager books. Part of the appeal is for people to kind of get your personality. Right. And if you get a question that you're not quite prepared for, your personality will start to show.
Well, it's showing. What do you do with that? I don't know how to describe myself.
No,
you can describe me.
And it's very delightful, so I don't think you have anything to worry about. So, but at any rate, you want to say you've come here to teach about ascension. Yes. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
At this time accurate. On the planet?
Yes. And I'm known as Speaker 1 in the Meccaniche Cloister Emerald Order, and that was a commission that was given to me. And the other two speakers, there are three of us, are present in the room with us.
Okay. You're an American citizen.
Yes.
In this life?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you grow up? In what state?
I was born in Pennsylvania, and I was raised in Pennsylvania and New York, and then moved to New Jersey, and then moved to Florida, and then to England, and then to Arizona, and then to Colorado, and then back to Florida.
Okay, so you've been around.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Great.
Actually, following spiritual guidance, we were asked to move. Once it was past the childhood and adolescent times, the moves were following what I was advised to do by the Guardian Alliance. Okay,
wonderful. And you are in touch with what you call the Guardian Alliance.
That's what they call themselves.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you consider yourself a channeler? Because I'm aware of what it is you do, but I'm going to ask you questions that may seem wrong. Okay? And,
feel free.
And so at that point you can correct me, and it's totally fine.
It's not channeling. In fact, we teach against channeling because it's dangerous. It is a process of electronic data streaming that it's quite sophisticated, but it doesn't work like channeling. Channeling involves literally another entity coming in and sharing a body with you, and that is not permitted in our teachings because it can actually damage your DNA. This is an electronic data streaming called chelantic transmission, and it is literally electronic data streaming, but interdimensionally, as opposed to simply on the horizontal like we do it here. And that is the way that the Guardian Alliance communicates with me and has since childhood. But they have also, in my younger years, I had both negative abductions with negative groups of visitors, and it was the Guardian Alliance that actually rescued me from those situations. And I learned a lot about why I had the experiences. It had to do with the contract I came in with, that it takes most people quite a few years to wake up and realize what they came in to do, what they birthed in to do. And that was why I had the issues with the with Zetas and things like that when I was in my younger years. By the time I was 12, the Guardians had begun teaching me for the commission that I later learned what it was for Speaker 1 for the Meccaniche Cloister Emerald Order. And it's once that became clear, the experiences weren't frightening before they were frightening, the abduction experiences. And the ones with the Guardians weren't, though. They were very different. They didn't involve little grays, and they didn't involve spaceships. They involved literal teleportation through Merkaba vehicle and those kind of things. So it's been a colorful way to get to the point where I am here teaching the material that I'm teaching. It has been very interesting and colorful. In the first few years, I was required to speak about that a lot. That's why I don't like to speak about myself anymore. I'm honestly bored with the subject of me, right? Because the first few years that we went public with the books and everything, it was all about me and my story, and I'm tired of my story. It's out there, go read it if you want to, but this is the interesting stuff, the information we're teaching. So
I totally honor the fact that you've told your story many times, and it is out there, and so I do encourage people to go out and investigate her background, to watch other audio and video presentations she's done, because they're excellent, and I have watched a few of them, and I'd love to watch more. And she's an excellent speaker, and so I do encourage you to investigate if you're watching this. So what I'd like to do from here is really get into what the agenda is of what we call the service to self, or negative-oriented ETs, visitors, what have you. And then if you could talk about that, and then if you could also talk about what the positive side, service to others, is doing, what their objective is in being in contact with us here, and so on. So that's where we want to go.
Okay. Do we have to take the short road, or can we take the more interesting road?
Let's take the interesting road.
Okay. Because the interesting road, by the time we get to answering that question, will make a lot more sense. And the interesting road does have to do with some of the other questions. When we'd asked you that, just give us a few questions or something that you're planning to ask. You'd listed a couple things like, ascension mechanics, the human race and where it's going and this kind of thing. There is a way to explain this. We've been working for 10 years, every workshop. This is our 84th coming up. And every one is new information. It's the next level of information. So the Guardian Alliance has been providing us with progressively growing teachings since the Voyagers books were out. Very, very technical teachings on ascension, on stargates, on understanding planetary stargates, galactic stargates, universal stargates, how they all work, what the process of ascension is, all of this thing. In understanding some of those things, like what is a stargate anyway, what is ascension anyway, right? In understanding some of those, it brings us to the point of where we actually are now on the planet, which explains what is going on with the visitors. It explains what their agenda is, why they're doing what they're doing, and what we can do about it, because there is a negative and positive side to this. But the picture is much bigger than most people realize. Even people in the UFO movement and people in the New Age movement, they have pieces of the story. When I found out what this story was as it progressed, because I had my cellular memory turned on for a while, I had incarnational memory since I was very small, so it was not new to me. But when the Guardians revealed progressively the scope of this drama, I was horrified at first, honestly. I was terrified, and moved past that to the point of realizing, wow, I mean, it is so tiny, the little dramas that we're worrying about here. This is much, much bigger. And the reason the information is important now, and for 10 years we hardly did any media at all. We didn't do interviews. We had a couple little interviews, and we turned down a lot of radio interviews and that kind of thing, because we wanted to kind of just fly under the radar and do our things. We do our workshops. People come to our workshops. We didn't heavily advertise them. The reason why we're coming out and speaking now is because the Guardian Alliance has asked us to. They are on now what is called official disclosure protocol, because of things that are occurring. 2012 is very important, and so are the periods right after it. To coin a phrase from Anderson Cooper's show, planet in peril. Yes, to put it mildly. So if I can explain some of the things that are taking place now in a certain, it's a sequence, and you're free to interrupt at any point.
Okay.
Right? But it will help get a little bit to the more full understanding of what are the visitors up to, what is their agenda, and where are we at with that situation. It'll also include the information you said, what about the stargates and what are the status of those? It will show where that is.
Great.
And it's like the quickest sequence you can do, right? This has been 10 years worth of work. Now we can look back and see what this is all about and see where it's going. So if you don't mind, I will put a couple charts up. The first thing I would like to do, if we're going to talk about what is happening on the planet now, it does involve ascension, and ascension does involve stargates, but what is ascension anyway? There's a quick way to explain this, and it has to do with graphs. And I use graphs because, seriously, pictures paint 1,000 words. If it hadn't been, and all of these graphs are literally transmitted from the Guardian Alliance, and I take them down by hand, and because I don't have computer art skills, so they've all been done in black and white form, and then thanks to a team of volunteers, they put a lot of work into putting them into computer, finishing, so they're decent. Most of them are. You can tell the ones that are still the ones I did on a photocopier, with a photocopier. But this particular diagram, and also I will qualify these by saying you're going to see diagrams that are one out of, there might have been 50 diagrams in that series explaining every piece of how that worked, what it is, the structure of it, and all of this. I'm just going to show certain diagrams that will show structure, because structure is important. Science here is getting into quantum physics and all of those things, and maybe there's dark matter and all these wonderful maybes. There is a whole order of these things. Yes, there's dark matter. Yes, quantum physics are real, but they have no idea the structures that are involved. This is not a haphazard cosmos or universe. Some of these things, if you're going to understand what ascension is, you need to understand what context is happening in, and that's why the Guardians gave us the context in the first place. In the early days, they taught us about 15-dimensional physics, and that's not meaning there's only 15 dimensions. Dimensions run in sets of 15, and there are many, many, many different sets of 15-dimensional matrices that have a particular order that form galaxies, universes, cosmoses, plural. It is a multi-cosmos, not just a multiverse. Now, when you think of ascension and stargates that you ascend through, it implies there is an order of stargates within these greater structures. So I will show you this diagram
Let me
first.
ask you where the diagrams came from. In other words, are you getting, you say you're getting this sort of a data stream electronically, and when you say that, I am assuming that you're visualizing, maybe you're getting a visualization.
I just see them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then how do you transfer them onto the paper? How do you draw them? Really? Okay.
I'm known as the whiteout queen. Because a lot of times they'll come down, like one diagram like this, that's all like, looks like a single thing. There'll be like 6 different images on it.
Wow.
And like 20 different layers.
Okay.
And I call it a pullback process, where the whole big thing comes down in one data stream that it might take me like 6 hours just focus completely on one, getting it all down. And that's even without the words and labels and arrows and stuff. That's just getting the shapes and structure. Then we'll pull them out, right? Where I'll make photocopies and white out that part, and then you get that one, white out this part, then you have that one, and you might have like a series of 10 of them out of the one that came in. So it's almost like what do they call those files where they condense everything? Zip file, yeah. So it comes in like a zip file, and when it opens, there's a lot of heat involved actually. You can feel the DNA activation. It comes through, the chakras activate, and there's like this heat field around me when it's coming through. Or sometimes, depending on the line, because there's different lines, different ones, different levels of the Guardian Alliance communicate, from different places, and some of the lines come in cold, like shiver, some of them come in hot. Okay. So some of them carry the images, and that's where the images are coming from. And at this point, there are thousands of them. There are thousands of intricate diagrams that come in this way.
That's great.
All right. This one, for instance, this is part of a huge series now, and this is a very simple one. As you'll see in some later ones, it grows. If we can think of this, I wanted to use this as a very simple way to explain what ascension is. Ascension is about evolution. It's actually about re-evolution. The Guardians refer to it as re-evolutionary determinism. Yes, there is a predetermined framework of creation within which creation occurs, but you have free will within that framework. And you start out as part of the whole. They refer to it as the God Source consciousness field. And from that place, you can enter into material experience that is all taking place within that God Source consciousness field. There is no place outside of God. All of this takes place within the body of the consciousness of God Source. They consider the structures in which and through which matter materializes and forms and identities individuate. They consider that part of the manifest body of God Source, and they're talking about the cosmoses being the manifest body. And there is a field of just pure cognition that is beyond that. It is eternal, it is always aware. Time as we know it in linear form is just not a reality there, but it's understood as an experiential quality within the framework of materialization. So in that context of understanding a little bit about how we look at God and the concept of God, yes, there is one. It's not some big father dude on with a big white beard that's going to send you to hell if you're bad, right? There is structure involved in this. Now we went through what is called Partakai creation, which takes it from the first unit of consciousness in the consciousness field of God that did something and went under certain changes. From those changes, that shape grew and literally created the spherical wheels within wheels, or spheres within spheres, that is the hidden structure behind all cosmic order, and even galactic order, planetary order, and your own body's order, and atoms' order. So this, if you think of it as just an example of a cosmos, all right, you have a center point, right, and you have a sphere. Where you see circles, they're actually spheres of energy. All right, you have one sphere, two sphere, and a third one in the center, the smaller ones, and then lots of these little ones in the center. What this is showing us is consciousness comes out from the center point into this domain, or this sphere. It's called the Nihara body. And first, it individuates into the two larger spheres, and they individuate into sets, and this all happens at the same time, right? Expands outward. These are called, when it expands outward, it's called Ikashi expansion cycles, where consciousness is coming out from the God Source consciousness field into the smaller form or structure of materialization, and expands out through these cycles simultaneously, one on each side. This particular line is referred to as a vector, time-space vector. One end of it is referred to as an event horizon. So one time vector has two event horizons, right? Now, here you have a core, here you have an inner, here you have a middle, and here you have an outer domain on each side. Reality fields take place within all of those. So it's not just that there are numerous reality fields. You have ones in the outer bands, you have ones in the middle, inner, and core bands. The process of coming into existence is expanding out through experiential cycles within the Akashic expansion cycle till you get to this point. When you get to this point, now you'll see in this next graph, these are actually time cycles with names. They're called yugas. And when you get to this, which is called the Kali Yuga, there are several options. And one of the options, which is the natural evolutionary process, which is ascension, that is the natural process by which eternal life beings, and most everybody started as eternal life beings, would naturally undergo. After you expand out, get through the incarnational cycles here, and you would go through what is called a Christ star turnaround, all right? Where you enter these little cycles behind. They're called the Adashi return cycles, where they're going back into source cycles. This is the process. When you expand out, at this point, if you were able to make this Christ star turnaround, your atoms will actually transfigure into eternal life light atoms. And at that point, whatever form you hold there becomes an eternal form that you can materialize and dematerialize at will. You become what's called an Adashi adept. And some people call them ascended masters, but that term is terribly abused on this planet, so the Guardians do not like to use it. The Adashi adepts are the ones who have made it through that change, and they are now what are called Ashayana individuals, which means they are eternal life and they can manifest, demanifest at will. When they go back through the cycles, go back into center, and they can actually rebirth as collectives, like as suns and those kind of things. It's an amazing process where a being that, say, is a small, like a human being, can actually evolve, re-evolve, to go back into the state of even being like a sun or a star. And it is an eternal process. There is no death involved in that process. That is the natural process for life forms. So when we're talking about ascension, it is about doing the natural re-evolutionary process. But that is not happening on this planet. When we get to this point of the Kali Yuga expansion, there are other things that can happen too. There are certain qualities about the science of ascension that are very, very much about physics. Right? And there are consequences in physics. If things are not working well on a planet, it affects the body of the people who live on it, and the animals who live on it, and the plants who live on it. And if certain things are not working well in the body, the DNA does not function properly, the body will not produce the chemicals, and a particular one called celestylene that is required in order to allow the atoms to merge with their antiparticles without annihilating. That allows particle and antiparticle to come together. They shift angular rotation of particle spin, and you can literally turn into a radiation wave. And that's what it means actually to go into full Merkaba and be able to go through gates. That is the process by which you go through stargates. So if we talk about ascension, it is the natural process of being able to expand out. We were out in the Kali Yuga cycles. Finally, we're out here. Now we have choices. We can ascend, or if we get stuck here, there's another path that we can take. It's called the Kali Rama path. It is the path of step back. You can go back here to the stage before, and then have to rebirth out again into the cycles in the outer domain, and it's almost like a restart. Do it over again. So hopefully you fulfill all your ascension codes. It's what it's about. It's about activating your atom to the point where they can fully transfigure. And if you can do it in a cycle again, then you can ascend again. There's another path that can occur here. There are basically three paths. The other one's called the path of Kali Dima. That is the path of fall. That is where you get stuck here. You can't step back and you can't go forward because of the choices you are making in your life that are affecting directly what your DNA can do, and what consciousness you're aligning yourself with affects the frequency that your body is able to carry. And if you get stuck here, you will reincarnate in this cycle until the quantum you came in with burns out. And then you will do what is called a space dust return, where ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You will come to a point where you don't have enough energy to reincarnate into another body, into another time cycle. And you will eventually simply just go back. And eventually everybody goes back. But if you go back in ascension, you go back whole. If you go back and step back, you can come back out and go back whole. But if you do the fall path, you do go back eventually as space dust, where your body dies and your consciousness can no longer hold together, and it fragments and just becomes part of the local environment. But the local environment at times goes through natural cycles that have to do with Stargate cycles and ascension cycles, where all these little time tracks pull in together and then come back out again. At that point, anything that gets stuck out here gets drawn back into the center. So this is why God's Source doesn't look at it as losing anyone in the fall path. It's the experience of you losing your connection with the universe that it's really about. So to get to understanding Stargates and everything, I wanted to explain on this simple diagram about the cycles that we are in. Because right now we are in that Kali Yuga cycle. And those three choices are facing us very much now. And more than they might usually, because this planet is in the middle of a drama that people here have forgotten, but they knew during the Atlantean periods. They knew 10,000 years ago what was happening here, and we have forgotten that knowledge. So anyway, let's go to the next diagram. If I spend this long on every one, we're going to be here for 6 years. Yeah.
No, that's actually very helpful, and I think that was very clear. So,
sorry about the cough.
thank you. That's okay. No problem.
This next one is just a little bit similar to that one. Is showing the structure of that one a little more clearly. The reason I'm showing you this is just for down the bottom here. I'm not going to read them all or anything, but the detail level that we're giving. Each of these different states, we've talked about the core and the inner, the middle, and the outer domains of reality, within which reality takes place, right? They each have a different state of matter, a different type of matter, a different density level of matter, and different states of consciousness that go with them. So I just wanted to point that out. So when we see this diagram, we're seeing the three, the Kalihara, it's called the Kalihara system, and we have the Hara bodies, and the space-time structures within the Hara body. So these are large energy structures that you don't see, and you don't even see these. You don't see, you're not walking around in your field counting your little balls, right? But they're there. This structure, the cosmos is created with this structure, but it's much more complex. But when you see it, it implies structure, but also time and evolution. And that is a good way to show the ascension process, where it is you expand out, you go through experiences in the time levels of the time matrix, and then come back in through the Adashi return cycles. So the word Adashi, for instance, is something that is special to us, because we are following the path of Adashi, the path of Christ star return. When I use the word Christ star, by the way, or any of the words like Christ or anything like that, we spell it with a K. It's either K-R-I-S-T, sometimes we use shorthand, or K-R-Y-S-T. There's a reason for that. It's not because we're basing everything on the Bible or anything like that, nothing against the Bible, but it's spelled with a K because that's how it originally was, and what it refers to there's 7 syllables to it. We often will just shorten it to 5. It's the first 7 audible sound tones of creation, and they are ka, ra, ya, sa, ta, ha, la. And we also often just shorten it to, ka, ya, ra, sa, ta, Christ, right? So that's where we use the word Christ. It has to do with the sound tones, the vibrations, the first audible sound tones when we get into first particle creation. Before all these structures occur in the cosmos, there are certain things that happen on a very, very, very nano-micro level that the first what would be audible sounds or audible vibrations, and that is why we use that word Christ. So that's where it's coming from. It's not saying, we're Christian, that's which means we're not this and we're not that and we're not the other thing. It's something that belongs to everyone, in every language. So anyway, that's just another version of showing the same structure. This is part of a much larger structure. It has to do with stargates. So we'll go, because what the drama that's happening on the planet now with the visitors and all of that has to do with stargates. It has to do with ascension, but it has to do with stargates too, and who's fighting over them. So the next diagram, this is called the Illumeridana spirit body. And the reason I'm going to show you the spirit body structure, this is a diagram that has many purposes, but if you remember that last diagram, this one is a bit more detailed. It is still showing structure. This is a simplified, and each one of these pieces and flows and all of the different elements of this have been analyzed. There's like 100 graphs to this sequence. What it comes with is the structure that is referred to as the Illumeridana spirit body, which is different than your light body structure, different than your atomic bodies. Yeah, it's part of that structure. The cosmos has this too. When you see these little petal things, these are actually flows of energy. Okay, nothing cosmic right? Inside of this, you have the Hara ball structures with the time cycles moving in and out of this. But if you notice here, there are 12 points on this. There are 12 petals. Each one of those would have a line running down it that comes out the other side, right? Each would be a vector line. So you're not just dealing with one vector where you have 2 event horizons. You're dealing with sets of 6 vectors that form 12 event horizons. And there's more than that too, but that's the ones you can see in this diagram. The spirit body structure is built on this particular structure. And these flows here, you have some of the outer flows that are called the lotus flows, those later ones in the pink. And then these little things that you can see part of, they actually go all the way down to the core, but then there's another layer of them here and another here. These are called the core flows, or the Navajo flows. The Navajo word has to do with a particular part of the creation cycle that is the first, where the Partakai units, which are the first units of consciousness that materialize, are actually born. It's a word that has to do with the Navajo cycles. So these are called the Navajo core flows. This has to do with stargates. All right, the next one will show you these stargates. Now, if you take the circle away and the ball structures away, and just look at the flows here, again, we have those outer petals, we call them the lotus petals. We call this the living lotus. Okay. Right? And these are the natural core flows of an eternal life creation, which means energy flows out, but it also turns around and comes back. It just doesn't flow out and expand until it destroys itself and burns itself out. That's what science is watching happening to this universe, because it's not functioning normally in our local galaxy. Anyway, stargates. These structures, these flows, now this applies to a cosmos, it applies to a galaxy, it applies to a planet. The planet has a structure like this, and it applies to our bodies as individuals. It applies to atoms, actually. They have their little own structure of this. Each one of these core structures, core flows, represents a stargate that has particular structure. When you look at it on a planetary level, they are literally points on the planet that interface with these energy flow systems that connect into core. And under certain conditions, they activate, and they literally allow space, time, and matter to turn into radiation and pop up somewhere else. They are passageways.
So you're talking about 12 major stargates?
There are 12. They go in sets of 12. On this planet, there are a whole lot more, because the main 12, which are called the Halls of Amente stargates, they actually fell in 2003. They fell under the control of the service to self groups, let's put it, we call them the FAs, the fallen angelics, right? That's what we refer to them as. And there are about 5 different, what are called interface gate systems, that were put here by the Guardians a long time ago, because this isn't the first time that there's been gate wars on this planet. In fact, 2 seedings of the human race were wiped out by the same type of, they call them Templar wars, because they're fighting over the Templar. The Stargate system on a planet or in the universe is referred to as the Templar, and that word refers to template pillars. That's what the Templar word means. That's, I mean, the whole Knights Templar and all of that stuff. I mean, these things were from the old records from Atlantis. They had pieces of them. So anyway, when we're talking about Stargates or Ascension, in Ascension, the process of doing that turn around and be able to go back into the eternal life cycles has to do with getting your body able to where you can pass through the natural structures of stargates. Now, that's great if you get your body in shape, but if you're on a planet that's Templar is messed up, you're going to have a problem. You'll get stuck on the planet, and your body will reflect whatever distortion is in the planet. That's why people right now die on this planet and don't ascend instead. Death is not a natural condition. It occurs on planets that have a distortion in their stargate structure, where the natural flows are not occurring, which creates distortions in the biological forms on that planet. So we have been locked into this planet. This has been a prison planet for at least 13,000 years. And actually, we went further back than that, but there were little bits of times where the gates were working properly. This is the first time. Why everything's coming to a head right now is because it was known in 22,326 BC, which was the last stargate opening cycle, and that one failed, that this would be the next one. They knew this time period would be the next one, because there's a specific time frame in which the gates open, and they stay open for a period of time, and then they close again. That's why it's all coming to a head again.
Okay,
so
but when you're saying the gates are going to open, you're talking about the 12 that have been taken over, so to speak. Those, I'm assuming, are not going to open.
Oh, yeah, they're opening them.
They're going to be
open.
open.
And we're opening the others. the Guardians are opening the others.
Okay, even though they were taken over, they're able to go in and open them.
Oh yeah, they open them into the black hole wormhole systems.
Oh, into an, okay.
Yeah. Well, you
That's
can
not a
still
good
use them,
place.
except it takes you into fall systems.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
and that is
so
what is
there has
happening
to be
on this planet.
alternate stargates that are going to be used.
Mm-hmm. And that is what we have been helping the Guardians actually bring. You have to. They need to be activated. They're very old, dormant systems, but they're rescue systems.
Okay.
And at this point, the reason why the Guardians are even speaking publicly about this information in interviews is because in I think it was March 25th of 2007, something occurred in the solar system that just shut the program down. We are on the 200-year evac program, period. And that's it. The gates are closing permanently. The gates are closing in this galaxy permanently in 200 years.
When you say something happened in the galaxy, can you explain a little more?
I'll get to that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
well, there's some
great.
other diagrams for that one. Yeah. This is looking at one of those core flows, just its structure, and there's a pillar, a chamber inside of this. There's Merkaba fields that activate, which we'll deal with later if you want to see some of those pictures. But this is one of the Navajo core flow gates. Now, the other ones that aren't shown on here that look like the lotus petals, they're usually the flows that when a stellar activation cycle happens, they're usually the only ones that open because they will take you to the next density level up or even 2 densities up. They'll give you vertical ascension, but not diagonal or going back in and back out again. They're very limited actually in their capacity, but you can still ascend through them. When the planet, and the only time they open these is if they are seeding a new race on the planet or if they are evacuating a race on the planet. And these core gates are opening on the planet because this is an evacuation. We have a 200-year warning because something happened with the sun that is it's not going to be, one is not going to be able to live on this planet by about 2976. And it's going to be before that, actually, but that's when it explodes, from what they said. We're in a timeline, and we're stuck in a timeline. Voyager's mentioned it, that if we didn't make certain changes with the stellar activation cycle and reach a certain level, we were going to get dragged into a probability alignment in which the planet literally exploded because of the mechanics that were occurring with the Zetas and different intruder races, and that is a probability line we got stuck in, and that's why we are on an evac order, and that's why we're speaking about it publicly. There are things we can do. It's not like the world is ending. No, in fact, this is really good because what could have happened in 2012 isn't going to. But there's certain ones that really want these things to happen, and I will talk about those a little bit in a little while. But this is the core gate structure. And it's it's very detailed. I just really put these up not to read every little thing to you, to let you know and to let the public know that they are there and the sophistication of this material. This is why talk about me, I'm not important. What's important is look at this material. It blows my mind. Yeah. I look and the breadth of it. I mean, it covers everything from stargates to biology to cosmic structure to pre-particle physics. I mean, it's an amazing body of material. If this wasn't serious, they wouldn't be giving us this information. So anyway, that's the core gate structure, and they are activating the core gates. If you want to see how a core gate would sit on the planet to get an idea, this gives you an idea. That's just like a landscape painting behind it. It's actually a mural that I did on my wall in the house in Arizona we lived in. But it shows, right, here's the sky, and here's like, the land, and here's like the subterranean levels below the land, and going down to the core. It shows how these gate flows work when they're open. And there would be 12 of these on the planet. And when you would pass into, you wouldn't see this thing standing in the air. There would be a certain field, and only if your DNA was keyed to it would you even know it was there. If your DNA was not activated to be in a co-resonant energy form with that structure, you'd walk right through it, past it, not even know it was there, and you'd still be in the same place. But if you have certain things activated in the body, in the DNA template, in the light body, in the spirit body structure, etc., in your anatomy, you would be able to see it, and you would know where to stand in it, and you would know what to do and how to breathe, and you could use it and go in ascension.
Okay, so the 12 stargates that we're talking about, which have been interfered with, let's say, they're located at certain places on the planet, physical places.
Yeah, the outer ones are the ones that fell. The core ones won't fall.
The core ones won't fall. Okay, so and those are the ones that are, you say, ancient, that are being reactivated, as you call it. Okay, and those are also located at certain
Yes.
places.
And
on the
in
planet.
different places.
Different places.
Yep. The outer one surface at one, in one set of 12 places.
So there will
and
be
these
a
in
lot
another.
of misdirects, I'm thinking, and there are a lot of misdirects going on the planet right now, to where certain people are directing people to focus on certain areas of the planet which contain these stargates, thinking that they are, ascension stargates, when in fact they are taking them to another place.
Yes.
That's not so good.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, what they are being guided to fall stargates. So they're not called stargates, they're called wormholes. And wormholes
Okay.
lead to black hole systems that are finite life systems. And right now they are feeding on our living system and killing it, basically. And that is why the intervention is happening. That is why the Navajo core gates are being opened, because we didn't stand a chance in this one. There was planned by, let's just say, the negative ETs and visitors, that there were 5 other occasions that extinctions were launched on this planet. They were before the humans were on it. This was going to be the 6th extinction, and it was scheduled for 2012. And because of what the Guardians are doing, that is not going to happen. We're not fighting with anyone. We're standing. We're standing in the frequency as the Christ, and we were being taught Masters Templar mechanics to be able to assist them, or the ground crew, just like on the other side you have what we call the Metatronic crew that are working the Atlantean Death Star Merkaba stuff that is what runs the wormholes. There's a whole bunch of people running around thinking they're doing ascension
Yes.
that aren't. And that is what is heartbreaking.
Yes.
When I started to go public with the Guardian teachings, like, oh, great, it's going to be great, and the New Age movement, and everybody, we're going to love each other. Oh, my God. I ended up like the black sheep in the New Age movement. Why? Because we exposed the teachings of Thoth. Not any of the people here. We exposed the records. Thoth broke the Emerald Covenant way back in the Atlantean period. He stole one of the CDD plates, took the knowledge from it, and created the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, which had a bunch of mechanics that were the Death Star mechanics. He helped in the takeover, and he still is, because that being is still in existence. He pops back and forth. He can travel through time in his little Death Star Merkaba, but it wasn't just Thoth. There's a whole bunch of them. So it was pretty heartbreaking as this information, because I was thinking, oh, great, we're all going to love each other, and it's ascension time. Yeah, right. It didn't work that way, because nobody wanted to hear it, and it's too bad. At least there were some people that wanted to hear it, because they came to workshops. And the thing is, we asked the people that were teaching the other stuff nicely. So why don't we just have a public discussion about it? Seriously, we'll each put up half of a room cost and invite free to the public, and just let's discuss the topics, the issues. They wouldn't. But what they started to do was blackball me behind my back at the workshops, tell people to be afraid of me, tell them, oh, you'll die if you use your Merkaba that way. We have more Merkaba mechanics than they could dream about. I mean, they couldn't touch the stuff with a 10-foot pole. That's why they wouldn't even take on the challenge of, come, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the history. That's, that you can say, well, it's this or that. But these mechanics are indisputable, because they don't have the things that link them together. The Guardians showed us all of these different things, sacred geometry, how it fit, not just, oh, here it's a this. What is a that? What does it mean? How does it connect to the cosmos? They showed cosmic structure in order to show how it's supposed to work, and then they showed where the distortions they're teaching fit and what they do to pervert it. So it's been very intense since we came out with the work, and it hasn't changed. But there's a group of us that just resonate with this and go, wow. Yeah, just, wow, okay, no problem.
Well, that's one of the reasons I'm here. And, I'm aware of the distortions out there. I'm aware of the attacks and so on and so forth. And, again, I have to say that people need to really go into their hearts. They need to use their heart and their intelligence to discern what resonates. And we're presenting this as what resonates, I'm going to say personally with me, but also with what I think people need to be aware of, and then they make their own decision. We've got plenty of the other side of information out there, and I think it's time that we hear from this side. And so, I really want to thank you for making this opportunity possible. I do want to say that there are a lot of people out there that are following the wrong path, and if there's a way that you can also talk about the distinctions so that they can be aware, like if you get this, you might want to question more the path you're on. in other words, certain things will come to the fore during meditation, certain things will come to the fore even in their everyday life, where they're getting a lot of interference on certain levels and so on and so forth that can indicate that they are being tapped into by service to self ETs. And if you have that and you want to sort of share that, we don't have to do it now because that would be maybe off the topic a little bit here, but later on.
I think we'll probably come in that if we can move a bit with the sequence. The reason why the Guardians gave this sequence was because it's an easy way to touch a whole bunch of the bases, give a rounded picture that go right into answering the questions that you wanted answered.
Okay.
So if you want to go off the sequence, it's okay, but I
no,
think...
let's go with this. And also, just one other thing, that you're saying we got this information and you're talking about yourself. Are you talking about other members of your group also getting this information?
Some of us do.
Okay.
Yeah, we all have a kind of special relationship, our own special relationship. I have the translator's contract, which means I'm the secretary, right? I take down the writing. But even like the other speakers have a rapport also with the Guardians, and a number of people in the groups have developed a rapport with them as well. In fact, we work with them to help them to do that. That's what the Guardians would like, is to start communicating where they can start teaching people directly, because we're like a little bottleneck on the information. It's only given through the workshops and that kind of thing. Yeah. So I talk about it as we. Not that I'm a plural, but that there's a bunch of people that are interacting with the Guardians directly. I'll just go really quick on these, and I guess there's another point I want to get to. That we can pop through these, but I want to bring something up that's very important. As far as telling the difference between some of the teachings, too, this in general is just showing basic Stargate structure, like how they work. When you have the core gates we saw before, these are what happen when you have those other flows that happen, the lotus petal flows. When you have a Stargate area, you have two vortices of energy, one electrical, one magnetic, and when they activate in the center, they come together, and one goes down, one goes up, and they form what's called a Biveka-Merkaba field. All right, and that Merkaba field is, well, what does it mean? Moving light body, Merkaba, right? The Merkaba field is the field that actually, if it's around you, if it's a natural one that occurs around you, it's also occurring within you, and that is what allows your atoms to bond with their antiparticle and transmute and transfigure so they can go through gates. So this is basic Stargate structure as far as the Amente gates were structured on this structure and those kind of things. There's more to that. There's the Merkaba part. All right, there's the two vortices, right? And this is when they come together to form a Merkaba field. Now, this is a Merkaba field that's just done with vortices. These get more specific where they have fins, where they're actually like three-sided pyramids that move through each other. But I just wanted to see the basic structure of when Stargates activate. These Merkaba fields, which are vortice fields, activate within them and also within your body and around your atoms and in your atoms. This thing here is something that I would like to point out. This is called a Kathara grid. Light, sound, one, Kathara. It is literally the radiation template upon which everything in the eternal life systems are structured. It is the first creation template, and it has very, very specific proportions. Some people say, oh, it's a tree of life, but actually, if you look at it, it isn't. It's actually the tree of eternal life. When you see something that is different than this, say it has maybe 10 of these centers instead of 12, right? This has 12. Or maybe it's longer and skinnier, or it doesn't have the lines in the same way. What that is a twisted radiation creation template. And it's passed off as the tree of life. In certain teachings, it's actually the tree of artificial life. It goes with what's called the Death Star, Atlantean Merkaba mechanics, the Metatronic mechanics. This is the natural structure of what is called a Kathara grid. And in a minute you see how important this is, because literally the structure of the cosmos, of stargates, but all of those structures we saw a little bit of with the circles, the spheres, right? Wherever you see a sphere, it implies we call these the bones. You have the bones and the balls. The bones are the radiation template that is built on Kathara grid. And Kathara grid will always have these proportions. They're very specific proportions in relation to each other. And that is a living template. with that template, and the structures built upon it will be living. Our body structures, we have one that runs through our body that right now is very mutated because of the planet, and we'll see that, a little bit of that later. But we are moving to reactivate the natural imprint. So the Cathar grid I wanted you to see because it will help you understand the maps. If you're going to understand stargates and wonder where, okay, if I ascend, where am I going? Right? Seriously, like if you're going to leave, where are you going? Do you even have a clue as to what the choices are? Like, they've shown us where these maps go. This is the beginning of understanding maps. I'll just show you this really quick, because this is showing, there's a sheet that talks about, I'm not going to talk about all the proportions right now because it's heavy detail, but this sheet explains about how this actually controls how particles interact with each other and all sorts of things, from angular rotation of particle spin of particles in universes and that kind of thing. So this is just showing this specific proportions that is very important. So when you see something using as a sacred geometry, this structure that is not built on those proportions, it is actually representative of one of the other teachings that is teaching distorted template mechanics that have to do with wormholes and black holes. All right, so anyway, next one, please.
Interesting.
Yeah. The more this came out, the more horrified I was. I really was. I was like, oh my God, please, I don't want to have to talk about this, right? It was very hard. Now at this point, I have to have a sense of humor about it. Whereas, okay, so I am the pariah of the New Age movement, whatever. Somebody has got to let people know about this. That's why I still do, because it makes more sense than the other stuff that's being taught. And there's so much love in these teachings and in caring about people enough. Like, okay, so you might be mad at me because you liked that paradigm over there, and I just kind of don't mean to be a whistleblower, but if you're hurting yourself with that Merkaba, maybe you should not do that, Anyway, go back on this. Sorry. This is showing simply, remember that little Cathar grid structure, right? Well, here's one. Here's another. These cluster. All right, these are radiation templates that cluster to form very complex structures. This particular structure we call the Stairway to Heaven. All right, one of these Cathar grid structures would hold 4 density levels of our local universe. All right, let's say the Milky Way galaxy, but there's actually more to it than the Milky Way. So that would be like our local universe. It actually includes Milky Way and Andromeda M31 galaxy. All right. And it's connected to another one. The one at this angle, 90 degrees to it, would be considered as parallel. It also has a light field that goes with it. So these are intricate structures that are formed from these templates. And where you see these structures, these are the bones again. You will have spheres of energy and spheres within spheres built upon them. So there are various levels. These are called the Veka systems, and 4 Vekas come together, and at the center an Eka system forms. And the Eka systems form a cluster, and they form what's called an Akasha system. Then there's an Akasha A system and Akasha Aya system, and they all form this big cluster that's called the Yukatarista body. The Yukatarista body is one cosmic creation body. Now, our own personal anatomy has these levels to it. All right, they connect to those levels of the cosmos that we were born into. And full ascension is actually turning back on in our atomic structure all of the frequencies involved with all of those spaces. So we're down here in the Veka worlds. The next thing is we have to move up into the Eka, and then from the Eka, this is the long way to ascend, by the way. That's when the gates are working well. So the normal way for ascension would be you would work your way through re-evolution through the Veka system up the densities. We're in density 1 here, we'd work up to density 4, then we'd go to the Eka level, and you're growing and getting lighter, and your matter's less dense, and you're getting more control over it, and you're getting more consciousness, more God consciousness and that kind of thing. And then you would work to the Akasha level, and then you would work to the Akasha A level, and then the Akasha A level until you got up here. At any one of those points, you could experience the Christ star turnaround, and it would take you to the next level, right? Then there's the quick way to ascend, when it's an evac, there's an evac situation, and that's what we have, where these are called harmonic gate systems. It implies that it's built on a system of dimensional harmonics, which means you have to take them in sequence harmonically, one by one. It's the slow train, right? There's something called the transharmonic continuum that actually runs between them. It requires a very specialized type of Merkaba vehicle and accelerations in the light body and spirit body anatomy to be able to do it. But those core gates, which are also the Navajo gates, they're also called the spanner gates, they are able to do that. They are transharmonic, where they can actually jump the scale. So you could jump from here to here, or from here to there. So you can move, you have more liberty of where you can go in ascension when you ascend. You're able to actually, you become a time jumper, basically, instead of just a straight, ascension the hard way. You can go boing, 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 that kind of thing. So that is the system we're working on, because at this point, all of the natural structures of the outer gates have been damaged. The Amenti gates are damaged. We are stuck down here. And the same thing is happening through the Milky Way. It's not just here. It's not just in our solar system. Our solar system is a mess, but the Milky Way is a mess too. That black hole at the center, that's not an accident. That was done on purpose. That was done 360 billion years ago. Milky Way actually used to be a part of the Andromeda galaxy. And it was literally forced into what is called fall. And now there's many light years between them, at least a couple. I forget how many light years were between them, 2 million light years, something like that. But they were once one. That is actually our home galaxy, the Andromeda M31. But right now we're in the Milky Way, which is a fallen phantom part of it. And there's still, it wasn't a full fall system until recently, when certain changes occurred that mean the quantum of energy going into the negative fall path is larger than the one pulling back the other way. And at that point, it's a galactic evac where they're pulling out the ones who can still go. The consciousness that can still follow the ascension path is being evacuated out, because the gates will close. Once they close and the system falls, that system won't immediately blow up or anything. It will have a finite lifespan. It no longer has the direct currents coming in, the inflow of currents coming in from the larger structure of space-time and source. So it becomes a finite system that feeds on itself until it eats up its own quantum, and then it implodes and goes back as space dust. So we are at a crossroads, a huge crossroads right now. We are on a planet that is going in the fall direction, but this planet's actually going to take that path I mentioned, the step-back path, but that requires losing its body, and it's going to do that. Not while we're on it, but that is what we're headed for. But right now we have 200 years before these gates close in the Milky Way galaxy, and that includes here. So this is why they're giving the advanced ascension teachings now. And that's why crazy people like me come out and talk about them with the vocabulary, because we could use a dictionary, honestly.
No, I mean, I expect people, it's good if they go, what did she talk about there? I don't get it, or go investigate. You see, right. We're not here to answer all their questions, actually.
Okay, well, I don't mind.
Investigation is getting involved. Right. And if they get involved, they learn, and then it becomes part of them.
Yeah. So when we see the structures, when I'm showing things like the structures, these are structures that are not known out here yet. They have words that describe them. They have names for that structure. That's a Hara body, or that's a Yucatharista body, right? Or that's a Veka, and that's an Eka. These are part of the actual templates of the layers of creation, going all the way back up into expansion into God's source consciousness field. They are the literal bones of our space-time orientation. So they are time references. When I talk about a Veka system, that is down here, closer to where we are in a Veka system, right? When you get up to the next level of ascension, there is the Eka system, which is at the core of 4 Vekas. Then you get up from there, and you have what's called an Akasha system, which has a set of all the smaller ones inside of it, right? And then an Akasha A system, and then you go into the Yucatharista system, which is really, they are words to describe things that make perfect sense, to the people who are describing them, the guardians. They're words in the ancient, what's called Anahazi language, which was the first spoken language in this time matrix. So a lot of the language that is used, that it's like, what is that? It's translations from those languages.
Okay, does Anahazi relate to Anasazi?
Actually, it does. Okay. The Anasazi were connected to the guardians. Actually.
So did they ascend? Is that why they disappeared?
Some of them did. Others, they were actually raided, from what I heard. They were raided and overtaken by another group, and some of that other group became Anasazis as well, where they became violent. And the original ones weren't like that, and yes, some of them were evacs locally, is what I heard.
Okay. The Kabbalah is got to be, I'm going to just say it here, to my understanding from what you're telling me, is that Kabbalah is not the positive ascension path.
I would put this way, in relation to the Kabbalah, or the Bible, or the Koran, or any of the texts that are out there. There are elements of truth, all of which came from the original teachings that were on this planet. There were 12 legions of the Christ, 12 bodies of teachings that went with the CDD plates. There are pieces of those that have wound up in the religions of today, and there are distortions in all of them as well, which means they all carry a mixed path.
Okay.
And the way to tell, it takes a while to develop the sensitivity, but there's something inside and visible of everything, be it a cup or a cosmos or a set of letters written on a page. There's something called an encryption. An encryption is a very specific radiation signature that is underlying. It's in the dark matter template. When you get to a certain point in DNA activations, which sensitize your inner senses in your body, you can know with direct cognition. You can read a sentence and know which part is taking you in which direction. So anything, like the Kabbalah, there are some beautiful things in the Kabbalah. And they also use a mutated tree of life because they don't remember any different. And they were tricked. Just like there's a lot of great things in the Christian religion that are, true to form, and a lot that aren't. There's been trickery ever since the Atlantean periods here. Well, there was before too, but that was the big showdown for trickery. And what we have now are the trickle-down ideas and piecemeal memory and piecemeal history of what could be salvaged from that time. There's a reason we don't remember. We'll get into that a little bit when we get into that stuff I talked about at the end that was important. But our stance isn't to make any of the other paths wrong. There's only one that we actually will stand against. If they're directly teaching Metatronic Death Star Merkaba, we have to address that. We don't address the people who are teaching it. We feel bad for the people who get caught up in that. I feel bad for anybody who's contacted by Toth. Because, I've known Toth in other lives, and I've known Toth in this life. And he once upon a time was a speaker. An Emerald Covenant speaker. And he broke the Emerald Covenant, and he decided to go with the Anunnaki races and go into a fall path and stole the technologies. And part of what he did is why this planet is going in the path it is now. So it isn't the people that, we don't blame the teachers of those things, or the people listening to channels and they don't know what the heck they're listening to. I mean, right, it's cute and it's fun and it's lovely, and right, check its resume. But how do you? We're any of the religions, any of the New Age or the Old Age religions, there's good and there's not good in both of them. And it's almost like you need to feel out and to feel what works right for you. But don't limit yourself to just saying, oh, well, it has to be the Jehovah God, or it has to be the Allah God, or it has to be the this God, or that God. You can call God whatever you want, but God doesn't really need you to call it anything. It is beyond gender qualification. We were created in the image of God, all of us. And that doesn't mean we are all male or all female. It means we are all living consciousness fields that have the potential of direct creation and eternal life. And that is what that line meant. So the Kabbalah is fine, certain parts aren't. Same applies to every paradigm that is, traditionally on the planet, and a lot coming in from the New Age, except for the Death Star mechanics. They're very direct, not sacred geometry. So did that answer that question?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you.
Good. We're ready. Where are we? Back to this. I just wanted to show this again quickly. This again is the diagrams we've used to show the structure of the spirit body with its flows and its core flows, and that's also the gate structures and all of that. It means that the cosmos has sets of spirit bodies. There's like lots of these embedded within each other, and we also have our spirit body. When I refer to our spirit body as part of our anatomy, it is structured in this same way. Okay? And we'll see in the next one how that fits in with, remember the Stairway to Heaven and the Yucatharista body? Right? Those structures are actually part of what's called the light body anatomy, be it on the cosmic level or the personal level. This is how they fit together. This is that Yucatharista thing with all those little interwoven catharogrids, right? And this is the basic structure of spheres within spheres from the spirit body, the cosmic spirit body, that all of those exist within. Every one of those little catharogrids would have a set of these, right? These become the spirit body, the 12 spheres in the spirit body that, remember, go in sets across a vector line, right? And at certain points, they actually pull in to the center, and that's how, at a certain point of expansion, you contract back into the center and go back into God's source. These are actually, this is how the Adashya adepts, the ones who have achieved ascension, actually use these structures as maps. These are literal maps of how they judge. If you are here and you want to go to Cirrus B density 2, right, these are the maps they use to get there. They are the gate interface maps. We can locate ourselves on these maps. There's one that shows exactly where we are in the Milky Way galaxy, because we're actually M31 galaxy, but we're a part that's twisted off but still connected to it energetically. We can show our location, and also show the locations where the black hole systems are that are interfacing here, that are messing with us now, and where the main guardian groups are coming from and where they're helping us. So these are literally maps. These maps then translate into, these are all probability fields. So you might have one, say, galaxy, and it's 12 different probable expressions. And they all of these are spinning, right? And they interface with each other all of the time. So they're like bubbles within bubbles that don't collide and collapse each other. Well, they're not supposed to. If they're doing the Death Star mechanics, they actually do. But there's a natural system of probabilities. So it's not just we have a parallel universe. Right. We have many parallel systems and adjacent systems and neighboring systems. And so this is literally the structure of the maps of the cosmos. These are the structures you use. Once, say, you get to the point where you can ascend, well, you have to first of all decide where you want to go, and then where is the map to get there. These are the maps. So I wanted to show you how those structures that are on a small level, our own multidimensional anatomy is structured that way. But on the large level, this is the structure of the maps of the cosmos. There is a structure that science does not know about yet. They have no idea how complex it is. Each one of these structures, they've taken it from the first little, they call it a Particle unit, the first unit of consciousness, how that structure grew, each stage, right? So we have like hundreds of diagrams that go with these to show how the Cathar grid's all filled out, to show how these structures of the spirit body and all their flows filled out. Inside of the spirit body flows, which isn't on this one, they'll actually find where what is called the Hall of Records exists, what it is, the Akashic record, all of that thing. It's part of this anatomy structure. The planet has one, the solar system has one, the galaxy has one, etc. So these are not just interesting little diagrams on a paper. These are very practical. They're just as practical as a map you'd buy down at the gas station to get, somewhere horizontally. Next one,
okay,
please.
and isn't it true that we also have 12 incarnational bodies that have incarnated simultaneously that mirror the same pattern there?
1,728
Okay.
simultaneous. Your existence implies the 1,727 others
Okay.
that are you.
Okay,
Different
but
forms.
there is something to do with the 12.
Yes, they're sets of 12.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you have your first 12, then you have, well, it basically, it has to do with the density levels. We're in density 1 down here. Density 2, and you have your incarnate identity here. You would have a set of 12 incarnates. And if you put those 12 back up to density 2, you would have one soul, right? That is your soul, your density 2 level of identity. Now, that one soul would be a group of, 11 others. It's part of a set of 12.
Sure.
And you pull all those together, come up to density 3, and that's where you are an oversoul. And that oversoul is a part of a group of 12 oversouls. That you pull it up to density 4 is an avatar. And then you have a group of 12 avatars, pull it up to density 5, and then you would have your Rishi identity, which is your fully formed Vecca level identity to come into the densities down here. But there's other levels of identity that go up beyond the 15-dimensional system. Those 5 densities that I just talked about each have 3 dimensions. So there's your 15-dimensional stack right there in one time system. So does that help?
Yes,
Yes,
that's
and
great.
12s. 12s,
Yes.
many 12s. Yep. This is just a real quick glimpse to show that these time cycles that we've talked about in relation to these structures, they are quite specific. These were given as far as time frames. One time vector here on this planet, and they're using translations into Earth time. As we know Earth time, one time vector is 738 years. One time continuum is 4,426 years. One Uego is 26,556 years. A Uego time cycle is a Stargate cycle. That is when the Stargates on the planet open, once every that period, right? Right now it's distorted into what are called the false Yuga cycles, and we'll show you what that is at the end. But these go all the way up. There's galactic levels, there's universal levels, and these are the structure of time and how it works, and that yes, you can take it right into periods of time. It is because we are in a stellar activation cycle right now, and the last one was 26,556 years ago, and it failed. The gates did not open. They had to be shut closed because we got raided. That was called the Yanni Massacre period, where it was there was a lot of ships mowing people down, actually, in that one.
Okay.
Beam ships.
And was this, we're not talking about Atlantis here, we're talking prior?
There were several phases of Atlantis.
Okay.
All right, the last phase of it, the last pieces of it went under in 9558 BC, but way before that, there was Atlantis. There was in seeding 1, there was an Atlantis. In seeding 2, there was an Atlantis. And on Terra, there was an Atlantis. That's where it all came from. And a Lemuria. We had Lemuria, Lumania. There were different spellings of the names, but they were the same places and the same soul groups inhabiting them. Yeah. So this was like the 9558 BC period, the last period, that was like the late Atlantean period.
Okay.
So there was a lot of Atlantis period anyway. But these Stargate cycles, this is the cycle that our gates open on. This planet's gates are supposed to open on the 26,556-year cycle. It's now been shortened because of what they're doing to the planetary grids and the Stargates and the Templar to what's called the false Yuga cycles, which is plugged into the precessions of the equinox, which is not natural. And we'll look at what that is about and when that started, because that really came into fore about 13,000 years ago, when a major victory on, and this was an Atlantean drama, a major victory on, just let's say, the dark agenda side had occurred. They created something called the Toral Rift. It is a time rip. And they literally plugged Earth's Templar into this time rift and knew that when it came to the next stellar activation cycle, they would use it to draw Earth in. It's not just Earth they're after. Earth connects still to its corresponding planet, or star actually, in M31 that is called Eartha. There's still a direct energetic link between the gates. They're after M31 as well. So it's much bigger drama than people here realize. They're not just after little Earth. Earth has always been a fighting place because of its connection to the larger universe, and because it was connected as part of what was called the Crystal River Host. That was when, a long, long time ago, 360 billion years ago, when the Milky Way fell out of M31, there was a whole collective of guardian beings from various other, I hate the word ascended just because of the way it's misused down here, of the Adashi Adepts, people who formed a coalition to assist in trying to re-evolve the Milky Way back into its natural position so it could continue as an ascension system. So, excuse me, now I'm getting interrupted. They want me to go somewhere else. Okay, I don't know. Sometimes it'll happen. I'll let you see that. I don't have to let you see that, but I did. All right, they're saying go somewhere else for now. We'll come back to that. Okay, anyway. So they don't want me to talk about galactic history yet. Okay. Yeah, I get that sometimes, even when I'm on stage.
Okay,
where I'll just get a little, hello.
Okay. Why are you saying, what is their motivation? And if you want to put this question off till later, we can do that. But what you're saying, they were after Earth. They were after Earth, and they were after it because of its connection with the larger universe. So why? What is their motivation for taking us down, for closing it off and making it a finite system?
Right. What is the core objective? Food. They're in a black hole system that has fallen. Because of the nature of the physics dynamics involved with creation, the way eternal life creation works, is when a thing falls, it loses its connection to the inflow and backflow of energy from the source consciousness field, which means it gets left with only the quantum it had when it fell. Now, everything is spinning. That takes energy. It uses up its energy, and if it doesn't suction energy off something else, it will implode and go back to space dust return, which is what a system was meant to do, so nobody gets stuck and everybody gets to go home, either as space dust or, whole through ascension, whichever, at least you go home. These groups that have adopted the false creation, they've tried to recreate the creation because they didn't like the consequence their own choices brought to them in relation to the physics reactions to the actions they took. They ended up in a false system, and they wouldn't face the reality that, you can make peace with that. Even if you're in a false system, you can say, well, you know what, that was pretty dumb to get ourselves into that, but we're here and we can handle ourselves with grace. We can still love creation. We can still act in loving ways. They decided instead it would be more interesting to keep themselves alive by using a vampire technology. They're going after it for quantum food, to feed their system. If they can harness this system, literally the entire quantum of energy that is in the system will be drawn into their black hole system, which will give their whole system more life. So they're postponing the inevitable But they keep using these technologies to do that, and they prey on living systems. But there is a point in time where that backfires, and they're getting very close to that point too. So anyway, that is the core motivation. Okay. It's not that anybody's mad at anybody else, or they're fighting over this toy or that toy. This is big. They're fighting over survival, and they feel that they have to kill the living systems in order to have that energy as food, period. And that becomes the most important obsession for them. And it is a twisted thinking. When a being gets that far into de-evolution, where it really has no remorse, they don't have what you'd call emotional bodies like we do anymore. They don't care. They just take. And they don't care about giving. They don't think about that. And they don't want to hear it. You can't rationalize with a certain level of fall consciousness. So that is what we're dealing with. And that is why. It is a very large story. But it's really not very personal story. You know, it's like, don't take it personally. Do you take it personally if you're swimming and a shark rips off your leg? It's a shark.
Sure.
You had a leg. It swam by. I mean, you know, you're going to hate the shark. It's just doing what its instinct moves it to do. And that's kind of like what is happening here. So that's how I've been taught to look at it. And I'm at peace with it. I don't like it, but I'm at peace with it in that regard. But I will stand for the things that, for me, that mean most to me. And I believe in the loving creator God source field, and I believe in being fair to people, and I believe in telling the truth even if it's hard, and I believe in facing the truth even if you'd rather pretend it wasn't there, and dealing with it and taking it forward from there. So anyway, those consciousness don't think like that. But that's what it means for me when I say, you know, we stand in the Christ. That's what it means. It's not fighting with these beings. You know, I mean, you can do that, but they're just engaging your energy anyway. But we do have to stand and work the gates here. Somebody has got to take care of the remaining gate potentials here so that consciousness can evacuate out within the next 200 years that is going on the upward swing. So, that could help.
Okay, yeah. Very good.
Tangents. So this is just showing the time, like there are literal translations into Earth time. And this would apply, like you could go sit on Venus or something, and then you could translate them into Venus time, which would be different because time has to do with how fast things spin and all of that. You know, like, yeah, never mind. Physics of you know, how long your day is and your sidereal time and all that crazy stuff that I don't like. With all the structures and processes that we've learned that have to do with that structure of the spirit body and its hara centers, which are the probability structures that at certain periods pull in, right? And that's an ascension cycle when they actually pull in, and then a new creation comes back out. There are ways to track those cycles. There are ways to track from the point of conception onward how your body grows in cycles. And there are also ways to track an evacuation cycle, and they all can use this diagram. This diagram has to do with octants and specific ways the energy is divided up and within those structures that we've looked at. And this is just showing, it's called the load-out schedule from 2008 to 333 AD cycle. Now, it doesn't mean we get this, the gates are going to be open here until 333 AD. They're going to close over here in 2230. That is when the gate systems here close. But this is actually showing that, okay, once you get through here, there's certain stages. We made it through what was called the Kalihara celebration. We called it a celebration at the time after certain things happened in 2007. As we moved into 2008, if we did not hit on this planet a certain level of core vibration, we would have gone into fall right there. We would not have been able to hold a host. All the gates would have shut except the fall gates, and we would have all been stuck, and it would have, well, we'd all been extinct in 2012. That was the other side's plan. But we did make the vibration for the Kalihara, which allowed us to pick up into the host, which is called the Crystal River host. This has to do with a stream of energy currents that are coming in from a matrix that I'll show you later on the maps that are the high level of the Guardian Alliance. They're like the ones that wrote the books originally. They're like the small layers from our matrix. These are massive Messianic beings, and that means they're the eternal life beings, the ones who've gone through the Adashi return cycles, and so they're. Anyway, we were able to pick up the host, the planet was, where it could anchor those frequencies as long as there was somebody here to anchor it, and that is what our groups have been doing. We are, I mean, our bodies are energy, everybody's bodies are energy, and we're all anchoring something. And right now, the planet, most of it is anchoring the Metatronic currents. And there's a few people that just because they happen to have the DNA codes that they are connected with the Christ and don't know it, are just, going about their little lives, but anchoring it, the good currents anyway. But there are, I'm not aware of any other groups that are working at all with the Christic energies as far as the grid works they're doing. So we go around and we do grid work, and very specific grid work. You see these type of diagrams? Well, when we go to do like grid work someplace, we know what a vortice is, right? We know where to go. We know this information. We don't just go, play like a planetary guardian like a lot of people do, unfortunately. People that are inadvertently anchoring the negative currents and opening gate sites on the the wormhole codes because they don't know, because nobody taught them the difference between them. So anyway, we made this into this cycle, and this is good, because if we didn't, it would have been all over in 2012. But we passed the Kalihara cycle. We're in this cycle period right here, right now, which we haven't come to the center point yet. That'll be 2027 when we hit this point in the cycle. There are certain energy changes that take place here, certain accretion cycles. Now, it means energy coming in cycles, right? These are accretion cycles where energy pulls in to a certain point. There are certain things that happen in each of these stages. So we are right here in this stage. This is the first stage of what's called the Kali Krista cycle. This is, what do they call this one, the Barda phase. And then over here, there's the Masha phase, I believe, and that's where you get the Ashayana word from. And the word Messiah was twisted from that word, the Ashayana word, in the ancient Atlantean teachings. That's an Anahazi word having to do with this cycle.
And it's related. Is it related somewhat to Mahayana, Mahabharata?
Yes, very much. In fact, a lot of the Mahabharata texts were some of the remnants that had come up from the Mahabharata texts that were the translations of the CDD plates much earlier. Yeah. So anyway, we have to this point, when we get over here, that is 2047. I don't have it marked on this one, but this would be the point in this cycle. It would be 2047. And this is where something called an infold happens, where when we go back to remembering the vector line with the Hara bodies on it, right? And at certain points they pull into the center and then come back out again. That is going to occur with the energy systems literally in the parts of this galaxy that can hold the host, including Earth, including our own fields. So right now we're making it through this part of the cycle. There's certain changes that will happen here. This is a point, that middle point, during which something called the Bardo chambers open. Now, the Bardo chambers, it can be a pleasant thing, or it can be a time when people evac the quickest way possible. And we are still looking at the potentiality of there could be major Earth changes that occur during this period.
And that's
and at this point, it's like if we get that far, because what's happening between now and 2012 is pretty rough. And what some of the other ones, like those who make wings, have planned for 2019 isn't too pretty either. So we're trying to help keep the grid stable and the consciousness stable just by working energy, as opposed to trying to go out and preach on anything. We teach what we teach. But there are this is a really bumpy period we're going through here because of what the service to self ones are doing. And they are seriously just trying to use this. They're trying to take our planet, forget about us, they don't care. They were planning to exterminate us in 2012 and just use it as torque to drag a whole larger system in to feed their black hole. So when you have an objective like that, you really don't care. They don't care how many people are lost. But the Guardians do, and that's why we're still here. So we're moving through this period now. We're probably somewhere right about here, because this will be 2027. There's some rough spots coming in 2019 and 2022. And also we are in the middle, well, not quite the middle, but in March of, I think it was March 25th, 2007, there were certain things that a particular group of the Raider races called the Borgia that are connected with the Thetans. They kind of work together. They're on the negative side. They're part of the groups that are fighting over who's going to control this beast machine, this Death Star Merkaba here. They did something with the solar gates at the core of the sun, and they forced closed what is called the prana seed. Now, the prana seed has to do with sophisticated anatomy. We all have one, and so do planets and galaxies. When a prana seed closes, it forces the Bardo, and which means it forces this beginning of the death cycle. And our sun is dying as of that point. That doesn't mean it's immediately going to die. There are 15 layers of the dark matter template called the Rasha body that need to separate from the physical matter body. That will be done in 2022. Now there is a gamma burst that is released, and right now it's being buffered every time one of those, they call them ring waves, solar ring waves, releases. And they will get stronger as it goes into the higher levels of the rings, the higher numbers of those 15. And 15 comes in 2022. So, so far so good. We haven't had any major gamma bursts, that, solar flares that wiped everything out. But these are other potentials that we are looking at as well. Okay. As well as earthquakes and the usual stuff that end times dramas bring. Gosh. But it's not as bad as a lot of the things that some of the other people are teaching. I've heard certain people say that, oh, well, we won't even be here by 2013. Yeah, that's one of the Death Star people. Right. Okay. So yeah. I'd love to have a public debate about that one, Mr. So-and-so.
Yeah, it would be great to do that.
We invited that person. I think you know who I'm referring to.
Yes.
Yeah, years ago.
I see.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So anyway, this is showing the cycle. There are certain different things that happen in this amazing structure of the planetary, solar, galactic, and universal spirit body and light body structures. It's a very specific process that is involved with Christ star evolution, which is going into that where you fulfill the meaning accrete, or bring in all of the frequencies in the template that you needed to make that Adashi turnaround, where you can immortalize your atoms and go into the eternal life, going back cycles. And planets and solar systems and galaxies can do that too. So there's a portion of this system, this galaxy system, that can still do that with the extra frequency that is being added by that host system that is called the Aquarian matrix. And it's actually, the Aquarian matrix is, they have the prototypes of what the humans here were actually designed on. The genetic prototypes were from there, even though we weren't directly from the Aquarian system. We were from M31 and from this particular universe once, the Milky Way once it fell. But they're very closely related genetically, to us in that regard. So they're not like, when I talk about the other ones, you don't have to expect very strange looking beings like octopi. Some very nice ascended ones do look like that, but these look very human like, but much larger.
Okay.
Very, very tall. Yeah. Anyway, so this is the cycle we're in at the moment. Now, this one's good. This will show a little bit. This is how we can start understanding these as maps. Pretty colored one. I'm so glad people cared to take my black and white messes, right, like these, and do them properly on the computer. This again is just showing the bones, or the interwoven Cathara grids, right, of the Yucatharista body, which is like one cosmic body, right. Down here, Aquinas, Akasha matrix. We're down in here. Aquinas is actually the name of M31. That's the official name as far as the ancient records go and all of that. Okay. And we're we were the Aquinas universe. They call it universal system, and we call it the M31 Andromeda galaxy, but it's actually the Aquinas universe. Now we're located down here. Up here is the Aquarian Akasha matrix, right up here. So we're down here and they're up in this section. So it's literally showing the relationships, okay, one lives over here and one lives in, Pennsylvania, one's in California, that kind of thing. And there's another one, there's a black hole system, a fall system right here that's called the Weaselay system. And what's interesting about this whole creation is falls can happen where part of the spherical structures of that system literally no longer are energetically connected to the grid. They still hang in the grid, but they're cut off from it. They can only happen on the Veka and the Eka levels. A whole Akasha can't fall. Once you get to the Akasha layer, none of those other layers can fall. And it's just a different type of existence where you don't worry about the polarity dramas that end up in falls and things. So, but this shows us where we're here. The ones that are helping us here, this is they call it a it's an eternal matrix. That the purpose they choose to stay in incarnation or stay in existence is to kind of play the helpers for any of the other systems that do need ones to go in, where they've actually they live by a let my will be thy will as far as source goes, and they want nothing other than to fulfill what Source's intention is, which is a loving intention and an assisting intention. So they find their joy in being of service to assisting the evolutions in the lower matrices, and they hold these frequencies pure. Their systems stay pure enough where they can actually send currents in and help systems or hold them up so they don't fall, and that's what they're doing with our system right now. This little red one right here, that's our parallel, our immediate parallel system on this level. And this one is a black hole system. All right, the parallels of fall. We have a parallel Earth, and that finally finished falling in 2003. We have a parallel Milky Way that is a mess, and it's called the Alpha system. That was the first black hole. They look at us as the Omega system. They're the beginning, we're the end. They're planning to pull the two systems together using the Death Star Merkaba mechanics. So this is the locations, anyway, of where who's on first. We're here, over here in the Aquinas. That system, the parallel, is running in here. Our buddies that are helping us with the Crystal River host, sending us energy to literally stop. It's kind of like sending big energy arms down to hold us up, because these guys are pulling so much energy out of us, we would have fallen already. This whole galaxy would have. And then up here there is another system. This system, the Luisa system, is connected with this one. They've linked through wormholes to the center of their cores, their Eka cores, and created a structure, a system of wormhole structures. One of them is the Yodhe-Vodhe wormhole structure. And any channelings and stuff coming from that stuff, it's coming right out of Weasley and that kind of stuff, and it is a false system. So there's the trickery that is going on here is heartbreaking. It
okay, can you
is.
talk at all about the dimensional aspects of this? Because certain of these systems aren't in certain dimensions. No?
Certain of these systems aren't in certain dimensions.
Because in other words, it
mind.
seems, well, okay, at least in what's out there, we're talking about four-dimensional beings being, the negative service to self coming in through.
Talking about 15-dimensional beings being negative, some of them too.
Oh, really? So going up much higher levels than is currently thought.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, because that's interesting. That
Oh, yeah.
You're saying
Metatron.
there's a backup.
Metatron, for example. Metatron is an entity. It was a Rishi entity, 15-dimensional Rishic identity, and that collective fell. But it was still on the Veka level. All right, when you get up past the Veka levels, because we have our density levels that are inside of a Veka level. Vekas go in sets of 4, and at the center is an Eka. All that stuff is inside of something called an Akasha level. The Akasha level can't fall, but any of the consciousness or the structures below that can.
Okay, and what levels of density then are we going down from there?
Each set of, each Veka, each Cathar grid, let's say, those little structures that you saw, each of those has like 4 density and implies a 5th density when you cross through the center. Whether you find that Akasha on the lowest densities in the Vekas or up in the highest in the structures of the Yucatharista body where it can't fall, it's all consistently, there are 5 densities and 15 dimensions to each set. They have different types of matter and different density levels of matter. Some are heavier than others and that kind of thing. So, but that part is consistent from the smallest all the way up to the largest. It is just that the fineness or the refinement of the matter type changes as you go up into the ones that can't fall. There is a refinement to the energy and the consciousness there that you don't find in the one, in the lower systems, even the best of the lower systems. So I think that's how I would answer your question.
Okay, and if you get the light beings that manifest here, that are really manifesting, in other words, they really are light beings, what level are they coming from?
It depends.
Could be anyone from what level up?
There's an old saying that light can deceive, but sound tells the truth. Sound is the vibration, right?
Okay.
The encryption. Mm-hmm. It's a feel thing. You can have really beautiful light beings that are coming in the form of, that are actually FAs or fallen angelics that are coming to mess with you. You can have really, really ugly ascended ones that are really good. They come from many different levels. We are learning to turn ourselves into light. We are the things that they are teaching us now. We're learning first bilocation, next is translocation, and then eventually you get to do transmigration, but that requires having certain things where you actually aren't trapped by the planetary time cycles anymore. So light beings, where do they come from? Well, they could come from here You know, they could come from Venus next door. They could come from the highest levels or the lowest levels. There are light beings that come and visit out of the black hole systems, and there are ones that come and visit from the higher levels. So just because it's a light being doesn't mean it's good light.
Okay.
They've made a distinction. They taught us some very interesting mechanics about the difference of light or radiation signatures, right? There's something called Shalaya, living light, and it's a very specific configuration. It is created out of 3 units that form a light unit, and matter forms actually build out of these, right? And there is another type of light that forms through using actually the natural light, the organic light that comes from first creation, natural creation, organic creation, is the 3 balls. I don't have one here, but it's like, they call it the triveca, where it's like 3, 1 ball on top and 2 small ones, and that is what the structure of the light unit is. It has the ability for those the 2 little bottom balls to phase in and out like this and spark when they do, so it can generate its own quantum, so it's eternal, right? There's another type of light that is not organically occurring. It occurs by bending the natural laws of physics and using the various forms of the Death Star Merkaba mechanics, and that is called the Shona light field, and it is a dead light field, and it is made of, they call it the Vesica Pisces configuration, where it is just 2 light things together, like that, right? 2. And they spin, and they spark, but they have to attach to something in order to feed, or they're finite and their spin actually burns them out until they collapse and fall apart, which means the matter forms that they're built on collapse and fall apart. So they are finite light. And so that is, you know, the light beings. Is it a light being made out of a Shona field, or is it a light being made out of an organic Shalaya field? Same thing with orbs, right?
Yes,
you can have positive
absolutely.
and negative orbs. I've met some very nasty orbs in my day when I was younger. I used to run from them. I was terrified of them because they would turn into Zetas, right? Yeah, the red ones you had to look out for with the Zetas. Yeah, I'm not saying all red orbs are Zetas, but yeah, so there's things that can be used. Just because it's a phenomena doesn't mean it's always good or always negative, right? Sure. That's where learning to sense encryption
and that's very
helps.
valuable for people to hear.
Yeah. Good. Okay, back to where are we? Oh, I'm going to go through this quicker. Are we here for ancient times? This is showing a close-up of that. These are my hand-drawn ones, right? Which, in certain ways, I can read them better, probably because I drew them. But they're much prettier when they're done on the computer. This is showing that same thing. It just happens to be tilted the way I drew it first, right? That's that same thing that was up the top before. And this is showing right here where our Vecca system is, right here. But this here is pulling it out so you can look at it a little more closely. Instead of just having the natural Pythagorean structure, right, which is the bones that our sphere there would be built on, there's this tilt, right? The bones are here. The natural Pythagorean, that's the Aquinas matrix, which is M31 Andromeda. And this is the Milky Way. Now, we're still energetically connected through Earth, right to, if you notice, there's numbers on these little centers. They're called Cathara centers. Through number 3 on the Andromeda, or the M31 grid, and number 3 Earth on this grid. They are connected. That is the link that has been holding the Milky Way connected to Andromeda. And if the host mission was to try to help the Milky Way evolve back into its natural position, because if something gets stuck like that, eventually it'll fall and be off the grids where it will become finite until it burns out as quantum. So there's always rescue missions that try to bring something back. Earth has been a place of, and so was Tara before Earth became Earth down here. There was a star here called Ashayana, and that's actually the host star that the fragments of Terra were put in to begin this solar system down here in density 1. That's described a bit in Voyagers. But this is showing the offset, where this is the, say this is the north axis of M31. This is Milky Ways. They're off tilt with each other. And that actually creates distance in space-time. A couple million light years, what is it, 200 million? I forget, I used to know anyway. But, so that's just showing in these maps. Now, you can see that just a little bit closer when you bring it in, just that little part. That shows those misalignments, where this was the natural structure, and that's the structure of the M31 Andromeda galaxy's core template, right? And these are the 12 main stargates in that universe, by the way. This is our Milky Way system. And right here on the number 3 gate, that is where they're still connected. All right, these others, there's a whole set of these that show the black hole system. It's called the Procyon black hole, and it's a mess. I mean, it's just, you can see the dynamics of how it works and the energy twists and stuff. But I'm not going into that on this one, on this particular presentation, because it takes forever. But they're just showing the offset. So, and what this translates into is that distance that we're seeing between M31 galaxy and the Milky Way galaxy. But they are one, and that is our home system. And if we are going to ascend out of the vector matrices, we have to ascend through there. Anything in this matrix has to go out through where it came in from, because of the encryption that you carry. You will carry the encryption of the gates you came out of, so you need to use them to go back, in the Adashi returns. So anyway, that's showing some of that. Anything more here? Yes, this just gives an idea of how this, when you put the probability, the Hara bodies, right, that form the probability sets. And if you see, look in here, we had a whole bunch of these, and bless Willa, her and Bob typeset them all the little numbers, so you know which lines, because this becomes important. We actually use drum codes to bring in very specific frequencies by using the numerical coordinates that go with the specific systems we're trying to bring the energy in from, to bounce out the ones from the black hole systems that are coming in. I mean, it's quite sophisticated, the technologies they're showing us to use.
Oh, okay,
we're all learning how to beat on drums, right? You can't beat on it, stomp on the ground, right? You're an energy system, stomp, get the vibration in. But this is showing us the same thing that we were looking at before, where it shows the Eucharista map, right? And we're over here, but now it's showing the probability systems that we're in. So where our little Cathara grid is, there's actually, every one of these has a system that looks just like this, but a smaller one, right? And then every one of these inside of that has that. So you have all of these probability systems on each level. And you have what, at a certain point, you'll see there are ones that are the metagalactic level. And the metagalactic level is where we're having issues with the parallel metagalaxy that goes down into the galaxy, and the black holes link in the center. And that's where, on our parallel, what's called our parallel Vecca, we are in Vecca 5, and they are in Vecca 2. That would be our parallel. They're at 90 degrees. They're actually pulling our system in. So this is just another way of looking at it, but showing not just the bones, but also showing the many, many layers, the wheels within wheels, the spheres within spheres. And these are all probability fields that interact with each other and pass through each other. So there are gate systems between all of these organic ones, and now there's wormholes that don't belong there too. So it's a really big story.
No doubt about it.
Right? Sometimes I just go, this is just a simple one after you saw just a little bit. And like, these are very detailed. Like we tend to, I think everybody carries little magnifying glasses around with them at this point for any of the chart packs that come out at workshops. Because all of these are actually numbers that mean something, and words that mean something, right? But you usually need like, micro lens to read it. But this is showing a close-up of the section of that map that we just saw that corresponds to our galaxy. And it's showing how these can be translated. These locations can be translated into, like, where is the Milky Way core, okay? If we go and find Milky Way, this is something like in the science books, right? The local group of galaxies. We got the Milky Way here, we got M31 up here, right? These are those two that used to be together. This is what science already knows by, studying space and the way they study it. The core of Milky Way, they already know, has a black hole in the center of it. The core of Milky Way's black hole would be right here. M31 is right here, and we're in this twisted down offset here in these spheres. So you can literally find us in the maps. And this is how the Adashi masters, they will not use words like time lords and that kind of stuff. They hate that power thing because it's a twist on power. The Lord concept, where, Lord and Master, so they really just don't come from there. They are adepts. They are adept at what they do. Yes, they have achieved Christ's star ascension, but anyway, they use these. These are their coordinate maps, and you know how they use them. Once you get to the point where you ascend, you simply visualize it. It runs the encryption through your field, bang, zoom, you're gone, you're there. Speed of thought. And that's what
So there's a purpose behind showing this, in
Yes.
other words, such that the individuals that see it can then begin to internalize the maps themselves
Yes.
and then start, because
It
there's
will
going
help.
to be
It will it will bring back their own ancient awareness
activating
of
their
these
memories.
things. Yes, that's
Yeah.
why the guardians wanted to be able to show.
Okay.
That's why we use tons of graphs every time we have a workshop.
Okay.
Yeah, but it helps. I mean, if you can read them forever and kind of go, oh, okay, I kind of get that. We tell people, don't worry about it. Just watch the sequence, and often it is the sequence. Because they'll show this graph, then they'll show this, and they create a wave, an activation wave. That if you have the codes that correspond to this, and if you don't, it won't affect you at all. You say, I don't know, whatever, right? But you will start to. It will help you wake up to to the ancient knowledge if you
Okay,
carry
and
it.
is there a correspondence in some of the crop circles?
Yes, to both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of them are very not friendly, and some of them are. I remember we were really thrilled when the guardians actually said, that's ours. There was only one. There was one. It was a number of years ago, but we actually have a picture of it on one of the covers of our Templar manual thing. Yeah. Where is that? Milk Hill on that one? Yeah. There in England. Any of this? Oh, this is just showing you, and we talked about the overlap between us and our parallel. Okay? We're back in these maps again. These are called the probability maps. When we look at them with just the balls, without the
And
bones.
when you're calling them probabilities, are you saying that, in other words, that means that certain things could change within these maps? Certain areas could activate, certain other places could close down?
Yes and no. Yes, but within a parameter.
Okay.
Within a set parameter. After a certain set of things occur, a probability locks in.
Okay.
And then whatever is in that probability must follow through to whatever the natural next point is.
Okay.
And that's what we've been stuck in. We've actually been stuck in this probability system on Earth for ages now, for many
And what you're
100,000
saying
years
is the
longer than we should have.
probability system here locked in, and that's why they're doing a 200-year evac, as you call it.
The probability locked in when the solar core closed, the sun is dying. All right, and that is going to start at some point create, well, red pulse, which is a vapor wave that takes out any life on the planet. And when that event happened, that is something that you can't go backward from. All right, so you are locked into that probability, and then there are various versions of what you might see, but certain things are going to happen, period. And you can't change them no matter how much you push out and visualize it, right? Or no matter how many people you get together to do a world peace meditation, right? Because we try to do those too, right, to help the grid. Yeah, so we did lock into that probability, and and when the solar gate things happened. The fact is, in
I'd
our
also
system,
like to talk about why or how that happened, that the sun did end up in that place, locked in. But we don't need to digress right here, but just for
It'll
future.
probably get me in trouble if I answer that one fully. But don't I always anyway? There's a group of, there are a bunch of different, it's not just Zetas we're talking about. The Zetas are the little guys on the block. Don't even worry about them at this point. There's a group called the Thetans, and they also run a very popular movement on the planet. And there's another group called the Borgia. They are from the parallel Akasha, part of the black hole system. They have been trying to get control of the grids here. Everybody's fighting over the Death Star Merkaba, because it's here and it can be activated.
So you're
and
saying
now there's a bunch of
these
systems that are fighting over this, right? Well, they actually tried to activate what's called the Mica-Mecca complex. The Mica-Mecca complex is a set. Mica is on parallel Earth, and the Mecca complex is here, and it is a set of wormholes that connect in through the Thetan grids. There's like certain implants here that the Thetans put in. So they actually tried to blast through to activate that and take it away from the other groups, FA groups, who were actually activating it. And it overloaded the solar core, and that creates a spasm. And when a prana seed spasms, it locks. And when it locks, it cuts the connection to the natural breathing that would happen between it and its dark matter template. And that is when Bardo starts. And the sun entered its Bardo cycle when that occurred. And it was grid wars. If you want to chalk it up to one thing, grid wars, again. This is stuff that is happening not because nature had it happen or God had it happen. No. This is because people are acting like crazies in this universe. They are. They're just like so far gone in the don't get it anymore that, we all came from the same place, that we're supposed to work together peacefully, and this crew just doesn't get it. The ones dealing with these particular
Okay, but are you
levels and
talking
planets.
about, when you say Thetans and other groups, are you talking about off-planet beings that have come here, that are here? Maybe, are they physically incarnating?
Yeah.
Are they taking over bodies, that sort of thing?
Yes, those two.
Yeah. And then also, what about the ships that we've been seeing near the sun? What are they trying to do?
Depends on which ones they are. I think
Okay.
you have various ones up there. Okay.
But
I
is
just got
there-
ours aren't up there.
I mean-
It just, our guardian said they're not theirs.
Okay,
Right?
but if they're there, in other words, if the sun is basically locked into this, then what would be the purpose of having ships there at this time?
Okay, and it's got 2012, 2012, 2012. There's an alignment that's occurring in 2012 that has to do with the solar core. And whether or not its pranaseed is working, the alignment occurs because it doesn't involve the Rasha body or the dark matter template. They just said it has to do with 2012. I wonder if this has to do with what this workshop's about. See, every workshop they reveal another level of something, and this time they're revealing stuff about what they're calling the ancient arrow sites, the 12 plus 24 ancient arrow sites that the Guardians are activating this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
We'll know about it Monday.
that brings us into the wing material, and we want to address that as well at some point.
That's a better point after Monday, because that's what they're going to talk about in this
Okay,
workshop.
well, there's a
and I didn't know they
synchronicity
haven't
there.
they haven't mentioned it since Voyages was written. And I was just like, looked at some of the pictures, felt the encryption, going, oh boy, it's that stuff. Okay, pretty, but right? No, thank you. Some of it's all right, but some of it has that twist to it. But all of a sudden, I mean, what is the name of it? I don't have the thing here. It was a really funny title. No. They called the workshop the what is it? The makers of wings and other things.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not just about that. And it's not the people that are involved with the wing makers site. These people are well-meaning people, and it's fascinating. They're trying to figure out what it is.
Sure.
But it's the particular group of the ETs that they're dealing with. These are a group of Nephilim. All right, they're called the Cortium, and they are part what is called the Necromaton Andromi hybrid with Jehovian Anunnaki. All right, the Necromaton Andromi are known as the Beetle people. All right, they had a lot to do with ancient Egypt and stuff. Yeah, and scarab worship and things, because their home form looks like that. Anyway, stop. Okay, just got anyways.
Okay.
Talk about wing makers later. Okay.
Okay.
But I don't want to offend any of the wing makers people. I'm sure they mean well. But what we didn't know is, so they're saying, okay, we're going to do wing makers, so I have to go look up a little bit on it and what is this stuff anyway. And it's, all the sites I saw have the same story, and I have about a 4-second attention span when it comes to stuff I'm really not interested in anyway, unless the beloveds tell me I have to read it. And there's nothing there that said anything except, there might be a few other sites, there might be 7. The Guardian said they're the 7 broken arrows. We'll call them the ancient arrow sites, all of them. They're our sites. They were our sites. There are 7 of them that have been compromised, but there are 12 primary plus 24. So we're going to learn about what they are in this workshop. It's news to me, but I have a feeling they're connected to the Spanner gates, the Navajo gates. I just have a feeling. They're the one set of gates they haven't revealed the locations for, except for one.
So you're
They
talking
revealed
about
Spanner
24, and that corresponds to the 24 DNA and...
7. The 24 strands of DNA.
Yeah.
They use 12s and 24s a lot in things like Stargate configurations and that kind of thing. Usually there's primarily 12, and then there's various other increments of 12. And we have to find out what the 24 other sites are. So it's
Okay.
like, here we go again. I'm one of the people that really enjoys going to workshops because I like what I learn. Because I don't know the information before I go. I don't know if you know this about the presentations.
No, I didn't.
I'm lucky if I get an itinerary. I've walked into workshops and gone, well, it's the orientation night. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. It's one of those mystery workshops. Don't know what it's about yet. Don't even have an itinerary.
So
right?
you get downloads during the workshop?
All during, yeah.
Okay. And
And
how
then
do
I go
you
down and
remember
present
it
them.
all?
It comes through on a wave, and some
And
of it
they
sticks.
record it?
Some of it sticks.
Okay.
And diagrams. diagrams, many diagrams.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, but it comes through live. It's
Okay,
always live.
we're down to 3 minutes,
Again?
believe it or not. I don't know what happened to this hour.
I could probably
but-
talk forever.
Yeah. Okay.
What we found neat about these is the fact that, first of all, it was in direct response to the techniques that the guardians said to do. And they didn't let us know the first time, right? They said, just do these projection techniques and things. And it was a big surprise, right? And then they told us the calling, how to actually call them, and they showed up again. And they are the intricate ones and that kind of stuff. But it wasn't just like one person with a camera. This was like a whole bunch of different people, some of them the first time at a workshop, you know, saying, do I want to go to workshops or not, you know, getting orb pictures. And it was just like one of those little gifts, you know, from the universe kind of thing. You go, cool, we got orbs. We never looked for orbs. They found us. But now it's becoming important because we're learning a lot more about the orbs and what it means in relation to what needs to be done for 2012.
Okay.
You know, the teaching is how to become orb whisperers, as they say. And it's hilarious because, like, when we're doing the dancing and drumming circles, you'll see people be like, you know, dancing and stuff, and there'll be orbs like dancing up on their fingers and
That's
stuff.
lovely.
Yeah. This diagram was it's a close-up of a certain section of the maps that we showed you before that plug into the, you know, pictures that science draws of the galaxy and that kind of thing. It's showing our Milky Way system and the M31 that we're a part of in our probability set in our Vecca. And over here is the parallel Vecca. And over in this parallel Vecca there is a cluster of fall systems. That is the black hole system called the alpha black hole system. They've created, as you can see, these probability fields, these balls within balls, overlap each other, right? And in part of their natural configuration, that there is an overlap between them. Well, what the alpha system is doing in the parallel universe is using the Metatronic Atlantean Death Star Merkaba technology to reverse. If you reverse certain currents using that technology, you can harness a certain part of the field next to you and drag it in to your system, and that is what they're trying to do. This place in between here, normally they would just be normal pass-throughs, but this one is all convoluted with all sorts of implant structures that are wormhole structures. They refer to this as the dragon's eye. The word dragon comes in, actually, not because of big winged creatures, but there was a race that got involved with all of this very, very far back in time called the Dragoon. And the Dragoon races took sides over which sides of the fallen ones they were going to side with, and the Dragoon races ended up with some of theirs fallen, trying to help the others, and then you ended up with ones that wanted them all exterminated, ones that wanted just the one side exterminated, ones that just wanted the other. So the dragon races are actually the Dragoon race line. It is a reptilian-based race line, reptilian crossed with what are called equerry. And equerry are a group of the ones that originally were called aquery before they fell. The aquery are from the Aquarian matrix that are the hosters, the ones that are helping here. Some of them incarnated into the falling matrices to try to assist, and a group of them had, this is ancient, way, like, you know, a couple billion years ago, they got ensnared in one of the fallen angelic dramas, and they ended up falling, meaning they ended up in a fall system and they lost their ascension codes. And the distinction with them is they became the equerry, where they use the E instead of the A on the front. And
do they have a memory? Will they have a memory of when they weren't fallen?
It depends on the fall, honestly. It depends on, because the blank slate technology, when this thing does its whole thing, it just completely wipes you clean, where you don't remember anything. You wake up and it's like, yeah, just born here. What am I? Who am I? Where am I? That kind of thing. There are, because that happens when the transition of that fall occurs, because there is a final point of transition when the Death Star Merkaba activates and literally rips you apart and drags you into another field and then kind of assembles you in a facsimile on the other side. There are almost like time capsules that they leave for themselves, so they can refine the memory, and when you refine it and discover it somewhere else, it puts that memory back in. So they will get a facsimile of the memory that, you know, that they would have had otherwise. But the fall codes, once the Metatronic activations in a body have taken place to where those Merkaba fields have activated to a 55 spin or higher, 55 or higher, there's no turning back for the gene code at that point. The consciousness is trapped in that body, and the only way out is a hosted bardo, which means when the body does its natural death thing, it would need help, the consciousness, just getting out of that body, and it would have to go through a rehabilitation process of that Kali Rama path of step back. and have to come back out and reincarnate into the matrix again to, to try to get back into the ascension thing. So.
Okay, and I'm also going to ask you at some point about what are beings that are like artificial intelligence, but they are not, they don't incarnate. They're, in essence, clones without souls, without, you understand where I'm going with that?
I think so.
So because we understand that the dark side is using a lot of those, and actually, sorry to bring this up, but the Wingmaker material talks specifically about a race of, in essence, they call them robots, which are, you could be calling them androids or whatever, that are actually, according to that material, we're on the way here. So, at some point, I'd like to address where those
They're
beings,
already here, first of all.
Okay. Go ahead.
If you had to pick between the two, the Cordium and those guys,
yes,
you'd probably want to pick those guys, not the Cordium.
Okay.
Both of them, one's as bad as the other as far as their intentions and what they're up to. But yes, there are a lot of different races who have gone in that direction in an attempt to preserve their finite lifespans, where they started with transferring consciousness from an old and dying body into a new cloned body, cloned off their own, just make another copy. But the copies get weirder and changed every time, just like a photocopier copy. You copy after copy after copy, and eventually you say, what is that? Right. Well, there are races like that. Some of them are already here. As far as invading, I think they're watching too much Caprica. But, yeah, seriously. Because in the beginning, that's how it started, before the Galactica series. That's actually something that is, they're showing some of this drama in those series on TV. But as far as, we've not been, our team has not been warned about anything like that, as far as worrying about that being a problem.
Okay.
It's if it is, it's small compared to the rest of the things that are on the plate right now.
Okay.
Because it's not going to matter much if anybody invades if it rolls in 2012, right, the planet, right? It's not going to matter much then, because that would wipe out life here. It's not going to roll, though.
Right.
It would have if the intervention wasn't given, like pole tilt roll.
I understand. Okay, so, and we can also talk about that. We can talk about, in other words, what was planned in terms of, are you talking about a pole reversal? Are you talking about a pole shift in which the planet itself would roll?
Crust spin.
I'm sorry?
Crust spin.
Crust spin, yeah. And that was planned for 2012, apparently. And you're saying it's been stopped?
Postponed.
Postponed, yeah, until 2027, is it? 22s?
No, that's 2230.
2230,
yeah.
Okay. And then what's going to happen instead?
We'll talk about that when we get through these pictures, because these pictures will help understand what we're walking into in the first place, or what we're walking around on in the first place. And once we once we can understand that, then we can talk about, okay, what do you do about that? Especially when they're going to try to activate it and make all of this stuff happen in 2012. There are certain things. I mean, we have really strange titles to some of our workshops. We've got Mirror in the Sky. We've got Orb Fest here. I mean, but they all mean something. There are very specialized grid dynamics that we are being taught, so we can anchor the frequencies here of the things that are actually creating buffer fields for some of this. And it's actually the fields that we're helping the Guardians to anchor. And they'd be able to anchor it alone if they were here, but you need an anchoring rod. And that's what our shield, we call it a shield, the group shield, anchors here the frequencies they send in, and they're actually giving a counter pull, so their 55 activation on the Merkaba can't go all the way in 2012. Because if it did, it would spin something called the planetary rods, and we'll see what they are in a little bit. We have a rod and a staff. Actually, we have two rods and a staff on the planet, and they are key energetic configurations. They have to do with vortices and things like that. Okay. And they have made by moving the rods before, they have, they moved it from like Pangea to whatever the next stage was to the next stage. It breaks the crust, and it shifts it depending on what ways you pull the rods. And you have extinctions and things happen on the surface when they do that. They're planning to move the rods again in 2012, and we're not the little people on the ground. We're just helping the Guardians to anchor it, but the Guardians are going to stop that temporarily. They can't prevent it, but they can hold it off long enough to when the gates close. When the gates close, they have to pull their energy out. When they pull their energy out, that Merkaba is going to activate. And the Metatronic Merkaba the Death Star will activate on this planet, or what's left of the planet by then. So that's why evacuation
Okay,
can be
and
a good
that
thing.
is sparking more questions, but I'm going to let you go on.
Okay. Right. Okay, anyway, so that was the dragons. I just wanted to show you about that. That's in between our universe, which is really they call it the metagalaxy. It's our metagalaxy, Milky Way, and M31, and the parallel. And as the parallel is the alpha system that has the black hole systems there that have wormholed their way through into our system that are trying to pull our system down as quantum food. Okay.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
Next one. Go on quick, great.
This one is
Yeah. It gets into the interesting stuff now, a little closer to home, because we kind of started high in structure, right? And now we're working down. All right, now, so we went from the galactic level, metagalactic level. Let's go down to the solar system level. This diagram shows the natural structure of an organic living solar system. Notice everybody has this little funny shape called, it looks like a Star of David or six-pointed star. That is a Merkaba star. All right, it implies a Merkaba field, which would be a three-dimensional, star tetrahedronal field around them. All right, and there would be, they come in sets of 12 planets. They have specific relationships, ratios, and sizes in relation to each other and in relation to their center sun. Every one of them have gates in the center. Every one of them has a central staff of energy that it rotates around. And it has two rods, one coming out, well, the rod comes out this way, and then the chamber comes out front to back. Right? The sun would have the same thing. They all have their north pointing up and their south pointing down, right? They each spin on their axis at a reciprocal rate to each other, and their rods and chambers pass through each other and spark, because the rods can be very, very long energetically. So even though the stars and the planets may be long distances apart, the energy fields that their rods and are sending would interface, and when they interface, they spark and they generate quantum. And there are certain periods in the natural breathing cycle, or expansion and contraction of energy cycle, where there's these wonderful arches that take place between the sun and the tops of its planets, and then the planets and the bottom of the sun. It's called the solar symbiosis cycle, and it's a natural living structure of a living solar system. And it generates its own quantum, and it expands and contracts, and all of the planets would have a chromosphere. They would look like stars. That doesn't mean you couldn't live under the chromosphere, but from the outside they would look like stars. And our system started out this way after the fall from Terra. It was actually taken, the remnants of Terra were taken back in through that Kali-Rama step back and reseeded, brought back out down in density 1 as this solar system. So that's how we did the fall from Terra. They actually pulled us back in through the Kali-Rama path and pull us, rebirth this system back out. And it was rebirthed back out in its natural configuration. So that is a natural solar system, and that's what we used to be. Next one. In a natural solar system. Sorry. This is just showing, for instance, with each planet, the natural solar system, you'd have the solar rod, right? And this one would have, it's not shown on this diagram, but you'd have the rod of the planet, and they would exchange energy together, and there would be energy arching through the planet, and there would be energy arching up and down here. There's another diagram that shows it a little better. But this would be, notice the north axis would be the same. There wouldn't be an ecliptic, because the north axis on both planet and sun would be pointing up in the same direction. That means, now, there's something called the planetary shield, that it's an invisible a platform of energy, that is a deflection field that actually forms from the planet spinning, and it's part of the actual Merkaba structure, and it goes horizontal to whatever the vertical is. So you would have this one horizontal. It would be the same horizontal as this one, where they would just be spinning in the same plane. That allows for the natural energy circulation and exchange that's supposed to take place in the living system. I don't know if you've probably looked at places scientific representation of our system. It doesn't look anything like that. I think it's Uranus is on its side, whereas it literally rotates on its side. Now, when it's a living system, this would be the natural organic electromagnetic energy flow around a planet. This is called the Yanyan flow, and we have half a book, I think, dedicated to these. The Cathara 2-3 manual deals with these heavily, and it shows the formation of them, what they do. You know, these are the natural electromagnetic flows of a living, breathing system that has the capacity to, through its core, interact with other living, breathing systems around it. It's part of the natural structure. Now, this looks nothing like the electromagnetic fields we have around our planet right now, our magnetosphere and those things. All right, there's a reason, and we'll see that in a minute. When a planet's doing what it's supposed to and a solar system is doing what it's supposed to, it goes through periods where it actually, the whole system will disappear because the two Hara bodies that its vector is, you know, it's manifesting within, will pull into the center, recharge, and come back out again. When they recharge, the planets and the whole solar system will go into this configuration of light body, spirit body structure. It's called the chariot of fire. And it's literally part of the ascension vehicle. It's not the whole thing, but that's showing some of the dynamics involved in it. Now, we used to be an ascension system. Notice in the chariot of fire, there is that Merkaba structure again. Now, this is just a simple Merkaba structure. It's a biveka, which means it has one cone going down and one cone coming up. There's much more complex structures. But this would be the natural kind of thing that if this was a living, breathing system, and same with the galaxy would have the same type of interaction. The galaxy does not have its galactic plane is tilted. Things are tilted all over the place in the galactic plane, and our solar system is in the same position. The natural ones have these configurations. The flat plane, the solar symbiosis arches, you know, with the breathing between them, the ability to go into chariot of fire state. This little diagram here that's on the Cathara grid shape, right, that core template shape, it has, at 45 degrees, it has two of its petals. We call this the lotus, right? These are lotus flows, they're core flows, and they allow for actually movement of, on these flows, you have a series of spheres, actually, and it allows for the movement of the spheres, so they spark, they generate quantum, and then they open up again. So it's a self-generating system. It's a perpetual motion, continually living system. All right, here again are the Yan-Yan flows, the natural ones, the natural Merkabic structure with a straight shield, deflection shield, and natural Merkaba. So that's what it's supposed to look like. And let's go back to the solar system level. This is a bit messy because I never had this one typeset, but at the moment, this is our solar system. In the center there, you have the inner planets, right? We'll look at Earth in a minute as far as how it's sitting in its solar plane that gives us the ecliptic and all of that. This is the Oort cloud that is, you know, out in space around our system. What should have been Nibiru, our 12th planet, not our 10th, it was our 12th planet. I believe Chiron was our 11th, and then Pluto, and then where the asteroid belt is, there was another one called Maldok, and that exploded. So this is a mess. This solar plane is twisted here where you have Pluto's orbit, right? That's already going wacky out this way. Then you have Nibiru that actually comes in, I forget, I have the date somewhere, every 3,600, something like that, years. On the other end of it, there is another, it's an artificial body that was actually created by squashing together fragments of planetoids and things, and partially pieces of the moon as well. This one is called Wormwood, and it was meant to counterbalance the orbit of this, and they go in and out of the density 2, I think, Sirius system. I think that's where they said it was. I have it written down. I haven't done the Nibiru stuff in a long time. But it's literally a cycling machine that was their watchtowers here. And it wasn't just so they could come in and watch us every 3,000 years or, you know, see new information. It was to counterbalance this one. On this one, we have over here, what is the name is on here? I haven't looked at these names. The Maitreya moon. And up here, I believe, was the Clarion. These were other bodies taken from elsewhere to create this. They literally created this. These are beings that are moving planets. They're moving stars. They're like, we're worried about little grays? Seriously. At this point, whatever, go ahead and abduct me. You know, jeez, you'll be sorry. I'll fight back this time. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, the thought of the scale of what is going on here, this is not natural. We don't see this one yet. It was due to come back in, actually, not Nibiru. Nibiru is not due for, I forget, it's like a couple thousand years still. But Wormwood was going to be coming back in Fortunately, Wormwood in 2003 became Wormwoods because it was shattered. It was going into the orbit of parallel Earth at the time, because the parallel Earth is connected in here, the orbits of that, which we'll see later in other stuff. But it was at least shattered, but it is still a massive asteroid belt, or not belt, but mess. And it still potentially can come back in. If it does, it creates total havoc when it comes in. These orbits come in, I believe it's between Mars and Jupiter, I think, is where they pass up. And it causes a bit of havoc on the system. When full rip is allowed, where they come in at a certain level of density, because there's a way they play with the dimensions here where they can bring them in without totally tipping the system, without, you know, totally wiping out the solar system. That's why they've been able to do this cycle before. But when the full gates are open and they allow this in a stellar activation cycle where they're activating the 55 Merkaba, it will actually, these will be used to flip the whole plane and drag it in. And they're literally, I don't know what kind of game you would call this, but they're literally using very advanced physics.
So are you saying that they're all artificial bodies? Are you saying that Nibiru or
No,
Wormwood,
that was one of the natural planets, or
that was
stars
natural.
from this, yeah.
Okay,
When-
what
once
about
Earth-
Wormwood?
No, that was created. I think part of it were pieces of the moon and something else. I remember they told us about that a while ago. The moon is not a normal body either. That's artificially created
Yes.
as well. And because it keeps certain things at certain spin rates that they have to keep in order to keep the vortex connections to the wormholes. And that's why this whole thing is done. That's why our solar system is such a mess, because they were creating wormholes.
Okay, what about a brown dwarf? Is there a brown dwarf in there?
Possibly. I know there's white dwarfs, like Sirius B. Brown dwarf. It's possible. I would have to ask them.
Okay, so the other axis that you've got there are two other planetary bodies.
Yeah.
What are they called?
This one they call the Maitreya moon.
Okay.
And it was like a long time ago, a number of years ago, that they gave this particular information. So it's probably somewhere back, either like in the writings or on the videos, where they explain, you know, what is Maitreya? You know, where did that come from? Because some of this stuff they actually dragged in from the parallel system to, you know, to counterbalance it. Clarion, this one up here, it was related to, I think it was a piece of the other one that's, what was that? There's Clarion and there's the other one that was a normal part of here, Chiron. All right, so you have Clarion up here that I think was a piece of Chiron. Chiron used to be one of the normal ones, and I think it was, you had Nibiru, Chiron, it was 11. Chiron used to be 11. But what's called Chiron now got stuffed down in here. Part of it got broken off, became the Clarion thing that they're using up here. And you have one of these controlled by the Wiesa-Dex black hole system, which was the Wiesa matrix that I had pointed out on those maps. You have Wiesa-Dex and Wiesa-Drax, and they don't like each other. They're fighting. You have the Anunnaki and the Omicron Draconians. They don't like each other, and they're both fighting. And then you have Wiesa-Drax that like the Draconians, and you have the Wiesa-Dex that like the Anunnaki. I mean, it's hilarious. It's sad. It's really just sad. But there are a whole bunch of groups on each side of this polarity drama. Then you have the Christics sitting in the middle going, oh boy, you know? Like, we're not fighting with anybody, but you know, what do you do when everybody's hell-bent on destroying each other? Because that's what's been happening down here for eons. So anyway, this is what our solar system looks like up here. This artificial, it's like a wobbling orbit. It's not just our planet that wobbles. There is actually a wobble created in the solar plane itself. It's actually taken the solar plane where it doesn't sit flat in the galactic plane anymore. I think it's at around a 45-degree tilt to the, you know, to the galactic plane. And it also created this thing here that through the core, and especially in the closer to the core planets like Earth and the Sun, it has harnessed how fast things spin, which means it's harnessed the time pulse. So through this device, they have been able to progressively get control over how fast things spin, so they can synchronize the spins of things over here with the things that they're trying to merge them with on the parallel side. It's a bizarre and fascinating and horrifically morbid technology, that star technology. Now, what that creates on a planetary level, when we look at our poor little Earth sitting in the middle of this, and it's not just that this has happened on the solar level. They've also put the same type of mechanisms in the planetary core and in the Stargate systems here to create the same effect, to plug our planet into that whole system. They've done it on the other planets too, the ones that don't have anything that has its axis that's not tilted the same as the Sun. is either in its normal place and the sun got tilted, which is part of the case here, or it's not in its right place, because they should all be sitting on a natural, vertical and horizontal plane with each other. This is what we have right now. And like the science tells us this is normal and this is natural. Wow, our planet's tilted about 23.5 degrees and it does this cycle called the precession of the equinoxes. And we've got the ecliptic shield that cuts through. The sun's shield is here and ours comes here. This is totally twisted. Our planet is tilted. This messes up its entire system. It's not just tilted. This one here shows at least a relatively normal-looking cathara grid inside. There's a whole set of unsacred, not sacred geometries that go with the Death Star Merkaba stuff. It has to do with the shapes of the flows, where before we had, I talked about those, the arms the petals that stood out like this, and they're at 45-degree angles, and they phase and spark and generate quantum, right? There's another one that has them pulled down like this, where they look much more like a flower. We call it the daisy of death, or the bloom of doom, but they're phase locked, where they can't phase, and that means they can't generate quantum. It means it's a planet that is dying because it can't breathe. And that's one of the things, and it constricts the cathara grid at the center. And so something, I think we have one that shows that. What that also does is create a bulge at the equator where it squashes the natural spherical shape down.
Is there also a correlation with the cross? In other words, the actual symbol of the cross reflecting what is in essence this frozen inability to...
Yes, yes, and even more. That has to do with the mutation of natural Shalaya light units into forcing them into the Vesica Pisces dead light unit configuration, the sign of the cross. Yeah. The original cross has perfectly equal, and it's called the ruche, and it has perfectly equal. I think the Celtic cross is the closest you get these days as far as symbology.
And it fits inside a circle, in other words, because then it's...
Yeah, I don't have mine on. Anybody have one on? It's one of our sacred symbols. So this is, right now, we have, this is all part of the mechanics of the Death Star Merkaba technologies. We have the unnatural precession of the equinoxes. This is called the sextant shield. It's actually it's a distortion shield of energy that keeps those vortices spinning at their tilted angle. It keeps us aligned with, we flip between being aligned with Polaris, which we are in that phase now, and flipping back into alignment with Vega. And we just keep cycling back and forth and wobbling back and forth in the precession of the equinoxes, and they're not normal. They just released when was Ireland, November last year? They just released some, October, yeah, they just released some fascinating things about the old pagan rites and stuff, and what this actually has done in its relationship with parallel Earth. This was done for a reason. The cycles of the equinoxes and the solstices have to do with alignments between parallel Earth and here, and between parallel Earth and the center of the Milky Way galaxy, the black hole there. And that's what we're looking at coming up on in 2012. And that's why 2012 was, the Mayans got the word it was going to be the end of times and those kind of things because of the dark road. Yeah, the dark road, all right. So these things, these configurations that we're seeing, the sextant shield is not the natural clock or shield, the natural spin ratio that you would have for the planet on its axis. They actually have been accelerating time for the last 13,000 years to make it faster so it would catch up with the parallel antiparticle universe so they could merge them. And it means our days have gotten shorter, our spin has gotten faster as far as on the planet and that kind of thing. There's other aspects to this that are created by this technology, and all of these go together, right? Like when you see one, it implies the others. Mm-hmm. This is our poison apple. This is the net field. Okay, now part of the poison apple isn't shown here. I'll show that on this one. But this is literally a containment net. It is a Shona, which means that made of biveca light units instead of living light units, containment harness. And this is what the Death Star Merkaba actually creates around a planet, a system, or a body. When you work those Merkaba mechanics, this is what you're creating. It's a torsion field that constantly circles energy in on itself, but does not have a connection to anything outside of itself, except of what it can feed off at its center from its core. And this is there are 3 levels of this that actually move in Earth's atmosphere, and they can literally control. One of them runs through like the magnetosphere area, and actually there's 3 others down from that, so there's really four major layers of this. It controls, it reminds me of that whole thing where we control the vertical, we control the horizontal. Remember that show that used to sit, I think Outer Limits or something used to say that on TV? Well, it's kind of like, yeah, they pretty much do. All of these net systems are plugged into things like the HARP machine. And I'm sure the Hadron Collider has something to do with activating all of these too. I heard they just had their first good test yesterday or something. Yeah, this week. Good timing. Right. Full activation. Yeah. So these net fields are responsible for literally wiping out the DNA. Science has already figured out that DNA is sensitive to a couple of things. It's sensitive to radiation. That can destroy DNA. It's sensitive to magnetism, electromagnetism. You mess with the magnetic field, you mess with the DNA. That, just like it's blocking the natural currents and flows that would normally come into the planet, it does the same thing to the biologies on this planet. This is why we have no memory. It's wiped it right out of the DNA. It's actually still in there. It's in junk DNA. It's in pieces. That's what we're working with the technologies that the Guardians have to reassemble. And it does it through controlling the epigenetic overlay, which is the chemical sheath the science is just learning actually triggers how genes will behave in the DNA. Right? So it's a combination of both. But this is why we have no memory of our race memory or any of that. And this is what is holding the mutation in the body. Right now, our own biofields and the biofields of the life forms on the planet carry all of these same mutations. We carry these, we carry the wobble and vortices, we carry the phase-locked, bloom of doom in their flows and all of that. And if we are going to ever get out of here while we have time left where the gates are open, it's amazing the gates are even open or even still usable after all of this, but we need to reverse mutate our bodies. And we have been working for 10 years with that. We've worked through the light body layers. We've worked through the spirit body layers. Now we're into something called the Ajay body layers. That they're kind of, the Ajay body is interesting. It's like a combination between the spirit body and the light body and the atomic body, that once you master that, it allows you to actually do the transfiguration and turn into light. And the first stage of that is called glide, where you learn to bilocate, where you put yourself into orb. And you go elsewhere and bilocate and then come back. But you still leave a body here. The second stage is what we're working on now, is called translocation, where you get to the point where you can do a certain level of transfiguration of a certain quantum of your atoms into light temporarily, so you can go visit elsewhere and take your body with you, but you will still be keyed to the space-time imprint or encryption of this planet until a certain other thing happens, right? So that's called a slide 1. The third thing is called slide 2, or span. That's called where you learn how to not just translocate, where you're going to visiting and then come back, but transmigrate, where you actually can be free and you do not have to come back here, you don't have to incarnate back here. That has to do with releasing something called the Vibhati cell. That is the donated quantum from the egg and sperm of your parents. That was not your spirit body encryption. That has to be released before you can be freed from the space-time location in which those two things came together. It gets released as what's called Vibhati dust, right? So there's this whole process, anyway, involved with it. While we have this going on, we are literally, the planet is keeping us mutated because the visitors are keeping the planet mutated. And at this point, good luck fixing the planet, because look at the solar system, look at the galaxy. This problem is going on all the way up into the galactic level. And there's a certain point where the quantum that is going down is larger than the quantum that can pull it back. And that is what's occurring, and that's why there's 200 years left on the gates, as far as 200 years Earth time.
Okay, but isn't it true that the planet is a being?
Yes.
And also is going to be able to escape this?
It chose the path of Kali Rama, which is the step-back path. Right?
So
Instead
it's
of the
going
path
to
of fall.
implode and then re-emerge.
Yeah. It'll go back into that middle density that happens to be called the edons. Out here, the density. Remember when we? I don't have one really. Yeah, I do. On this graph. Let me get my stickies out there too. When we have the Hara bodies, right? And we had the core, the inner, the middle, and the outer domains. They each have names. This outer domain area where we are now, where we're experiencing the Kali Yuga, that is called a radon, right? And this one is called an edon. And then this one, the inner one, is called an adon. And the core is called, what is it called? I can't even remember this. It's been so long since I taught this. It's the core. Leave it at the core. But anyway, you've got the dawns, right? So this is the Garden of Eden, right? It's the step back to where it is innocent and pure. When you do the step back, it clears anything off your encryption that didn't belong there in the first place. And it's literally, they call it passing through the ring of fire in order to get back into the purity, and then you get to come back out again and try again. Or at least you get to try again.
But I also have a question, was where is Tara in this equation? Because
okay. All right, well, part of Tara is what we're sitting on, or the solar system is part of Tara. The other part of Tara is when we look up in the sky and see Alcyone, the star Alcyone in the Pleiades cluster. All right, that is the remnant of what Tara was. So if you take Alcyone and take the quantum of this solar system here, minus the few bits that they put in that didn't belong here, that weren't from here, and you put all that quantum together, you would have had Tara.
Okay,
in density 2.
But my understanding was there was going to be, that once there's an ascension group that's going to leave here and go to Tara.
That was before the Bridgestone project failed.
Oh,
That failed in 2003.
I see.
So at this point, the Voyagers books, you would not believe what we have been moving through since that. We're on mission upgrade 44, 45. Yeah, I have a list of them somewhere. Yeah, where they at? Yeah, just because it's amusing to look at. Right, where you just see, oh my God, there's been that many mission upgrades. First, there was the attempt to salvage. This is all the stuff they're trying to do before the thing happened with the sun. Once that happened, there's nothing that can be done at that point. But we still have ascension, but it's like the fly by the seat of your pants. Keep these gates open, and you've got 200 years to get anything that's going up out of here. And that's what's happening at this point. So Voyagers was written 10 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah. A lot has happened.
Okay, so, but my mind's going too many places at once here. But if they're not going to Tara, and maybe you're getting to this, then where are they going? And are they going back to Alcyone or jumping where? Or is that, they're making up their minds?
They're going home. There's a few steps to get there. M31.
Oh, okay.
Andromeda Galaxy.
Oh.
That's
all
where
right.
we're aiming back. But there's a few steps in between. The first set of steps has to do with something simply called higher Earth. We're in the lower Earth planes. There are a set of planes that are still in predicaments. They're still connected to this mess that we've been looking at. But they're in much better shape. They're not under the net. And that's the first stage, where we go to higher Earth. Then there's a level beyond that that's still part of the Earth plane's quantum that's called median Earth. Then, if we go back to remembering when they were telling us about the history of how they seeded the Amente rescue mission in and created a solar system, there was a host star here that Amente Earth had been seeded into, and that was called Ashayana. So that will be the next stage. And from Ashayana, we'll move through there's another layer that has to do with the level of energy called the Iridanus layer that we don't really have to get into because it gets very complicated as far as different types of energy. But it's another set in between before we get to Eartha in M31. But that is where we're going. And from there, that's where originally the encryption here emerged from. From there, you can go where you want, basically. Mm-hmm. But it's a process of re-evolving back to where we can do full Christ star evolution on our own, because right now we're being hosted, we're being given frequency to support us in the process until we can hold that frequency ourselves. So Tara was where we were aiming until the Bridgestone project failed. And at this point in this system, since those books were written, there were intergalactic wars that were taking place here that involved what was called the Eka. And the Eka is, if you remember the maps that showed one Cathara grid and then 4 of them together with the thing at the center, right? Mm-hmm. The thing at the center is the Eka. That's a little Cathara grid, and that's like they call it, well, for Earth it would be like the inner Earth would be there and that kind of thing. It wouldn't be in here. It's actually up there. It's like a high level. That actually fell in one of these wars. Ekas can fall. The Akasha above it can't, but the Eka did.
But what happened to the beings that were there?
They've gone into various places. Some of them are in the state of here. They're doing evac. This whole system, the VECA system, is actually being evacuated. So going vertically, the usual way, wasn't an option anymore. That's why they had to take us from just going into harmonic Merkaba states or harmonic ascension states into transharmonic, where we could actually go through and in into the like the Edon domain. There's a space between the radon and the Edon. It's called the Aurora Continuum. You have to have a transharmonic Merkaba ability to be able to go through there and then come back out again someplace else. So that is the technologies they're teaching us, because vertical is not an option anymore unless you want to end up in one of the wormhole sets going on into the fall. So it's been a really rough trip since the books were written, actually. But we're all still standing, and the Guardians are still giving us the information. So I'll probably leave on a happier note, though.
Okay.
Before we do a break.
That's okay. Well, let's keep going.
It's not much happier. Okay. As far as the poison apple fields go, this one shows the shape better. Right? You have that net field around it, but see that little shape right there? Looks like an apple.
Yes.
That's the shape of our magnetic fields, the basic shape of our magnetic fields, even though
there's a
flux
crop
all
circle
over.
that looks like that.
Lovely. Hi, Metacon. Right. This thing here, right? A lot of people are using that as their logo these days. Right. Yeah.
And that
is the phase-locked arcs that can't phase. With the constricted, if you look at, you can look at this more closely if you want to. You can see the difference. There's two catharidrids there. One, the artificial tree of life, which is taking the natural proportions and pulling them in, where it actually squeezes it, and that changes the shape of the sphere and gives you a bulge at the equator, like our planet has, because that is the configuration our planet has in light body right now.
interesting.
And this is also connected to something called Metatron's cube and something called the Fibonacci spiral.
And what is this center bit right there in this? The dark. Is that a black hole or?
No, that is another one of their twisted, we call them Cathara centers, but we know that on our grids these are actually stargates, right? Right, let you take this down into the planet, and that's where you got Stargate connections, have Stargate connections, right? And these are twisted ones. So these would line up with the Stargates that interfaced with the Amenti gates to harness the Amenti gates. So that's just one of them here. But if you look at that, if you look at the teachings that goes with that logo, you'll be amazed to see how it fits and relate when it sits next to what eternal life creation is. All of the shapes that they've showed us how they fit together, what the processes are that they work from. They don't just say, here, there's a that. That's a sacred. Why is it a sacred? It does what? Right? They've shown how the pieces fit together, what the processes are, and then they've shown how those things, what they do to that structure. And so, anyway, there's all sorts of pieces that show we've had to do this because this is what is taking down the planet, these dynamics, and people now practicing them again, just like in Atlantis. It's like Atlantis rising again. It really is. The same, how do we get in this predicament?
Very much
Look around you. Same way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gullibility on a certain level where, oh, sure, I'll try that, right? Not wanting to hear it if somebody's trying to say, maybe you want to think about that first. The same way that right now you have a whole New Age movement that was supposed to be a movement of enlightenment and everybody loving each other, being a bunch of backbiting people practicing anti-Christian mechanics that are harming themselves and harming the planet. How did that happen? Same question for Atlantis. How did it happen?
But there's also the misuse of crystals that I'd love you to talk about a little bit at some point if you are willing.
There's all sorts of really strange things being done with crystals. I think I'd probably rather get through this stuff, and that's kind of like that's kind of like orbs. Crystals, orbs, tarot cards. No, yeah, I like tarot cards. I'd like the designer deck actually. They're really good for just letting spirit comment to you, give you waking dream material back to you. Yeah. Now crystals are another subject, and we do take them seriously. They're very powerful beings actually. And they can be used in terrible ways. And right now, speaking of crystals, it was really funny because right around, here's around 2002, the Guardians were starting to teach us about the Nibiru and Diotic crystal bases that are here. They're subterranean crystal installments that were planted here and actually seeded from Nibiru and used to create, literally spike the grids to receive Nibiruan frequency and to receive wormhole frequencies and that kind of thing. Now, all of the crystals in the world, under our world, are like that, but some are. Right when we were being given this information, this lady appears in one of the workshops, and she says, "I've seen him. I went there." And she brought photos, and it blew my mind. Look at this. This is Leela.
Yeah.
She actually was one of the few that got to go down there.
Is that
she knew
like,
the scientists.
I think they're in Mexico?
Yeah, this Chihuahua. Yeah, and there's many others like that actually on the planet.
Okay.
But these are this one was one that was seeded. It's a Niberian cluster actually. Yeah. So.
But what happens to the people that go inside there, though? It must be pretty intense.
Well, if they don't die from the heat, right? It's like 107 degrees. Yeah, yeah, it's really bad. Frequency-wise, well, they were. You could do interesting things with those. Now they're not so bad because the guardians have worked in a way that has recalibrated them, because there's been a whole bunch of deals and treaties going on, because the ones that broke the original Treaty of Altair that was talked about in the Voyagers book, they found that they lost that round, and the other ones are going to take them over and take over their grids. So a bunch of them handed their grids back over to us and kind of, we'll be nice now. Right? It kind of comes down to a split between the Anunnaki and the Dracs, right? And on the Dracs you have Omicron Draconian, you have the other is Odedicron Reptilians, and a bunch of others. And then on the Anunnaki side you have the Tothian Anunnaki, which are like the snake people, and you have the Jehovian Anunnaki and a number of others. And then you have the Weeses taking sides. You have the Weesedax, Weesedax.
And what about the Syrian Anunnaki? Where do they fit in?
You have they can come both Jehovian. There's some Jehovian ones,
okay.
And like Nibirian ones are primarily Tothian, but not all. Anunnaki tend to hang together, and then the really fancy Anunnaki gene code are the Enochians, all right, where they took both Anunnaki groups and created a master race, right, gene line. All right, so the Enochian Anunnaki, yeah, they're usually high Illuminati guys, running around with 33rd degree pluses and things. Mm-hmm. But hey, it's cool. Yeah, it takes a village.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we could get into more detail on that, but I guess let's move on. Should we take a break now, or do you want to go to the end?
Why don't we take a break? Because I've hit that spot where we get into the planes of Earth, which gets fascinating, because this is where we get into the spherical maps and the vertical maps going up and down from the core up into the atmosphere. And we start finding out where we're going to learn to orb to, and eventually where that space is going to become physically solid as well as this space. So we'll be able to move through, and that's what our teachings are teaching us how to do. Go home. Yeah. This is a transposition of race identity look, right? Angelic humans look much more actually angelic. We're much taller. We actually have 6 appendages, 2 thumbs, an extra toe, and we're much taller and more fine-boned and that kind of thing. We come in all colors, right? All the skin colors, they were all created there to be first. There are people that were much more reptilian, that were in on the bioregenesis or helping the DNA to get its ascension codes back projects. So now you have like people that are part human and part reptilian, part human, part Anunnaki, part human, part draconian. Oh, it's just like Club Universe here, and that's okay. if we weren't all fighting and trying to kill each other. Because if you look at what is happening, what has been happening, our history on this planet, even the part we know, everybody's been trying to kill everybody else to get the land out from under them, or to take control of their power and, you know, disempower them. It's been horrible. And this has been about race groups that hated each other. Right? Okay, so you have 6 different races that are coming in for bioregenesis, and if you take them back to their home stations, wherever their ET places are that they're from, they hate each other. This one hates that one, and that one hates this one. Oh boy. And the agreement is nobody's going to hate each other. We're all going to be nice. We're all going to do the Christic thing here and learn to heal and let that go, and we're going to get our gene codes back. Yes, the good thought. Didn't work that easy because the others raided. As soon as some of their own that defected and came to get the healing of the gene codes, the parent races they came out of started coming in and messing with them and trying to get the human gene codes, because the human gene codes are priceless. They had the Diamond Sun DNA, minimum 12 strand. Some of them had up to 48 strands, but they didn't see those very often on the planet. So it has been a fiasco down here, but the Earth allowed this to happen. The Earth, as a being, allowed as long as time as possible. It allowed itself to be pulled into fall, but it will take the path of Kali-Rama a step back. It will not let itself be used and taken into as food into the black hole system. So Earth is cooperating with us. So we're at an amazing point, is what all of this is about, an amazing point in human history, but also in galactic history. And the decisions we make now, still, even though there's these huge influences that do interrupt our free use of all of our abilities to do whatever the heck we want and manifest anything we want. Yeah, we're dealing with a planetary field here that's a lot stronger than our individual fields are. So we have free will within the parameters of the framework we're in. But there are still choices we can make. We can still choose which path we want to be on and take the steps that are a part of that path. There are things to do if you don't want your DNA to go 55 Megatronic in December of 2012. They're not that hard. There are some things you need to learn. There are some things you need to learn to do with your light body. You need to know what the hell a light body is. You know, you need to know some of these structures. Yeah, you don't have to know every part and label every part. There's not a test at the end of it as far as, regurgitate the information. It's about getting the activations, getting your body healed enough to support your decision of the path you want to be on.
It's like heart-wrenching because they think they're evolved spiritual beings, and maybe they were at one time or whatever,
right,
or in other dimensions they are, but you could just see that they've got no clue what they're dealing with.
This is how Atlantis got to be what it was. It's that clueless naivety with a touch of arrogance added.
Yes.
That it's a lethal combination.
You would think those would be an oxymoron.
Yeah, you would think. Yeah, like they should repel like oil and water.
How could one happen with the other simultaneously? But actually, it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you know it all.
I mean, spiritual arrogance is a fascinating topic. That it's like a disease that goes throughout the community, and it's created a lot of problems with humans in between personal relationships, et cetera, and it comes in the strangest of guises. In other words, sometimes it looks like humility, but it's not. That's some of the most sort of insidious aspects of it. When it looks, oh my God, they're so humble and they're so sweet and this and that, and like they're the most diabolical character, and yet they don't even know it. This is where, and so you almost, it's funny because you can't get mad at them because they don't realize what they're doing. At least that's been my dilemma, with some of these people, and I my heart goes out to them because there's a being there who thinks they're doing the good thing.
And probably more than one.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Well, the other ones don't think they're doing the good thing. They know they're not, but they're doing a good job. Anyway.
Is it plugged in? Can you?
Yeah, I'm good here. We're all hooked up. Okay, so let's begin again.
All right, we're on to a part now. We were talking about the distortions in the planetary grids. I'll put this on just to start that sequence, actually. This is just a little both pictures put in one, where it shows the natural plane of a solar system the way it should be with the solar symbiosis, and it shows the twisted mess that our solar system is in, and up here shows the twisted mess that our planet is in as far as the grids and those things. Now, this information is built on understanding the base structures of what the planes are supposed to look like. We talked about the larger structures that were maps of the cosmos that show the interactive gate maps built on the Cathara grid and all of that. We worked our way down through the probability structures and the galaxy and everything, got down to here. The next thing we're going to look at that's key to where, not only where we are, but where we're going, is part of the structures that have to do with the Earth planes themselves. If you take one stellar body, be it the sun or a star or the Earth, there's a set of organic planes that are created, and they are based on, hang on the next one, they're based on a template that looks like this. Now again, we're talking spheres within spheres as opposed to just flat, flat things right on two-dimensional paper. This is called a Partiki body template, or a Partiki body. It is the dark matter body. This is the part that science plays with the idea of dark matter because they can see something creating an effect, but there's nothing that's here in matter that is creating that effect, so they call the matter that you can't see that's obviously affecting that the dark matter. There is actually a substance that is called dark matter. It differs in certain qualities from the matter that you can see, and there are templates built on it. They occur in a certain stage of the creation process, and they're all interconnected with the other structures we've seen. The dark matter template is actually the elemental command template. It is where things like atoms actually first start and where they're actually manufactured before they come into materialized form. And there is in the natural organic structures, the dark matter template has what are called 15 gelesic rings. They're called hydrogelesic rings. So you've got the rings are the spaces between the lines, and the bands in between the gelesic rings are called crystal spans. Or it depends on what level are these spans or rings or what, because we got rings and spans, and a different level of manifestation. They're called shields and fields. So you can think of it in terms of the fields of the rings and the shields of the crystal structures around them. This template becomes important in understanding when a materialized body such as the planet, because this would be the point that would correspond to the planet's core, and there would be certain dynamics in that core of the template that would materialize in atoms and in atomic structure as the core of the physical planet. The core has what is called a prana-seed in it, and there we had this whole long series of graphs explaining how it got there, how that grows and becomes what the template becomes what it is, and the purpose of the prana-seed. The prana-seed is supposed to open and close and spark when it does, which generates quantum, but also allows a direct flow of living energy between the dark matter template and the light body, spirit body, and atomic body structure. And that flow keeps the circulation going. When the prana-seed, when something goes wrong with the prana-seed and it is forced to close, it actually locks up, and that blocks the flow of energy into the dark matter template, and that starts what's called the Bardo process, or the death process, where ring by ring of the matter starts to pull away from the dark matter template, which means it starts to lose its core form-holding blueprint. Now, the sun has just gone through that on the 25th of March of 2007. And so it's in the process of having its rings pull away. The rings start pulling away from the inside, going outward. And I forget what ring we're on now, ring 3 or something like that. Yeah, because something. 2022 is ring 15, and that finally pulls. There is a gamma burst that comes from the core every time a ring fully releases. So far, they haven't done anything where solar flaring or anything. That could change. When it comes to a planet, this becomes very interesting, because in this template, and we'll see what it looks like in relation to the planet in a minute, but in this template, those 15 gelesic rings are broken up into, or form into sets of 3, and each one of those is considered a plane. All right, so there are 5 planes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, in this 15 ring structure. Right? And each of the planes has 3 gelesic rings to it. This becomes important when we start to look at planet structure. When we look at the planet, and if you took a cross-section, you have the core of the planet, then you have the mantle levels, and you have the crust, then you have the atmosphere, and all the stuff that goes up to the magnetosphere. Right? This template is actually the key to understanding what is where. And there's some very interesting facts that go with each of these geodesic areas, because certain areas have certain characteristics, not only of matter, like certain areas are liquid. That's why we have like liquid core. There are certain bands, number 4, 5, and 6, will actually be liquid aquifers. They're called aquifers. And there are, when we see this in relation to the planet, we're looking at just one dimensional level of one now. Each dimension, for example, a three-dimensional planet like Earth, it actually has dimension 1, dimension 2, dimension 3, and what is called its density template, or its density body, which would be the catheric level. So there's actually 4 levels. It would be 4 embedded templates. One, like if you take 1 and then times it by 2, that would be the next size, times it by 2 and the next size. It shows you all these overlapping rings, and in those, it actually gives you a map. If you take a cross-section of it, it gives you a map from the core going all the way up into the atmosphere of what is where, what energies it's composed of, and what doorways exist where, because there are pass-throughs that exist in certain parts of this. There also gives you, once you have the base structure of that, and you're on a planet that has mutations like this one does, with the twisted, the axis is twisted, the Merkaba fields are all a mess, that will show in the template, in the light and matter body template that forms, where the natural structures will have impediments in them that shouldn't be there, such as the net fields that we've talked about. So there are when we see this in terms of the planet, you'll see this structure, but times 4, where there'll be 4 of these, the next one bigger, the next one bigger, and then times 2, till we have 4 of them together, and that will give the planetary template of the planes. So in one dimensional level, you have the 15 layers, or 15 rings, and which make up 5 planes. So if you have 5 times 4, that's 20 planes. You'll have 20 planes in one density level of a planetary system. This becomes important because in certain areas in between these planes, there are platforms of consciousness that can be activated and are being activated that will allow for safe zone spaces. So eventually those places will actually open, and there will be an interface of planes between here and the hosting systems that we're going into, where eventually we will be able to walk through certain grids, and if your DNA is keyed to it, you will be able to see the other reality field and literally walk out of this one and into that one. And that is what we're aiming for. What we get out of understanding the base template of the Partiki dark matter template is we can first see how, by taking a cross-section of it, this is still just one-dimensional level of it, but just by taking from here to here, wherever one of those crystal bands, right, crosses the vertical center line, draw a straight line over from it, and it gives you the vertical cross-section. So from a spherical map, you can draw a vertical map, which means starting from the core, going up, you can see what's where at what bands. This becomes helpful once we have it all embedded into the 4 together, so we can actually see what's interfacing where. And there's some fascinating things that are up in our skies, around, besides the Van Allen belts. Because we know where the Van Allen belts are, and I haven't even looked up how far up they are, but that's known by science, right? The inner and the outer belts and the gap between. We can judge the distance of how far up what is, as far as doorways and those kind of things, because the Van Allen belts give us an actual, physically verifiable location to judge the rest. Is it up above it? Is that kind of thing. So these spherical maps, which we're in the process of working on. In fact, we're going to be doing more of those in this workshop than we have ever before, really. And the vertical maps. These are the keys to, if you're going to move into ascension, where's the first place you're going to go? First, you're going to have to know how to get out of here. All right, I found a Stargate, now what? Right? Where am I aiming for? People do astral projection all the time. Half the time, most of the time, they're going down wormholes and don't know it. That is not ascension. They are not stargates. There are ways you can use the facilities that we have organically. We have the organic ability to project out of body, and eventually we can get our DNA up to where we can actually take the body with us. But you want to know where you're going first. There are certain planes that are totally corrupted. There are certain planes that people, when they have, like, say, a natural death here, get stuck in because of the distortions in the light body structure of the planet. So when we start to see the planes, the vertical maps, we'll look at the spherical one in a minute. The vertical maps look like this, which is that cross section. But this is after putting 4 of those layers together. So you see where each of the Jalizic rings overlay, and so you have 20 dimensions interfacing. So you'd have the core, and these are the different things going all the way up. There are certain areas that interface directly, because we talked about before how this Earth has been a hot spot for all sorts of warring type of activity, because its relationship in relation to the galactic drama, where the star planet called Eartha in M31 Andromeda is directly linked to the host star that Earth was seeded into when it came back out, when it was seeded back out in the Amenti rescue mission, which was Ashayana. So you have Earth, Ashayana, and they connect through the gates directly into Andromeda. So they were actually, Earth was holding the galactic host for the Milky Way galaxy. That's why it's been never peaceful here. Terra was doing the same thing before it fell. So anyway, these up here, these upper planes that correspond with different layers, I'm not going to read every layer right now, but this stuff is out there, and it's it's in various different workshops actually. It shows you where the interfaces are, where up in our skies that interface directly with M31, where they are crossover points. There are certain things called aurora platforms that are in between, that are platforms that go through that space that I had mentioned. It's called the aurora continuum, that is between the outer domain radons and the middle domain edons, right? It's that transharmonic space. And the aurora platforms are there, and they are beginning to be activated now, because they will allow for a host that allow for ascension going through, and so that, because you can't go vertical anymore, because the gates up above have fallen. The Terran gates have fallen in the Pleiades system, and the gates up above that, the Gaian gates in the density 3 system, have fallen. This matrix is falling, and you can't go vertical because of that unless you want to end up in a fall system. So knowing where the plane structures are in our literally right here at home, this we don't have to go all the way out into the middle of the galaxy to find. It's right here, right here on our own planet with us. There are certain interface points where we have the liquid aquifers, we have the crystal core, then there's something called the flame field, which is like a thermal vapor. Then there's a void space, then there are the aquifers. And whenever you see the aquifers, they come in at the 4th, 5th, and 6th Jalizic layer in those templates. So they'll appear a couple times because you've got 4 of those templates now, right? So these are the deepest aquifers here. All of the aquifers will have these passageways, these natural passageways that are partially in the aquifer and partially in the lower mantle level above it. Mm-hmm. So there are doorways deep down there that you can learn to actually project through and eventually actually take your physical body through. There are what they call biomes in the middle mantle layer, and they are the crystal temples, and there are people who live there at certain angular rotation of particle spin. So we're not as alone on this planet as we think. There are negative aspects to some of these as well. They're not all positive, but fortunately there's a lot of positive ones. So up here, when we get up into the atmospheric ones, there are levels of the atmosphere, and again we have where the Van Allen belts are, so you can tell which planes are in relation to where the Van Allens are, that kind of thing. So these are the projection maps. If we're going to learn how to first bilocate and then learn how to actually translocate and take our body somewhere, it's helpful to know where the heck we're putting it. Because when we get to the point where we can do those things, it isn't going to be like, hop in a taxi and say, hey, take me to plane 4 over there, right? It's going to be literally a visualization process, and at the speed of thought, your fields activate and bang, zoom, you're there. That's how fast you would actually go through the gate systems. You wouldn't go, okay, now I'm going to step in the elevator and I'm going in the gate. It doesn't work that way. It's instantaneous and moving at the speed of thought. So anyway, the planes maps are very helpful. They're going to become more helpful as we
Okay, what about
move
the
into
Great Pyramid? Because it contains aquifer, as you're calling it. There's a liquid part of it in which you can supposedly ascend through, and they used to use it as an ascension chamber.
They used to use it as a wormhole chamber. I remember that pit, the alligator pit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there more than one, though,
Yes.
in the Great Pyramid?
In the Great Pyramid, I'm not sure. I remember a big one. I just have pieces of the cellular memory from times when I was there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was a female that hung around there on occasion until they killed me. I do have incarnational memory with that. It's not one of my favorite places. Actually, the real hot spot they haven't figured out yet is Saqqara.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's actually more under there, but there are direct portals under Giza. Gate 4 is in the Giza complex, and it used to. There was always a fight over that one. It was always
one of the Amenti gates.
Oh yeah,
it was.
Yeah.
So it is now interfered with.
Oh yeah,
and has been for how long?
Forever. It's actually where they moved the Ark of the Covenant passage in when around 9558 BC period, when the final islands of the Atlantean continent had gone under. That's where the Ark of the Covenant used to come down. That's a portal passage that goes from here all the way up to Andromeda, and they literally shifted it into Giza. And then, of course, Giza became a real hot spot to try to have the other guys take it away from you and use it for wormholes, which there was always fights over it. There were ways to open it that would lead to the ascension chambers, and there were ways to open it that would lead to the wormholes, and it was always very testy. But at this point, the Amenti gates fell in 2003 to wormhole control, the wormhole people control, which means the dark force, whatever you want to call them. I don't like to be insulting to them, but the self-serving ones, maybe, the ones, FAs. We just use that, fallen angelics, whatever.
Okay.
But yeah, Giza is intense, but Giza's gate it's taken over. It's one of the Amenti ones that's taken over. And we've actually had to recently assist the Guardians in bringing a portion of the Ark of the Covenant passage, literally shifting it back using acoustic Merkaba mechanics back to its old Atlantean location, which is now in the water, but it can come, there's an area where it can come down through, so we had a trip to Ireland that had to do with that.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so there is a portion of the Ark of the Covenant passage that is still secured, and that means there's a part of the race morphogenetic field that is still secured, that is not completely under control. If you read in the Voyagers books, it explains the things that are supposed to happen with the Ark of the Covenant and all of that stuff. Well, the blue flame that was coming down from Terra is now reversed, which means it's carrying the opposite, the reversed coding, which goes with the wormholes, because of what happened up in Density 2 and Density 3 in the last several years. So right now we are doing the silver flame activations, where the Guardians have pulled a portion of the race morphogenetic field, angled it, because it's still in the core, but they've angled it. So it's the passage that goes with it is no longer coming down there, so it won't receive the blue flame. It'll receive a higher level one that is called the gold and silver one flame, which is the one that actually allows the activations that will allow for the transharmonic as opposed to just harmonic activation of the fields in Ascension.
Okay.
So it's been very complex, like the dynamics.
Yeah, okay. No, but that's good. That's very good information. I do want to ask you, at some point they're talking about a Stairway to Heaven having opened up in Germany, and I'm wondering whether or not that's also a false stairway, so to speak.
I don't know, I'll ask.
Okay.
I'll set up the question, see what they say.
Yeah. I don't even know where I got that
They just
information.
commented, they said, we'll talk about that later, remember Transylvania? Right?
Yeah, because
Oh.
it seemed like an
There's
unlikely place.
there's another one in Romania or something, Transylvania, that has recently been found in the last number of years. Somebody sent me a book. Yeah, Sarah sent me a book on it because she wanted me to know about that, and I asked the beloveds. And these things are I think, these are connected to the things we're going to learn about in this next workshop, that are the 12 plus 24 of the ancient arrow sites that originally were guardian sites, but some of which got compromised. So I wouldn't doubt that it has something to do with that, but I haven't heard anything about it yet, but that doesn't surprise me. Half the time it's like, you just heard about it, and here's the dispensation. It goes that way. So we'll see if it pops up. But, if not, I'll put it on the list of ask them about that, and if they want to comment, they will, and if not, they'll say not at this time.
I don't think that this is a positive.
Yeah.
That was my understanding, is that it's been created, actually it's been created by governments that are working with probably with the Service to Self group.
Yeah. That would be my gut feeling on it too.
Yeah.
But I kind of put that, I call it File 13. I won't make a judgment on it until I get, direct from them or something, yeah. But I wouldn't be too hopeful, As far as all sorts of things like that, at this point, you're just going to go, yeah, right. Here goes another, FA activation. Yeah, great. Another wormhole's activated. Great. They're doing another big meditation. Oh, wonderful.
Well,
You
and
know,
they're
they're-
also, you know,
they mean
supposedly like an insider.
Oh.
They're selling tickets to, I mean, it's a crazy, you know, not literally selling, but, you know, for insiders and so on and so forth. And it's just a piece of information that I got. You know, I can't even remember where.
I remember one person who was doing these, you know, secret, big, important meditation groups with her ET channel people, and you were required to send hair for DNA. Like, went, no thanks.
That's not a positive.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, to each his own. I'll stick with my diagrams and the guardians. When we get through the structures that we were talking about in the vertical maps and look at this in terms, now this is just a black and white copy, I don't have this in color yet, but these are ones we're just actually bringing out in, we've brought out the material before, but the diagrams you could actually read because they're clear enough because they typeset them for me. This is showing the spherical map, right? And we saw the little one before that was just like a cross-section, right? This is showing the spherical map. And when you look at these more closely, I'm not going to analyze this here. There's other things that, you know, we've gone in depth, other workshops have gone in depth in these. But here's where you'd have the Van Allen belts coming in, right? So that gives you, all right, you know, that's up in the air. Coming closer down here, this is the D2 crust. That's what we're standing on. The D2 area, we're actually in D2, right? That's the telluric realm, and that is what we perceive as solid from the state of mind, the D3 atomic level. So we always see, you see as solid what is exactly one dimension below your state, right? And we are stuck in the D3 state because of the DNA, so we are seeing the D2 level as solid. So this is the D2 crust we're on. This is then you'd have the level of the mantles going down. You'd have the aquifers inside there. The crust level always shows up at the outer ring around the 9 level, right? And that always shows up at this point inside of one of the Cathara grids. And that applies all the way up. The mental body layer of the planet, this is the physical emotional body layer. The next one up would be the D3 grid, that's up here, and there would be the specific areas where the crust of the mental body is, where if you went into the atomic state of matter, that would be physical to you. If you went into D4 or even density level consciousness, which is one step up, you would see that as physically solid. Right? These are reality fields that are going on around us all the time, and they are populated as well. Right? And sometimes we get visitors from them. Not all of them are positive. They started out that way, but there are these things here. 1, 2, 3, and there's actually one that runs up in here. These are net bands. We've got the, which one's that? The Dermanet? Yep, the D1 Dermanet, which is an etheric net. That runs where, let me see what level is this in, because you can find exactly where they're running. Let me find my crust again. That's the D1 crust, sorry about that. This is D2. And this is a little bit blown up from the smaller map I was working with. Here's the D2 crust. That was the D1 crust I was showing you before. This is the D2 crust. The Dermanet runs literally halfway down in the upper mantle and halfway up to the ozone layer. All right? That is one of the frequency control nets that are controlling our DNA, our minds, that we're getting broadcast. You wonder where channels get their information from. Yeah, it's the intranet, actually, and that one's up here. That's the D2 level. That's up in the atmosphere, a bit higher than the ozone. Here's the ozone layer, and here's the thermosphere area, which is the inner atmosphere below that, right? So moving upward, we have the next net, and that's the intranet, and that's where the channels get most of their broadcasts from and all of that kind of thing. They're canned broadcasts, any of them. These, if you follow it around, where's the Van Allens? The inner Van Allen's there. So this is right on right in the beginning of the Van Allen gap, right? So it's showing you. You can tell where these things are, where they're coming from. This is what the HARP stuff is all about, and various things like it. They are getting these things activated to kick them up for full throttle when they try to roll the planet, and that's what they've been. All this technology has been trying to aim for, was that final extinction, which they're not going to succeed at yet anyway. Hopefully by the time they get around to being able to activate this Merkaba and making us extinct, we'll all be gone anyway. Right, bye. Took the spanner gates out. So up here we have, this is the one that corresponds with the next level, which is called the density grid. That's the catheric level of matter in the planes. This one is called the ego net, epigenetic overlay net. That is the one that controls the chemical sheath around the DNA that actually tells the DNA what to do. So these are the biocontrols that are being used. When we have psychotronic warfare and things like that, where we're getting zapped with stuff, I mean, these are the nets that are coming through. There's a whole other set of technologies on planet that go with this. It's called the Caduceus network, and it's a perversion of the natural structure of that figure-8 shaped Navajo gate. They've learned to tap some of the energy off those and twist them into the Caduceus shape, right, and run an artificial free energy system off it. And that's why we never got excited about the free energy system, because on the planet Earth there isn't such thing. It's siphoned energy that is being taken off the gates and helping to kill the planet more quickly because of the distortions on the planet. So there's a whole bunch of information that we were shown about how these systems work, how what the planet should look like, what the planes should like. We end up with more planes than we should have because they're split. These nets actually split the natural planes, which means you end up with a regular one and a reversed one. The reversed ones are called hibernation zones, where literally whatever quantum of matter was there, it was put on reverse spin, so it disappears from here. It's not there anymore, right? It went somewhere. It's in the same place, but it's on opposite spin, so it appears invisible. This is where you have places like Shambhala, Eartha, all the other little channel control matrices that have been working wormhole systems in interacting and controlling here. Olympus was another one, yeah. So all of these things, when they started showing us this, it was just like, oh my God, right, that kind of thing, you know. It was heartbreaking. I was quite just bummed out about it, but also excited about understanding the planes. And of course, they never tell us anything that's really, really depressing unless they first give us the antidote. They're really good with that. They'll usually tell you the good stuff first and then show you what needs to be done, and you go, oh, okay, and then, oh, by the way, and that's because of this. You gotta go, oh, yuck.
So
you know, where you might go, and not even pay attention enough to learn the good part if they showed you all of the negatives first.
But what's happening with those groups is that you've got their energy is going into those particular grids and being siphoned off, in essence.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And they're also being used as beacons to send energy in to the remaining grids here to control them. The people don't know they're being used that way. They're being used as energy conduits to help literally pull the planet into a black hole. And that's really sad, because most of the people who are being used in that way, it would be the last thing in the world they would want.
Right.
You know, because they mean the opposite, and that's really sad. But there's also a lot of the people in those groups that are actually incarnated out of the soul, the FA soul groups. Mm-hmm. And some of them, once a being incarnates, though, it has free will, even if it's out of a non-free will matrix, which is always a risk. When the FA groups decide they're going to incarnate and put their little soldiers on the planet, their soldiers might rebel when they realize, hey, we can make better choices. But they still have the DNA link, where they'll have a fight in their head. You know, one part of them pulling in this way, the other part that way. It's really, really difficult for people who are born with greater degrees of Illuminati gene code, because the Illuminati gene code is what plugs into the FA matrices. And nobody ever comes in alone here. We all have... Yeah, we came from someplace, and we all have family groups and that kind of thing. And if you happen to be out of an Illuminati family group that's a control matrix that doesn't give you free will and that kind of stuff, they will give you a hard time if you try to escape from them here, but that doesn't mean you can't, because you can. And there are certain things you can learn to do with your bioenergetic, I'm talking so fast, I'm tripping, with your bioenergetic field that will allow you to slow down their ability to push you and to make sure they don't come in your body and just take you over and that kind of stuff, because they can do that. And it's a pretty standard way of how Illuminati deal with their, you know, renegades. You know, they don't give them a chance to be renegades. So anyway, these planes are here, but they are the negative ones. The positive ones are here. There are these aurora platforms that connect into the aurora continuum. And we've been progressively giving technologies and techniques to work with our biofields and, you know, in our bodies and our various levels of our bodies to bring in the currents that will allow us to begin to be able to go into these spaces, or actually more so open up these spaces where they're in the same place as the other spaces, but you could have two people standing next to each other, one activated to this time wave and one to that, and they'll see completely two different things. Right now, we're all seeing the same thing because we're all stuck in the time wave that's being run by the Metatronic clock down here. As soon as this other time wave starts coming in, there will be another option. And if we work with technologies that bring that other time wave into our bodies, that's why they give us techniques. I mean, every workshop, there's tons of techniques. We must have thousands of techniques by now, I think. the progressively help to fix this part of the light body, then this part, piece by piece. We've been putting ourselves back together, But eventually what this will look like, what slide will look like, is you'll have yourself activated to a certain level, and you will see a gate, and the person next to you won't even see it. You'll walk through it, and you'll disappear, and they won't know why. That kind of thing. And you'll end up where you would, there's a place they're going to have that's actually called the mirror ball zone that we're going to learn about in this coming workshop, and I just know a little bit about it, but enough to know what its end result is going to be. There's going to be a place with the higher earth planes that we've talked about that are invisible to us right now because they're on the other side of the nets. They're free from the nets, and we just don't see those matter layers because of the nets. There's going to be a place where part of those planes blend with part of our planes, and there's going to be a blend field, and if you have the activated blended time wave, you will be able to see both and switch between them, which means you would be able to slide from one reality field to another. And that is the first step in ascension from here. The next step would be getting to the point where you could make it permanent. Because as long as your body is still partially running the time wave here, which means as long as you still have that cell donated by the piece of cell from your mother and your father, as long as that cell is still there and not released, you will be bound to the time frame of the planet in which that conception occurred. Right? So first we learn to slide, and then we learn to span, which is do the transfiguration and free that. So we are literally free to go into the living universe through the ascension passages. And that's what we're working on. It's the real deal. And I know it is. I remember teaching this in Egypt. I remember teaching this in India. I remember teaching this in Atlantis and in Lemuria and on Procyon. And other, it's the same thing we've been teaching over and over and over. It's the same thing that Jeshua tried to teach back then in the Jesus period. That was the person I call Jesus in these days. It was the same thing that before him there were people in India that were trying to teach. These are the teachings. They belong to everyone. There's not one religion that they're a part of. They're the original legions of the Christ, which were the original, not just the CDD plates. The CDD plates themselves were just one part of the translation of the universal knowledge. There's a higher level of those plates that are called the something or other Alhambra plates that are from M31, the Alhambra plates. And they're crystal discs, actually. They're just starting to release information from those. When the solar crisis happened and it went into evac, they started bringing in the higher level information that had to do with the spanners, gates, and all of that stuff, because you weren't going to get out on the regular level of vertical ascension. You had to do the go in between in the aurora zone.
Okay,
so it's fascinating.
Actually,
anyway.
I do have a question about the CDT plates, as you call them.
Yeah.
My understanding is that these are actually physical, or at least they're in the 3D world here on the planet, and that originally those plates were in Hawaii. They're hidden in Hawaii. Is that correct?
Not all of them. They're hidden in different places, but they would often take me to the Hawaii center they have. Well, through the Hawaii portal. It's actually the place they took me to is in the year 6,529 or something of Earth, but higher Earth. It's in the higher Earth planes. And before, when they were talking about it in the books, they hadn't made the distinction between the lower Earth planes and the higher yet. That came much later, after we had things like this to show, what switched in what direction. But that's where they were taking me, and it was in those experiences that they allowed me to hold them. So I actually felt them and knew they were real, so I didn't think I just dreamed it, that kind of thing, because I knew, I was like, I'm dreaming about it. No, you're not dreaming about it. You touched it. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Did I do it again? Yes. Right? Yeah. I haven't, I've had bilocation experiences so far with the crystal ones, the ones from Andromeda, but I haven't physically held one of those yet. But I'm excited. There's books that are supposed to come off those. The Kali Shatari book is going to be very special. It's the holy book from one of the holy book series from Andromeda, and they're holy because they explain our relationship with Source. They explain the paradigm that all of this is about, and this belongs to everybody. You can take it or leave it, but it is the way the universe works, and you can work with it or against it, and there's no big God that's going to get mad at you. If you do something a different way, or you go in the opposite, if you act in ways that are opposite to the will of Source, which was a loving will and giving free will, the universal matrix itself, just the energy dynamics it's set up on, to be eternal, will give you consequence to action. And if the worse your actions get, the worse your consequences are going to get. And if you end up with yourself in a black hole and you're going to go in space dust return, it isn't because God did anything to you. It isn't because somebody else did. It's because you got yourself a bit twisted in how you were acting, and you were getting the feedback. What goes around comes around. What you're putting out, you're going to get back. And there's nobody that can buffer you from that. You can, pray and do 500 Holy Marys, and it's not going to fix that. It's being able to hold the frequency, because whatever frequency you're holding and however you're acting and thinking and acting, like conducting yourself energetically, will be the consequence you get back. And there's really nothing that can stand between you and it. And that was the agreement coming into materialization for everybody the first time they came in from the God Source consciousness field. So there's no big, bad, angry God in the sky, which is nice to know. It's a relief after all the religions telling us there was. These also become flat maps, which of course would be maps like you would get, at the store, right? It's a globe turned flat, and they do have the Mercator adjustment, for the sphere kind of thing. So this, there's a lot on this. That's why it's a bit hard to see, but if you look closely, you can see it. This is actually showing where the old Atlantean continent was in the Atlantic Ocean there. It's showing where old Lemuria was, right there. It's showing a number of things. Here's the United States over here, right, in Florida down there. And here's Africa and Europe and stuff up here. All right. Now, these things here are interesting. This is the equator line, right? Now, if we look up here at the sphere, right, there's a little sphere up there representing the globe. The staff line is the vertical line, right? And that would be the axis that it's rotating on, the planet's rotating on. And then there's the chamber that runs front to back. And then there's the rod that runs side to side, east to west. These are all twisted up right now, by the way. They're not, like east is not east, west is not west. And we're upside down, actually, in terms of the natural, the greater maps that our universe is a part of. We're actually, like for Eartha, for example, Eartha is still in its natural position in M31 in relation to the larger maps that's a part of. Its north plugs into the center points, and that's where those Cathara grids come in. The north, the top is north, is true north. Eartha in M31 still has its north in the north position. Our north is actually our south. We're literally upside down and then shifted 23.5 over. So it was 180 plus 23.5 shift. But to us, walking around on it looks like, yeah, that's up, that's north, right? So that's what we work with here. We went through a whole series of things that showed the twisting and distortion of the rods in the chamber. Where is the front of the planet? Where is the back? Where are the true sides, right? We have this thing called the Greenwich Meridian that everything seems to be based on. This has to do with there are natural chambers that should run front to back, and natural chambers that should run east to west. And these are all twisted as far as the numbering that has been put on here. These triangles here would be, now if you took that sphere and flattened it out, right, there are 4 points on that sphere where those rods and chambers come through, right? So you would be able to chart them. They come out along the equator line. If you looked at that, like I just put it in an angle so you could see that there was 4 chambers, right? So there would be 4 opening points. They're called fontanelles, where these chamber energies come through, the front and the back, the sides, and also the top ones. So there are 6 fontanelles on the planet, 1 on top, 1 on bottom, and 4 along the equator. These are actually spinning vortices of energy that under certain conditions these are supposed to be interacting with the natural sun that has the same thing in the solar symbiosis cycle. But because of the planet being twisted, they're not. The rods have actually been split at various times from, I think the first was around 540 million years ago, and this planet was reseeded, this solar system was reseeded 550 million years ago, all right, when the fall of Terra happened. So it was very soon after that, in those type of numbers, that they first started to mess with the rods and started to shift things. The movements of continents and things has had very much to do with people playing with the rods when they shouldn't have. They've split them. At first it was just splitting them up, right, where now you had 2 versions of them, and they split it up to the tropic of, what's up there? Is it Capricorn or Cancer? Cancer's not right. Yeah. So they split them, and instead of running on the equator, there's a set that runs on the Tropic of Cancer. And then the other guys, I forget if it was the green, I would call it the green team and the red team. The green team are the Anunnaki and the red team are the Dracs, right? The green dragons and the red dragons, etc. So we just use it that way just to, instead of trying to, and there's like 20 on that team and 20 on that team, the greens and the reds, let's leave it at that. So I forget which ones did it first, but then the others pulled part of it over at a different angle, but on the same Tropic of Capricorn. So now you have these things, Cancer, and now you have these things. Here's the natural part. A third of the rods were left where they're supposed to be, and they still spin as they're supposed to. Then you have the green ones and the red ones. I think it's green over here and red over here, but it might be reversed. I don't have the color version. It's been a while since I taught this, but you get the idea. In between them, if you get one spin in one way, one spin in the other, it creates a sinkhole in the middle. You wonder how that continent that used to be that big isn't there anymore? That one right there. They sinkholed it, which means they literally get those going. It creates a field that literally dissolves the matter, right? Turns it into an oscillating wave and takes it somewhere else. They took this to a place. Part of the quantum of this planet is now called phantom Earth because it has been taken into full fall zone. But we're in the net part. We haven't fallen fully phantom yet. And there's another part of the quantum of Amenti Earth that has stayed in the natural configuration, and that's called median Earth. And the higher Earth planes are part of that, are connected to that. We're stuck in the middle right now, and most of the grids are going down, while some of us are going, up as those grids go down.
Bermuda Triangle has to be in that
That has to do
sinkhole.
with the wormholes, actually.
Okay.
There's a whole set of wormholes. They call them the Phoenix and the Falcon wormholes. They're right off the coast down around here, is the coast of Florida or North Carolina? It's one of the Carolinas, yeah, right up in there. Then there's another set over here, the Lakastaki wormholes that the other guys control, the Buhara control those on the west coast. Oh, this is a mess. What they've done to this planet is heartbreaking. But the planet as a being allowed it, because it allowed itself to be used as a nursery. It was used in a way where the angelic humans were appointed here, not just here either, not just on Earth, but they were created to actually be the Templar guardians of this time matrix. And the ones that were seated here were allowed to interbreed with certain races who entered the Emerald Covenant for bioregenesis, which means if they were losing their ascension codes to the point where they were going to go into full fall and they were going to end up not being able to even incarnate back into a body that had ascension codes, the races that went into that type of trouble because of the choices they made in their existence and their race existence, if they entered Emerald Covenant, we would literally help them get their gene codes back, and that's how we got in trouble down here, where there would be, we'd be allowed to intermarry and those kind of things, and children would be born, and the gene code would be brought back in the next generation, where it would lift their gene code. But what it started to do was drag the angelic humans down, and then everything is done on purpose to sabotage the angelic human ones, where they got our gate codes because our DNA was keyed to the stargates here, and theirs wasn't. They had only wormhole access that they would be brought through because it did not have wormholes in the beginning here. And they would be brought through on Emerald Covenant agreements. They could come through and heal. Earth allowed herself to be a place where this healing could take place. But the ones we healed took over. And right now you have what used to be an angelic human race and a whole bunch of other different races that look very different, right? If you interbreed something enough and shut off certain parts of the DNA in this one and turn up certain parts that are similar in that, they start looking more and more alike. This is a transposition of race identity look, right? Angelic humans look much more actually angelic. We're much taller. We actually have 6 appendages, 2 thumbs, an extra toe, and we're much taller and more fine-boned and that kind of thing. We come in all colors, right? All the skin colors, they were all created there to be first. There are people that were much more reptilian that were in on the bioregenesis or helping the DNA to get its ascension codes back projects. So now you have like people that are part human and part reptilian, part human, part Anunnaki, part human, part draconian. Oh, it's just like Club Universe here, and that's okay if we weren't all fighting and trying to kill each other. Because if you look at what is happening, what has been happening, our history on this planet, even the part we know, everybody's been trying to kill everybody else to get the land out from under them, or to take control of their power and disempower them. It's been horrible. And this has been about race groups that hated each other, right? Okay, so you have 6 different races that are coming in for bioregenesis, and if you take them back to their home stations, wherever their ET places are that they're from, they hate each other. This one hates that one, and that one hates this one. Oh boy. And the agreement is nobody's going to hate each other. We're all going to be nice. We're all going to do the Christic thing here and learn to heal and let that go. And we're going to get our gene codes back. Yes, a good thought. Didn't work that easy because the others raided. As soon as some of their own that defected, and came to get the the healing of the gene codes, the parent races they came out of started coming in and messing with them and trying to get the human gene codes, because the human gene codes are priceless. They had the Diamond Sun DNA, minimum 12 strand. Some of them had up to 48 strands, but they didn't see those very often on the planet. So it has been a fiasco down here, but the Earth allowed this to happen. The Earth, as a being, allowed as long as time as possible. It allowed itself to be pulled into fall, but it will take the path of Kali Rama step back. It will not let itself be used and taken into as food into the black hole system. So Earth is cooperating with us in this whole hosting movement. Earth doesn't want to hurt any of the beings that are on it, including the ones that have hurt her. The Earth is an amazing consciousness. And I remember a couple times I was just feeling so awful about, oh my God, our poor Earth, what are they doing to our Earth, And I could feel, and I got kind of like a verbal translation, because I have like this translator aspect to my consciousness that can take the direct impression. I said, don't cry for me, I'm all right. I'm choosing this path, I'm okay. But you need to be okay, and you need to help them be okay. And I was like, okay. It helped, and I knew it was coming from the Earth consciousness, and asking me to raise my consciousness up a little bit more. And even though it looks like a horrible thing, and it's not a pretty thing, it's not pleasant. It would have been nice if Earth could have done her whole ascension thing, but Earth feels that this was the best she could do for the races she agreed to host, that she looks at all as her children. And that, it's like if you were a being, I call it she, she's really a he, she, it. It's a consciousness field. It doesn't have gender really in that way. But the Earth loves its children. And if this is the best it can do, it doesn't want to abandon the children. They're going to fall. It could have shaken them off like fleas a long time ago, but it didn't, because it loves them. So this is an agreement of a very, very high order with a being that calls itself a planet, and a bunch of races that are trying to heal. It's just when you're stuck in one of the little bodies as one of the beings in one of the races watching it, it can look very scary or harmful or, gosh, that's terrible.
Yeah, very diabolical. But this is an interesting dynamic to think about, which is that the Earth has chosen this path, the one we're talking about here, and allowing this, what you're calling an evac for the next 200 years, to allow the beings that want to get out of here and go other places to do so with their bodies or with just their light body. I think that is also a choice that we haven't talked about.
Well, right now, we still have the potential to heal the gene code enough where we can actually do physical ascension.
I understand.
That will change very abruptly on December 21st, 2012, unless we do stuff before the fact to stop what's going to happen in the planetary grids then. Because right now, the human DNA is keyed to the planetary grids, and the majority of those grids are going into the 55 Death Star activation. It won't complete, but it will be enough to shut down the ascension codes in the biological bodies permanently. But I do know that somebody, might not be our group, we might be too old and tired, honestly, I don't know, because you use up enough of your quantum, and even if you can get your, put your DNA back together, you're just too bloody tired, right? So it's easier to bardo out and just get your spirit out and free yourself from the body. Yeah. So we're not sure it's going to be, our group, it might be the next generation.
Sure.
But there needs to be a group that does this, because if not, the human race will become extinct. If there is not at least a breeding set brought off planet physically with the ascension codes restored, what the human race was will no longer be, because it will have been mutated into something completely different, and those potentials will be lost. It will become extinct. Now the consciousness will go in various places, but the race as a line in and of itself would become extinct. And that is not desirable, because there are still a lot of beings in the cosmos that think the angelic human race was a pretty darn good race. The Anunnaki aren't too thrilled with us, but there's a lot of beings that think it's a prototype gene code worthwhile having. And so somehow there's going to be at least a small group of people who do get off into full ascension, get off this planet into full ascension. The rest will stay here. Some of them, after the host, after the gates close, the planet's still going to be here. There's still going to be people on it. But it's going to become more and more obvious, if it hadn't already, that being here very long isn't going to be an option. So there's going to be a huge rush for who can get in the air the fastest and out of the solar system, because they're going to realize what is occurring with the sun. There's going to be a
But you're
galactica
talking
type
about,
scenario.
in that case, they actually, their choice is only to go by a vehicle, physical vehicle.
That's what they will try to do.
The ones that
who
will
end
be
up
left.
staying here, and there'll be grid wars
But
over who
won't-
has the resources
But
to
will there
build enough
be any
ships to get off.
positive groups, any groups taken off by positive beings at that time?
Right
in
at the end,
vehicles?
the vehicles would serve a purpose. If a being didn't have the ability of the DNA to pass through the gates, but still it was close, there's a certain level of protection and kind of like atmospheric support that the vehicle, especially the plasma ships, which are different than just metal ships, that they can afford a being. But they can't be permanent. It has to be a being that would be able to, if you get them through, they have to be able to move through and hold the change on the other side, right? So it would, if they could do that, yes. If not, they would just assist them off. Once the body died naturally, they would assist the soul out, or not the soul, because the soul's on density too, the consciousness out of this level. Right, so, but that's 200 years from now, as long as everything holds.
Okay.
I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these. I just want to show the fact that they exist and how these pieces fit together. We're down on the planetary level now. We looked at the planetary rods and the split rods and how they form sinkholes and all that kind of stuff. There's specific locations, longitude, latitude, of these things that, this information is published. I think it's one of the Sliders' more recent workshops. I think this was the Ireland workshop. But if you take one of those, those 4 fontanelles, right, where the rods or the chambers come out, each one of those points is a very specific point on the planetary grids, and longitude, latitude can be found. So we do have the longitude and latitude of those vortices. What they do is, through the planet, they actually come together, right? So you'd have this vortice on this side and the other one on this side, and when they make them spin, there's supposed to be a natural spin to them, but when they make them spin and they send them in the same spin set, and then send the other set of them into the opposite spin, they can actually crack the plates at the equator and shift wherever they want. They can turn one up this way and the other that way, and they could literally rearrange the plate structure, and they've done that before in small ways. What they were planning to do in 2012 was the final one, and it would have ended up in the one extinction that did take out the humans this time. They took us out twice before. This is the 3rd seeding and the last one here. But there are 2 other seedings of the angelic humans here that there were remnant taken off, and frequently in ships. They got some of us out through gates, but there was also some ship pickups because it was fast, and you had to get them out fast before they weren't going to get out. So it's another one of those dramas. They didn't use the rods in either of those extinctions. A little bit in the first one, 5.5 million years ago. They call it the wall in time. They used them, but they had tried to decimate the humans first, and whatever was left was taken off planet before they moved the rods at that period. So what we're dealing with is this amazingly huge set of mechanics that is so far beyond what our science can even fathom right now. They don't know what a fontanelle on a planet is. They don't know what a rod is. They're just saying, oh, I think there's something called torsion fields. Yeah, tube torus fields. Right. Yeah, we'll talk about torsion fields in a minute, because it's the torsion fields that aren't natural. Merkaba fields are natural, but unnatural Merkaba fields can be generated to create torsion fields, which are external vortex sets that can harness things and move things, and that is what is part of the Atlantean Death Star Merkaba structure. So when we talk about the rods and how they work as vortex sets, we also talked about briefly that this one, the one that goes east-west or left-right through the planetary body, is the rod. The other one is called the chamber. It has the front that goes front to back, and that also comes out. This opens, this natural chamber at certain points opens. The rear part of it is referred to as the Bardo chamber. And at certain points in ascension, a natural process occurs where that Bardo chamber would open that allows for the different things to take place in a being's or a planet's body, that allows it to go into light structure so it can go through gates and go to another space. The chambers are opening on this planet. They have specific locations as well. And again, if you turn this around, if you took this paper and bent it, where you at least have the circular part, you would see that this point and that point are directly front and back from each other. What's funny is we had to do the calculations of where is the real front of the planet, because it's all twisted. The Greenwich meridian is not the natural front, back, or sides, and we have the calculations of what actually is the front and back and all of that. That matters when you're trying to line up angular rotation of particle spin with certain planes that are not in the net. Because if you get it going the wrong way, it'll go into the matrices that go with the wormhole structures. So they were teaching us the basics of understanding these things, so we understood what directions our particles needed to learn to spin in. There was a time we were hoping to get some of the planetary grids out of the fall, where literally some of the quantum from here could be shifted, and it would almost look like, well, it would look like in the other places, in the higher Earth spaces that are also physically manifest, it would look like new islands appearing, that the land grids that we could get out. The chance of doing any of that now is very, very slim because of the thing that happened with the sun, the solar issues, and also the activation, the 55 activation that's going to take place in 2012. That can't be stopped. If they tried to stop it, it would actually implode the core, and it would all be history. So the chance of getting grids through is not, like, as far as planetary grids, is not high. There may be little bits that can come through here and there. I get a feeling. I don't know, I haven't talked about it yet, so it's maybe a potentiality that's still on the board, but they're not going to talk about it until it becomes a stronger potentiality. But as far as the planet will go its course, it's chosen its path of Kali-Rama, step back, and that's good. That's better than Kali-Dima fall. Because, it's like, okay, I'll work with you, the consciousness on the planet to a degree. I'll take this much, but I'm not going there, right? You want to go there? That's your choice, but I'm not going there. There's a whole bunch of people and a whole bunch of Illuminati races here that they don't have an ascension code left in their bodies. They're not going to make it out in time. They need too many generations to regenerate those codes, and there's only 200 years before the gates close. A bunch of them are choosing also the path of Kali-Rama, step back, where they will go through their natural Bardo process and then go back through the Ring of Fire, back to the Edons, and then come back out and try again. And that kind of stuff, where you come back out and you're not in false status anymore. Then it's kind of clean slate, and okay, your choices again will bring the consequence. So you have a chance to get the ascension abilities back, but you come back to where you started, like the frequency level where you started. So it's get to come back, and I'm up here now. No, you'll come back in the same frequency zone that in the outer domains as you left in Kali-Rama. So we're at an amazing point, is what all this is about. An amazing point in human history, but also in galactic history. And the decisions we make now still, even though there's these huge influences that do interrupt our free use of all of our abilities to do whatever the heck we want and manifest anything we want. Yeah, we're dealing with a planetary field here that's a lot stronger than our individual fields are. So we have free will within the parameters of the framework we're in. But there are still choices we can make. We can still choose which path we want to be on and take the steps that are a part of that path. There are things to do if you don't want your DNA to go 55 Metatronic in December of 2012. They're not that hard. There are some things you need to learn. There are some things you need to learn to do with your light body. You need to know what the hell a light body is. You need to know some of these structures. You don't have to know every part and label every part. There's not a test at the end of it as far as, regurgitate the information. It's about getting the activations, getting your body healed enough to support your decision of the path you want to be on. There are people who will be more comfortable with the path of Kali-Rama. There will be more people who are comfortable with the path of Kali-Dima fall. Because they figure, heck, it's more fun, right, for now, right? That's okay. God source allowed in the creation, loved everything, created everything out of love, and imbued everything with its own power. It had the power to create as it chose. And we were given free will, but part of the creation was it would be an eternal life system. So that meant a set of physics boundaries were set in the structure itself. And that is what we play ourselves against. It's not God getting mad and sending you to hell. We send ourselves to hell, if we go in that direction. Mm-hmm. So we're at an amazing juncture in our history. This is just some of the gates, some of the gate locations. You're not meant to be able to read this. You need a magnifying glass for it. But these are the identified with longitude and latitude gate sites we know of so far, both the positive ones and the negative ones and the ones in between. And the list isn't finished. I have a feeling we're going to get some more this weekend. I have a feeling with the arrow sites. Yeah.
So, but is it possible for you to name some of the major ancient gates that are active or becoming active?
Well, one of my favorite is Machu Picchu.
Okay.
That's magical. Yeah, there's always a part of that stayed safe, even when it turned messy. We've gone back there 3 times. We've brought groups back 3 times. Let's see. Yeah, that's the only spanner that's been identified. Yeah, they didn't identify any other spanners, did they? No. Yeah, the spanners are those core gates.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. They've been still on they will interact through a set of gates that are referred to as the Ark Hub gates, the Ark of the Covenant gates, which are they were an interface system that if a mente fell, they would still hold the passages out. They haven't given the specific locations of the core gates yet,
Okay.
except for one that's referred to as Shalon 7. It's Spanner 7. And that is the one that's, it's actually Mesa, Arizona, but it connects into Scottsdale and Phoenix. And we used to live out there. They had us secure a spot out there. Yeah, so it's,
Okay.
yeah, so that's one. They're all over the place. I'll just read a couple here. There's so many, it's like, yeah, whatever.
Okay,
Bermuda
and
was
there
fun.
is a Stargate that's, of course, very well known in Iraq, at least one.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's
is
SG-10,
that
I think, isn't it?
considered to be
What
one
was
of
I
the gates of Amente that was taken over?
Let me see, which one was, I know Iran was. Yeah, which one was Baghdad? Yeah, I'll just read them. The Amente gates, and the ones that fell. You had SG-1 through SG-12. SG-1 it's in, Halley at the South Pole, that's South Pole. The other one, we're sitting on it, it's Sarasota, Florida, the Grual, and that's a control gate, and that's why we're here. That's one that we still were able to keep interfaced with the other interface systems where they couldn't take that, because that's a control grid for here. This used to be part of the Atlantis region in the ancient days. Then there's another, SG-3 is on Bermuda Islands. SG-4 is Cairo in Egypt, actually. Egypt, Giza and Cairo in Egypt, in that area. And it actually interfaces through several. It comes in through the big pyramid, Cheops, but it's also angled through into Cairo and into Saqqara and Philae, I believe, in those areas. So,
Okay.
yeah. Machu Picchu is Gate 5. In Moscow area, Russia, is Gate 6. Lake Titicaca, Peru, is Gate 7. And we went there, too. That was interesting. SG-8 is in Xi'an, China. SG-9 is in Bamtao. I can't even read, it's so tiny. Bamtao is in Tibet. We wanted to go there, but the grids weren't safe enough to do it. SG-10 is in Abadan, Iran. SG-11 is in the Vale of Pusey in England. And SG-12 is in Montségur, France, and we went there as well. That's where the Cathars were massacred. Yeah,
Yes.
Remember that one, too.
I was just there.
Personally. Yeah. So they were the main Amente gates. Now, the gates that are using, there's a whole bunch of things also called Q sites, which interface with the gates. There's 12 of those, one for each gate. There's gates that connect into the parallel Earth stargates, which now are under the control of the fall force. There were let's see who else we got here. The ones we are using now, there's a couple sets that interface. They're called the Ark of the Covenant hub gates, or the Ark hub gates, and the Polarian gates, which are a set of Polarian gates that interface through that Aurora time continuum that I was telling you about. So let's see, where are we? Oh yeah, and there's the Trinity gates. They're the ones that actually will step down to a D3, because most gates you need a minimum of a D4, but usually D6, six-strand activation to take a body fully through. But the Trinity gates were designed to actually, if you had third-strand activation, the three-dimensional consciousness, you could still go through them and go into safe spaces until you could get up to six-strand activation so you could finish the process. The Trinities are, these are so tiny. Let's see. Trinity 1 is Malibu Beach, California, Malibu. Trinity 2 is Belize City, Belize, in Central America. 23 is off the southwest coast of Goa, India. 4 is Staten Island, New York City. 5 is southwest of something I can't read, in Tuscany, Italy. 6 is in the Andaman Sea off the coast of Burma. And that has something to do with a number of years ago there was a tsunami or earthquake or something out there because they did something to that gate. The other side did.
Okay, but these are the Trinity gates, and you're saying they only requires 3-strand
Yeah,
DNA.
but they also require to be plugged into the other ones, the larger gates, the arc hub gates. But the Trinities are like a step down for beings that won't, you know, if you had to use the gates and you only have 3-strand activation, you'd spontaneously combust your body if you went through, you know, a gate that your DNA is not activated enough to hold the frequency of.
Okay.
Yeah. And let's see.
So,
Wait, I
and-
don't know if the hub gates are on this one. I think they put this together before. Yeah, the hub gates. We have a whole book on the hub gates, actually, a whole, like,
Okay, and the
spiral
nature
bound
of the
thing.
hub gates is what?
Well, they're the arc hub gates. They run off the Ark of the Covenant portal passage between here and the Andromeda Galaxy. All right,
Okay, so they
are
require
secured.
5-strand or 6?
What were they? 12? Yeah, their base is 12, and for anybody to get 12-strand activation here, yeah, 200 years, not highly likely. That's why the hub gates, certain beings that come in with certain contracts would be able to use them if they were fully activated. But what they're doing with those, if we get those activated on the planet, which they have done, then they can plug them into the spanner gates, which you need 24 strands to be able to pass through alone. But then they're plugging them into the Trinity gates, which steps it all down. So the Trinities would allow passage of someone that has average, you know, DNA activation levels. So there's a whole bunch of, the dynamics are very specific. You know, I mean, a lot of when the Zetas were doing abductions, you know, earlier in the, you know, a couple of years, 20 years ago, they were like trying to figure out exactly how do you calibrate that beam because they were losing people in flight, right? Oh, let's grab that one. Oops. I mean, seriously, just vaporizing people because it's all about frequency. It's all about electricity and how much electricity the body can hold and handle. And what we've been doing for 10 years is progressively building our body's ability to hold higher and higher dimensional frequencies. And now we're bringing in the transharmonic frequencies that come in from the Aurora continuum. So it's really the courses or the techniques that the guardians have been giving us are the fastest way to get your light body, spirit body structure healed and your DNA activated, because they are working with the highest frequencies that are available on the planet. But if you want to do a path of fall or something, it's not going to get you there. Right? You know, if you want to go Metatronic, you don't want to do these techniques.
Sure.
Yeah, seriously. If you want to go, you know, play in black holes and do a Battlestar Galactica scenario and, like, you know, have soulless robots roaming around or become soulless robots and try that out, well, that game is, yeah, do the Metatronic Merkaba because that's what it'll get you. But if you really want ascension and find out try to remember what it's like to live in a free system. This race has been raised, especially the third seeding, under no freedom. This has been a prison planet and a warring planet. It isn't like this everywhere. There are places that just aren't like this. And they're not socialist government and they're not communist. No, they're synocratic, where people just get it and they act pleasant toward each other and they wouldn't hurt each other and they wouldn't hurt another being and they wouldn't hurt the planet and they make decisions based on that love. There are places, in fact, the majority of the places in the cosmos are like that. We are in an exception system where all sorts of the extremes of free will have been allowed to be tested. But we don't always have to choose to be in that. But once you're in it, you need to finish the cycle and get back out, or you can get ensnared in it. So that's kind of where we are. That's why there's no hostility toward the people that are choosing the other paths. It's usually them being hostile toward us for pointing out the fact that that's what they're doing. It's like, sorry. But anyway.
Yeah. Right.
See, because if they had it their way, they would do all the twisted mechanics, have everybody on the planet thinking that was great and doing it, and they're taking the free will away from people to make a conscious choice. We are showing, look, here's this body of information, here's that one. Compare them. See which one makes more sense before you just go jumping into any one of them. We tell people, go read that, go research that, sure, check it out. You know, if you're a little worried that its frequency might bother you, well, like run a Maharic seal and, you know, put a protection field around it and then check it out. You know, we don't tell people to avoid things. The other ones are like, oh, don't do that, oh, don't read that stuff, oh, it's bad. It's like, what are you afraid of? Seriously. And that's what it is. Because if you put the two main paradigms on the planet are the one coming through the Tothian stuff, the Paraclete order, that kind of thing. And there are two versions of it. There's the Anunnaki version and the Drac version, but it's really the same occult sciences. And they are teaching the Death Star Merkaba stuff. And then you have our stuff. If you put the two together, we have not withheld anything. We get it. It comes right through. It's given public. There's no quiet inner circle pulling strings. There's no, here, donate this. There's no, here, hand over all your possessions. None of that stuff. You know, and they like to say, oh, you're a cult. Why? Because we're giving power back to people. We're saying, here's what your anatomy looks like. Here's what cosmic structure looks like. Here's how this applies to this. And this is what the geometry should be. This is what they're doing. Just compare them. What makes more sense? If you like that one, go for it. You know? So,
Exactly.
Anyway. Now, one thing I would like to get through, I'd like to get through this pack because there's a couple of things that are significant. But one thing, I've talked about the word Merkaba quite a lot. And again, it means moving light body, right? And there's specific structures to natural Merkabas and to unnatural Merkabas, right? A basic Merkaba structure, it's called the Biveka Merkaba, which is the smallest form of them, is a star tetrahedron shape, right? If you look at it flat, it looks like a Star of David shape. It's actually known as the Star of Solomon, not David. But, yeah, that goes back into the history of Solomon and David and Jesus and stuff.
Yeah, and
We are of the House of
unfortunately, we're not
Solomon,
going to have
not the
time for
House of
that.
David. That was Anunnaki. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, and that's all right. Anunnaki's fine, but, yeah, let's just keep the history clear on that one.
Yeah, and I mean, I have some random questions that we can talk about at the very end, so
Okay.
just signal when that might be.
Okay, I'm trying to get there, actually.
No, it's okay.
You're getting
we
tired.
got
I
some
don't blame
room.
you. I'm getting
It's
tired,
okay.
too.
No, it's all good.
Okay. Now, any of these structures, by the way, if people want to learn more about Merkaba, there's quite a decent section in the Cathara 2-3 manual, the Cathara healing system, but the 2-3, second and third level, we talk about these a lot. But anyway, this is the basic structure of them. And the classic Krishnik Merkaba will have an electrical top spiral, or at least in this universe, has electrical top spiral. Some of them actually have a magnetic top spiral, not in this universe, though. But they'll have an electrical top spiral and a magnetic bottom spiral. The electrical one will spin clockwise and bring electrical energy in, and the magnetic one will spin counterclockwise and bring magnetic energy up and out, right? So yeah, the two cones do not spin in the same direction, all right? That is the big difference between a Death Star Merkaba and a natural Krishnik Merkaba. The natural Krishnik Merkaba will always have one of the spirals going in one direction and the other one going in the opposite direction. Whereas with the Death Star Merkaba, they will take one set. They'll tell you have two Merkaba fields, one Star of David shape and another Star of David shape. You spin the one Star of David shape this way and the other that way. That's the same spin spiral set. That is a phase-locked Merkaba. That is a Death Star Merkaba. And they're combining it with the one from the parallel universe to make an unnatural blend between the particles over there and the particles over here to drag you into the Toro Earth time rip. All right. And the ratios are different. A natural Merkaba here at Biveka level starts with the electrical going at 33 1/3 spin. And it's, what is it? Rotations per trillionth of a nanosecond, I believe, is what that refers to. And the bottom would be at 11 2/3. And there are increments of speed that if you go to the density 2 level of it, it goes up to, the speeds go up. The characteristic one of the Death Star Merkaba is one of the numbers is, I think it's the electrical one, is 34, and they spin it counterclockwise with the whole thing, right? And the other is 21, which are numbers that are in the Fibonacci sequence. And the Fibonacci sequence is the anti-Krishnik spiral harness that is meant to harness the natural crystal spiral expansions, which we haven't even gotten into. So, I mean, we have all of this, I mean, you can compare this stuff, and it's just a no-brainer when you see it all together. No wonder they don't want a public discussion. Anyway. So, the natural Merkaba structure is that, and it has specific speeds, it has specific polarity orientations. They call it a fin, right? Because when you're dealing with, you're not just dealing with two cones, you're dealing with, if you take a three-sided pyramid, right? Two three-sided pyramids, one going this way and one, the point down, one with the point up. So it's a star tetrahedron shape. That would be this shape. So there are, between male and female genders, there are differences in whether the top fin is pointing forward or the top fin is going backward, and those kind of things. So we've dealt with all of that. We've got the polarity levels of them and all sorts of information on them. But what's most important is understanding, first of all, they exist, right? Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not there, and they're part of your natural anatomy. A Merkaba field isn't just a vehicle that you activate so you can go through a Stargate. It's an organic part of the circulatory system of the cosmos and of your own interdimensional body. Everything has some form of a Merkaba system. All right. To see this a little more clearly, it's the same drawing. It just shows a little bit better the radial field. Around the Merkaba field, there's something called the radial body, and this is part of the light body structure. It has what's called the trion field out here. The rayon field out here as its outer border. It has in here what's called the trion light field, and in here it has what's called the Miage magnetic field, and that is the natural structure of a simple biveka Merkaba. Merkabas also have what are called shields. That's the deflection field that spins as like a shield. Just like if you look at the Milky Way galaxy, the pictures of it, it has that big disk, right? Well, they have a disk that's caused from their spinning, and it also has to do with the quantum of energy that's spiraling out into expansion around them. There's a whole bunch of mathematics that go with that. But this one shows the shield a bit better. So you have your radial field, your radial body. It's called the radial body, the round areas, and they're not round, they're spherical, right, as opposed to flat round. Then you have the vorticets. The natural vorticets fit on the cathara grid structure, right? They fit perfectly into that. And this would be the shield, and that's a spinning shield around. Now we have Merkaba fields around us, and the shield actually comes out and spins here, right, the natural ones. The other ones actually sit lower, and they're not supposed to, right? There's a whole difference in how they fit. But that's a natural biveka Merkaba, and I believe they're 2 or 4 vector is how many vectors time vectors they can actually interact with. The next stage, after you get that far in activation, is this one, which is called a double biveka Merkaba field, which is 2 of those put together, right? And that would give you twice as many time vectors and gate systems, frequencies that you could process and move through. The next one from that, you're going too fast, is called the Akasha Merkaba. And this one, I believe these are 6 vector. The regular ones are 6 vector, and then they go up to 48 vector. But they start with this, where there's that cathara grid structure again, right? They have a double biveka one at the top, a little double biveka one at the bottom, and this huge structure that looks like a crystal umbrella, right? And that spins, but these are much faster than the smaller ones. And at a certain point, this is the one that if you were going up the natural thing, if you could go up from density 1 to 2 and 3 and 4 and up to the Eka part, which is at the center, this would be the one you would activate to get up there. But since we can't go up the vertical chain anymore because the density 2, 3, and 4 in this matrix have fallen, right, we have to activate even larger ones that can go through the transharmonic, time shifts into the aurora continuum. So you go for this one, and this one looks like this. This shows it a little bit better. That's more of the structure of the single Akasha Merkaba, right? And all of these mathematics are very precise. And the way things fit together, the alignments on some of these were brutal, especially doing them by hand. God, right? So just getting the cathara grids to fit together the right way to make those maps was brutal. And then you have all these other forms that are built on them. They have to align just right. So, they're very precise in their math. And what's interesting is the math is actually held in the picture. When you look at that picture, if you did what's called optical pineal induction, which means you look at it and you can actually blur your vision just a little, which actually helps it to focus just a little bit, not quite crossed. Right? There's several spaces you can focus, but if you focus a certain spot and this, breathe it in, it will actually begin the activation. You'll be able to feel the ripples, right, coming in. And the more you work with some of the other clearing your light body and healing your light body techniques and things, the more those things work much quicker. And you can look at a photograph once you have your vehicles operated, and every image you see has behind it an energy encryption, right? Literally a radiation signature. And that is how, once you become like, a rishi being that can move at will, an adept, you would simply visualize a place, and that would trigger the math in the system and tell your whole body system where to go, and you'd be there at the speed of thought. So it's quite a very neat process, and it is real. That's what's amazing. Here it's almost become kind of like a sideshow act, as far as, most people don't even think ascension is real. Some of the Bible people think the ascension is real, and they're expecting God to inhale them up into the sky in the rapture and stuff, and like, good luck with that. Right? Bless you. I mean, at least they still have some of the words.
Right.
The rapture is actually called the Rasha Pata'ur, and it's actually what you do with yourself once you hit the transfiguration stage and you turn your standard mortal atoms into Pata'ur, which are the eternal atoms. They're composed of eternal radiation that is no longer finite. So some of the words that have come through in not just Christianity but in other places do go back to the original CDD plates in the Mahabharata text translations. So anyway, that's the next level of Merkaba. That gets bigger. And then next thing, and we've been working on this for a couple of years now, I think. You have the one we just looked at, right? The Akasha Merkaba. And then you have another one pointed upside down. Put them together. Forms this structure. It's called the Christ Star Crystal Capsule, right? And they are spinning fields. And in here, I don't have it on this drawing, but there are energy systems that come out. They actually look like wings, but they're energy as opposed to not solid bird wings, right? So this is where the concept of angels and things has come up, through our history. There were winged human type beings though. But anyway, the next stage is the Christ Star Crystal Ascension Capsule. This one will allow you to go in certain places. You can enter certain levels of that aurora transharmonic field with it, but you can't enter completely. Now, to completely move through and be free from it's almost like a mathematical ladder that you can go vertical, you can go horizontal, you can go diagonal, but you can't do this, right? In this one, you can do a little bit more of this, where you can go into the aurora continuum, but you still have more angulars. You don't have quite as much mobility of vehicle. The next stage, and this is what is needed actually to ride the spanner gates. If you were going to take a body out in a spanner, you would need one of these. They go from 24 to 48 vector. And these were just starting to activate. We activated the first one. We're beginning activations of the first one. And again, let's take two of these, right, put them together, and it forms a capsule. The one capsule goes along with what they call the Stardust Blue activation set, and we did that in the last workshop. And then the next one that we're going to do in this workshop goes with what's called the Starlight Gold activations, and forms another one of those. So you end up with two of these in the same place. And then there's one more activation, and these are all part of what's called the Silver Seed activation, the Silver Seed Awakening. We'll activate this huge one around you. That is the one that this can tumble in any direction, while this tumbles in any direction, so you can actually go in any direction in the aurora continuum. And it also does other things. There's also the structure of the crystal temples that we are assisting the guardians in activating on the planet at key sites, where they literally form. And if you have your DNA coded to it, eventually you'll be able to see them. And you'll be able to walk into them, and somebody standing there that didn't have it would see you walk and disappear. Where'd that person go? Did I see I thought I saw a person there, right? Where you would see the structure, and you would know it was there. You'd see it like as an oscillating thing in the air. You'd walk in, breathe, and go, yes, hi everybody, I'm on the other side now. Well, meanwhile, anybody behind you be going, where'd that person go? I didn't see them, I mustn't have, right? So we are beginning to activate these, not just in our personal bodies, but the sites that we're key to, the natural gate sites that were key to activating these. Like when we do the grid work here on the beach, we started activation of one of them last time. We're going to do the next one this time, so we'll have the double one here, and I think we're doing the initiation of the bigger one here. And then there are ways to spread that through the network, which we're going to work on here. We had these new activations coming through in this workshop that I didn't know about until like 2 or 3 days ago when they gave me the itinerary. They're called mirror ball activations. They're very, very interesting. They use the aurora continuum frequencies. And we are beginning those activations that will actually trigger these remote when you activate what are called the ancient arrow sites. And we're going to learn about that in this workshop. But it's like a blanket frequency that gets transmitted where all of the sites that are keyed to activate this type of transharmonic doorway will simultaneously activate. So that will be done during this period. That much, that just came in. I didn't know that. Sometimes I go, I'll be talking with like, and then the line comes in, right, and they go, thank you, I didn't know that. So this is what we're working on. This is the kind of Merkaba you do not want to activate. That's that twisted one with the same spin spiral set. It snaps its connection off to its natural center point. It can't build into those forms at all. It is very limited in frequency. It is, I believe they end up as 5-dimensional or sets of 5-dimensional. They're based on like 5s, 10s, 15s as opposed to 12s and the natural codings. This is the Death Star Merkaba. And what did I say here? It creates an inorganic torsion field, which is that tube torus net field around you, and it also creates this yin-yang flow. You know the yin-yang symbol? I used to like those too. Thought they were cute. Oh well. They are the classic sign of the tube torus. If you look at them, it's the constant recirculation of energy. It's a closed energy system, which is what these are. They're closed from bringing in this circulation from source. They're closed from allowing something to circulate back out. There's no inflow and there's no outflow. They've got a set quantum that's at their core, and they will burn out if that quantum isn't fed. And that's why these are used, that the torsion fields that they generate are used to suck energy off living things, to draw them into their core to keep them going. They are vampire machines. And the beings that run on these are vampires. They just don't have big teeth and suck blood. They suck energy instead. So that's another difference between them, between the styles. I'm not going to go into all this heavily. I might as well. All right, I'll finish it. All right. I was going to say, I'm sick of looking at these. But I just got a nudge. Just finish it. Just finish it. Okay. This goes along with the Death Star Merkaba. Again, you have that Bloom of Doom configuration that pulls the Cathara grid into an unnatural, skinny, elongated configuration that does not have 12 gates on it. And it creates the bulging in the field. Look at how humanity, we're supposed to be long and lean, right? It's a struggle to stay long and lean on this planet because there's this weird thing that happens in here where it's like, I've felt some of these when they start when some of the Metatronic activations happen in the grids. It almost feels like somebody grabs you in the middle of your spine this way and goes and pulls them and compacts them together, because that is what this thing does. It compacts the energy inside of it and squashes it down. That's why the Earth actually has the bulge around the equator, because it's being squashed, right, pulled in. It creates that poison apple field around you, and our fields would look just like the planetary fields with this, and this is what they will stay as unless we do something to change it, and that's why they're showing us this, so we say, maybe we should do that. Yeah, let's change that. In here, like, you can forget the sun part, but again, you would have the torsion field net around you, and that would be controlling your horizontal, controlling your vertical, like that Twilight Zone or whatever. It wasn't Twilight Zone, it was Outer Limits, I think, that used to say that. And you would have the closed circulation system. This is a system that actually is cut off from the flows of the spirit body. What it does is it takes a portion of the light body quantum and twists it in reverse to create a false spirit body. So there's two flows, but it completely blocks any inflow from the actual genuine spirit body. And it traps the consciousness, the part that's stuck in the atoms, right, from the rest of its own identity. And it's really just a really sick technology. And it also creates these. They call these the trumpets. This is a little picture of them, but where you have that poison apple configuration, it creates these big vortices up here. They're almost like satellite dishes, and on the planet, that's exactly how they work. And they move with the wobbles to pick up the signals coming from galactic core through the black holes, coming from the parallel system, and keeps us locked in. It's literally a set of satellite dishes. There's also a set that comes out here and here. It's a nasty machine. So we can undo this in our own fields, but it isn't something you snap your fingers and say, oh, I wish it away, it's gone. Good luck with that while you're on this planet. It takes work, and we've been doing that work. Ultimately, what that mess is made to do is, remember, these are maps, for the final on the messy Death Star Merkabas, if we remember that these Cathara grids interwoven, right, this is one Vecca system, right? We'd have our universe here, our parallel would be here. These are meant to link the parallels unnaturally, to force them together into a harness field, and that can be dragged and ripped out of its matrix and taken to wherever they're pulling it from. So this is what the whole purpose is. It's a feeding machine, and that is the Death Star Merkaba. And it's built. It looks like we talked about the light units that are built on the vesica Pisces. It actually creates fields like that and then pulls those Pisces together into one harness. And it's a completely unnatural way. It just distorts and totally twists the natural laws of physics as they apply in the eternal life universe, and it creates a finite life one. And what it can do is temporarily sustain whatever is in it, as long as whatever's in it can feed off something alive, because it can't generate its own quantum. So it has to continue feeding. And there are systems that are built on that. Their bodies die, so they clone another one and try to stick their consciousness in that until that wears out, and they keep doing that. And if they get to a point with cloning where it just doesn't work anymore, and they can't even sustain a biological, unit, and that's when they start going to raid other things for gene code, where they can start getting things that they have any compatibility with, that they can start building again, because they end up as consciousness that gets stuck in a ghost-like form, because it doesn't have a biological form anymore, and that limits the arenas it can play in. So some of them, do those games to save their race and give them back a biological, presence. To each his own, but that is not ascension. So these are what we are teaching about to show how they're supposed to look. The other structures of those progressively building Merkabah structures, that is ascension. That is what your fields are supposed to do. That is what the living cosmos is built on. Now, this stuff, let me see, what is most important? Evolution, ascension, right. Yep. Oh, this is just a little chart. This had to do with, this is a summary of how many years of work went into all of these. It's a summary of, from the creation point, the stages of creation before you get to, this is the re-evolution. When creation starts, and a being or thing or a cosmos or even an individual begins a new life, a new creation. It can be the creation of a new cosmos or an egg and sperm coming together to create the potentiality for a new baby to be born here, right? There's a whole set of cycles that happen. There's the creation and evolution of the eternal consciousness, and it works from the microcosm to the macrocosm. All right, we have the pre-Partakai creation cycle, which is something we learned after this chart was made. They actually taught us these things, then took us back to what happened before that, right? Then there is something called the Navena and Nuvena Partakai birth cycles, were just these Partakai units of consciousness, primary units of consciousness, the primal substance of creation, where they are born. Then there's what is called the Siddha Akushate cycle, and this is where the spirit body is born first. And then the light-born cycle, which is where the light body is born. Then there's something called the star-born cycle, which progressively, these are different aspects of the light body, spirit body, physical body that are birthing, and there are specific cycles and time periods. Like if you're going to take the point of conception, for example, there's a specific point. They start with 12 seconds, then 12 minutes, and then 12 days after conception. What parts are occurring, and it ends up in the gestation of the baby, and then the baby coming out, and that kind of thing. The life-born cycle, then we have the God-born cycle, and there's a series of, these had huge graph series with them, and huge explanations of, what the processes were. And finally you get to the Christ-born cycle, K-R-Y-S-T. And this is that point, that still point of turnaround, where a being fulfills and activates all of its frequencies in its template, its natural frequencies, and is able to go into the Christ star vehicle and disappear from the outer domains and go back into the Adashi return domains in their Mashayahana body, which is that is the one that has gone through the Rashapata Ur, which is not that raptor. It's not somebody yanks you up from the, it's literally you've transfigured your mundane atoms or your mortal atoms into eternal life substance atoms. And you will hold the form of that body. That will be what you look like the lifetime that you do that in will be the form that you have, but it will be a form that you can choose to change at will. You can choose to have no form. You can choose to have your main form as being an orb, which is like, it saves on housing. Seriously. Think about it. If you just manifested a body when you needed one, right? I'll go interact there. I'll be a cat today or whatever. But anyway, at the end, it starts somewhere, and the expansion cycles end somewhere, and they end naturally when they turn back around and start going back in towards source. And then there's the whole thing. If a being goes through that, goes through the Adashi return cycles, returns as whole with their full memory matrix. That's the difference between doing space dust fall and returning as space dust. Your memory matrix is shattered. You just, you're still precious to God's source, but you're undifferentiated units of consciousness. And when you go back whole, then you can actually birth as a star, where what was once, say, a human being, can actually go through this cycle, and the next thing they will incarnate is a star. And that's a whole different level of, of evolution that you probably can't even put words on while you're in a human form, in these languages. But this is what evolution is really about. What Ascension is about is natural evolution, organic evolution. And that's something that this place is losing touch with hugely. And eventually this knowledge will be completely gone. They don't want this knowledge in fall systems. So they usually get rid of people who carry it. But fortunately, this is still a blended system. That's why we're still living and breathing and still trying to say, yo, let's go for the Christ Star train, whatever. Anyway, all of those cycles each had, this was a summary of the massive diagram sets just from that one cycle, just to give you an idea. This was just showing the starborn cycle. And each one of these was a full page with all explanations of all the pieces and parts and all of that. So it's just an amazing structure. The structure they have showed us, the processes involved with those structures, it's just, I look at it and just go, wow. I might not like the job because I'm exhausted because the workshops are always crazy with time and everything, and it doesn't go the way I wish it would as far as that. But look at this stuff. How could you not go out and teach that? I'm so grateful to know this, because no matter how bad it is out here, no one can ever take home away from me again. I know it. I feel it. That feeling that I always had of that connection to God's source, it just went whoosh, and expanded like, right, gotcha. Right? No more fighting with those little God concepts and warrior gods and, God sends you to hell and what. Like, that's not the God I know, right? There's a feeling, a presence of that eternal, creative force, the God source. Whatever you call it, doesn't matter. It doesn't care what you call it, right? That's a human thing. Yeah.
I have a question here, because this star-born cycle, are we talking that, for example, the Pleiadians and Andromedans, have they gone through this? Are they still going through it? At what stage are they?
The Andromedans that we were talking about, from Eartha and those guys?
Mm-hmm.
Well, everybody goes through this, actually. A fertilized egg in the womb goes through this. And it's right at this point, where's the dyad? Right here. At this point, the light body has grown this big. You got the physical body growing in the womb, right? You already have the spirit body that's already huge, right? That Lumiridana one with all the probability dominions, right? And like we're talking about a fetus here, grows to be a baby. And when the birth point happens is when this cell of the light body grows. Then through the process, they call it the birthday chart, through a very specific process of accretion of frequency, taking it from the spirit body into the physical form, bonding the spirit energy with the atomic form and therefore expanding the atomic form, the light body simultaneously grows. When it finishes that cycle, it will go into what is called the unici seed atom. It will become, the full core of the light body structure from which the rest of it grows. But we have these structures out here. To get out here in the outer domains in incarnation implies we started at the core, came out to the inner, then to the middle, and from the middle came out to here. So we have these structures behind us in time in that regard.
Sure.
So they're part of our extended anatomy that goes with our extended family of identity with our other simultaneous incarnations. Does that answer whatever the question was? I lost track of the question.
Actually,
sorry.
Because what I'm trying to do is, in other words, if we have certain, you call them guardian alliance, guardian beings, they're coming to help sort of rescue the planet at this time and bring in the ascension mechanics and so on. These individual beings are at a stage in their development. And where are they in this chart, or are they on another chart in their development? Because it's a complex.
Some of them, now the Guardian Alliance has millions and millions, probably billions at this point because of the levels we're dealing with, of members. Some of them are in various stages ahead of ours that are still in a 15-dimensional time matrix, that haven't gone through Christ Star evolution yet, but they're still working toward it. But the ones we are dealing with now that give the information and that are actually orchestrating this load-out evac, they are the Adashi Ascension adepts. They have completed this process. And they are in those cycles, those Adashi cycles, that after the expansion you make the turnaround and you go back. And they are in those three Adashi cycles that are going back towards Source. And a few of them are actually, well, they wouldn't look like beings as we call beings here. They would look like stars or suns because they have completed that. So it's there. It was funny. We kept having mission upgrades, right? Where, okay, we're talking to this group. We had the general ones from the Guardian Alliance. Then we had the Iani. And then when the drama escalated more, the Adene came in, and then the Ad Andrea, and then there was like 6, 7 upgrades. And then we met the Aquafarian, and the Bende Aquari, and the Aqui and the Aqui-L, and these are the ones they've gone through the process. So because at this point, it's the only way to get off the planet is going to be using these spanner gates. So you can't actually teach somebody something like that. They couldn't just tell us what to do if they don't actually know it themselves. Sure. And it's kind of funny. It's like you can't give what you actually don't have. And it's, when I do the teaching stuff, when we come in, it's what I like about the workshops, even though I hate it at the same time because it makes it frustrating because you don't have my program to walk in with. But we all learn at the same time. Where the wave comes through, I learn it right there as it's coming out, right? Say, okay, they're saying this, right? And this is where I'm up in the room going, okay, it's this, and then have to explain it. We all learn it at the same time. But if you don't have a certain frequency in you, you're not going to be able to convey that frequency to someone else. So in order to, it keeps us all in a very interesting space, I find, where there's not some elite member that knows everything and walks around with their nose in the air and just floats on clouds and that kind of stuff. I learn it, they learn it, right? It just goes. I just happen to be the little drain pipe that comes through, but we all learn it at the same time. So it's all very, very even. There's not a hierarchy of snobbery. There's not a oh, I'm more spiritually aware than you stuff or anything like that happening, and I like that about it. Anyway, where are we? This one is just to point out. This little bit down here is just a micro version of those probability maps that we showed where the Milky Way was, where M31 was, where the parallel is. This is just showing that these configurations, actually, there's a microcosm of them actually running in our heads and in our bodies. So we're directly connected to them. There's certain vortices that connect us directly to certain spaces here. One of the spaces that we first opened, it has, what do they call it? Is that the Ashayana vortice? I think they called it that, yeah. It was actually the first part of the host where we could bring the frequencies through the mess that is in the galactic core and actually have a tunnel of information that would be able to reach us here so they could continue bringing in the frequencies and the information. That manifested here through our own mechanics and in our brain. It's actually a vortice that comes out to the right and goes up, and you can feel it. And they're also teaching us how to project up and meet them halfway. So we orb up and meet them and go, whoa, and they'll come down. And sometimes we'll use projection versions of ourselves, or sometimes we'll just hang out and orb and do direct cognition. But we're teaching people how to do this. They would like people to learn how to do this, because people do need to be walked through this process. This isn't a simple ascension cycle. This is a mess down here, and there's very little time left to fix that as far as DNA and things. That's why they really are extending, as much as they can to assist us with that. The only thing they won't do is walk into our bodies and take them out for us. That's not allowed. Just like they don't allow the channeling, where they won't come into your body and use your face and talk to people. No, because that can actually violate your DNA, right? Not to mention theirs. So it's just to show, there's lots more that showed at the time in that workshop, but it's just to illustrate that those maps and everything and the frequencies that are running there are directly connected right into our biology. They're wired right into our brains, right into our electric system, as well as our subtle body fields. What the whole thing comes down to, really, is the battle of the spirals. Well, we left off on the dueling spirals, the Eternal Life Crystal Spiral and the Metatronic or Fibonacci Spiral, which is part of the Death Star Merkaba technologies. These spirals, again, are actually the core currents of energy that spiral out for the expansion of any form, be it the light body or the spirit body. These spirals come out from the core quantum, and the core quantum in the Eternal Life system is the infinite God Source consciousness field. So with the crystal spiral, it always maintains an open connection with its source, with its center point, where the Metatronic spiral does not. It doesn't even have its own center point when you look at how it's constructed on the golden mean rectangle. Well, the spiral will come out, the crystal spiral will come out. Now here is an interesting configuration. It looks like an upside down leaf with a little flame in the middle, right? What this is you have one spiral, crystal spiral, that comes out in expansion clockwise, and that's in what's called the Itori side of the cosmos, because every one of these spheres has one that also spins in the opposite direction, which is called the Adore side. So we are in the Itori systems, and the expansion of the spiral, or of the energies there, is clockwise. At the same time, there is another quantum and a spiral that counter-spirals out on a counterclockwise rotation, which is the expansion spiral for the system that goes in the opposite direction. Just because it's going in the opposite direction doesn't mean it's negative. This is the structure where you have the Itori side and the Adore side. If you have something spinning clockwise, there is another one that is a companion that spins counterclockwise. The systems are separated, even though they're in the same place. They're on opposite angle of rotation of particle spin, so they're visible to each other. They pass right through each other. But these spirals are synchronized with each other. So the crystal spiral spirals out on they refer to it as the electrical spiral, spirals out on the clockwise, and then the more magnetic one spirals out on the Adore side, and at a certain point they cross over and meet at this axis, right? And this is only shown a little bit of the expansion, like where it comes out from the center and does one round, same with here. There's a whole set of things that happen when eventually they meet up here. In the first cycle, before they meet here, they actually meet here, and there's something called a flame cycle, a flame shift cycle, where when the two currents meet, they merge and do a replication and create a flame, the eternal flame, the living flame, and then that shifts to this position. So you have the eternal flame from the first time they encountered each other in the small set, like with the small set here. This is showing it did this one round small set, then it's coming out again. When they come out again, they cross over down here. And this creates certain passages. There are certain things that it's not just this spiral, but there are these little spirals that come out on each of them, that form those little petals, that come out on each of these, what are called octants, these breakdowns that are actually part of the time clocks of how these work, as far as the time cycles, how they work. So you end up with the main spiral, and then these smaller spirals that send energy back and forth through, and that's what forms that petal effect inside. So at certain points, now this is actually a time cycle that has dates plugged in that started with last April of 2009. Right? When certain activations took place that put us in this, like this is the last round of this cycle, the round of the spirals, which means there's going to be the place of the crossover happening here. But before that, there are these axes right here, this one running here, which is the 0 line, because this is where actually the spirals start, is the 0 line. And I believe that's the 4. And like when you're counting them, that's the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 axes, right? And 5, 6, 7, back to 0, 0, 8, right? Right here, there are certain currents that come out here that are referred to as the monadic passage. That's where the spiral goes from being in one density to expanding into 2 densities. So going from a 3-dimensional spiral to a 6-dimensional spiral. That opens something called the monadic passages. And they allow for what is called the formation of the Jade body, which is a 6-dimensional, it is a 6-dimensional body that is transharmonic, that activates those they call them the Amareya Merkabas, those really large ones, the last ones we talked about. So we just went through this period, March 15th of 2010, is when the Itori side of the monadic passages opened. Over here, we're going to have another period where the monadic passage on the Adore side, which is that counterspin side, opens. And there's going to be a point before that, which happens when, this is around September 2nd of 2010, this year, where they cross through, and it begins opening this area, which is referred to as the Amareya passage. So there's a set of things involving these spirals, and these spirals are actually coming down through the probability maps that we looked at, the Milky Way and M31 and all of that. They're actually spiraling down through those, through into our solar system, through into our planet. They're both coming down. There's a certain point where the Metatronic spiral is also doing the same thing, coming right through the galactic core, interacting through our solar core, coming down into our planet core. So it's not shown on this one, but there's a point, if we just looked at the one spiral that is the clockwise one coming in that we saw in the other diagram, when that comes around, it's right over in this axis right here when that Metatronic spiral starts its takeover, right, where it goes past interfaces it, and then tries to bend and harness the quantum. So it's right over in through here, and that right there is really the point where it grabs it. We're going to start feeling resistance and pull. Even though we've got the monadic passage open, there's going to be more influx of positive energy coming in, or strength feeling energy that you can feel from the Christic spiral coming in here. There's going to be even more over here when the monadic passage on the Adore side opens. But it's like from that point until this point, which is August 6th of 2011, that's when the things that are going to end up dragged into the Metatronic harness, that will be the strongest point of pull. That's when the yank will happen, when they start frequency-wise being pulled over. The DNA starts being pulled over into the harness.
At what point does that pull, that sort of negative pull, really start? A little before that?
Yeah, it starts.
You didn't actually give me a date for that.
Now, this one starts, let's see, around February 16th of 2011.
Okay. So February 16th to August 11th, did you say?
Yeah, August 6th.
August
2011.
6th of 2011.
Yeah, that is a point where the dueling spiral effect, will be felt. Yet we have three of the Christic activations. The one that just happened, that we're starting to feel the perk on now, right? The one that's coming when a part of this MRA passage opens, that's the vertical passage, and then there will be another perk when the Adore side of the monadic passage opens. So we'll be getting strengthened before, the crystal spiral will be getting strengthened before it gets hit with the Metatronic harness. So that's why in this time period, if people start just even working with trying to link with the crystal spiral, that's the first step. And that's not that hard. That has to do with that code that's floating around over there called the Alleria that we'll talk about before this is over. It's the beginning. You're not going to fix your whole light body structure, maybe in 5 million years by just staring at that code. But that is the linking code to link into what's called the reservoir that is being built of crystal spiral frequency in the core of the planet. So this will be the period of most resistance. What it's going to look like in the mass drama, I have no idea. Because as this stuff goes on, the real fight isn't so much between the Christics. The Christics are opening these passages where they will have enough strength if they're working with their, with Christic intent, and they have the DNA to anchor it. They will, pretty much ride through that. But in this period, you have actually a Metatronic spiral coming in, a takeover spiral, with two competing groups controlling it. It's like you have a spiral, and one line is red and one line is green, and they are fighting, not just to take everything, but to take everything away from each other. So that's where there may be wacky stuff in the mass drama that occurs. Flare-ups over here and over there, and somebody throwing bombs at each other, or whatever. So that is a bit of a it ought to be interesting to watch the news that period, right? Just to see. As we move past this, this is where the harness will start, and one time wave is going to follow the Metatronic spiral and go into the harness effect, and the other is going to go past it. So we're already got the two time waves going, but the Christic time wave is just starting to come into activation. It will grow stronger as these monadic passages open. When it'll go through this period where the Christic spiral will be strong enough to not be taken over by the other. But the rest of the planet that's sitting there doing nothing and not bothering about it, doesn't want to know about it, doesn't even know what the word chakra means, right? Well, fine. But the planet is going to anchor that Metatronic spiral, and it's going to activate the Metatronic part of your DNA if you don't do something to change that, right? Because it's just quantum override. The planetary field is bigger than yours, quantum-wise, and it's going to drag you in to the same configuration of the planet. So the planetary body itself is going to allow that harness to occur, yet we're going to be riding that larger time wave, which is actually, it's a slower time wave. This starts to accelerate and compact and get faster and faster and tighter and more squashed feeling, where this starts to expand, and it seems like it goes slower and just expands out with a different time quality, and that's going to be coming more and more into into our experience as we move through this. When we get to here, now this is interesting. We move into 2012 here at this point. There are other passages that open here that correspond with the ones on their opposite vector, right? So this begins our journey into 2012. There are various activations that happen in each of these stages, and again, this is where you got the two time waves running, and it's important to pick, to choose which time wave you want to ride, and to actively interact, consciously evolve, and interact with the frequencies of the one that you want to follow that path, or the other will just, you know, take you down the road with it. When we get to this point, over in here, this is, they call it the 12, 12, 12, 12, 11, 11, 11, 11 point for various reasons that have to do with other dynamics on other graphs. But this is the December 21st to 22nd, 2012. All right. This is the point where you've got full, and this is the point where if it weren't for this other crystal spiral coming in, this thing would have grabbed what of the crystal spiral coming in, grabbed it, rolled it over, and this is where it would create pole shift. It would push and drag the whole thing right into pole shift. It would have dragged the planet into pole shift. They would have shifted the rods as well, and it would have been the last extinction. That's not going to happen because the crystal spiral is coming in, and it's not creating enough to stop it, because if you tried to stop that Metatronic spiral, once it starts, it'll implode in the core. So once it's activated, it's going to go and it's going to take something. So what could be done is what the Christians are doing is the counterpole of having that larger, slower spiral is actually going to just slow a little bit the speed of that. So it'll hit 55, but not a full 55 activation. It will not be able to do the blend with the parallel side to form the 55 that then goes up to, what is it, 33, 55, 80 something, whatever, in the Metatronic sequence. They won't be able to make that leap. And we're going to hold them there for 200 years while the gates are open. I'm sure they're not really thrilled about that. We're not fighting with them. We're just holding, standing in the crest. So there's interesting things that are going to take place during this period that we'll look at before we go that have to do with the precession of the equinoxes and what is actually aligning. Because there is a blast from the past that's coming in from the center of the Milky Way, where it's actually coming in from the parallel side through the center of the Milky Way. And it's going to interface directly through our sun with our Earth. And it's meant to hit the rods. And it's meant to knock the rods to actually make them spin. And it would spin one way, one the other, and literally crack the plates of the equator. And I mean, something like that, there's no life left on the planet after something like that. And this is what the whole 2012 thing was about with the Mayan calendar and all of that. They saw an end time. They were warned about it. They were told they were going to be taken off planet. You know, in the ancient days, the Mayans were, because they're connected with the Anu races. And, you know, so they were told that you're our children and we'll come and save you. That kind of thing, you know, when the end times come. This end time was known since, this drama would unfold at this time, since 22,326 BC, because that was the last stellar activation cycle when the gates open. They cannot do this when the gates are closed, or it would just blow up the planet. So they had to wait till the next natural increment when the gates would open, and then they were going to go for the final, you know, the final conflict drama, and that's what we're watching. So it's not a new drama. This is the end of a very old one. But it isn't the greatest outcome that could have happened. It wasn't, when the Voyager's books were written, what was hoped would occur. But the choices that were made on this planet by the consciousness field here, they could have done more with that information. They didn't. No, I mean, I was the one with the little workshops, and the ones teaching the other paradigm had much bigger ones, and that was fine. It just meant who was running which Merkaba, right? There was a lot of people running the anti-Christic Merkaba mechanics. Every person is a unit of energy on this planet. If half of those had spun their Merkabas this way, we might have held the Bridge Zone project. But it didn't. It was a choice that was made by the consciousness on the planet. And that's okay. You know, we're still standing. We'll still stand on the crest, even if only 3 people show up. You know, it was never about how many. But it is as far as the grids go. The grids were oversaturated with the amount. And it was not just from here. It's also from other things that are being done, like HARP and various other machines that look like museums in France, and things like that, that are actually machines that are set up to create very specific, repeated patterns of cycling pulses, right? Even sometimes there are like speed limits set on very busy highways to keep a certain pulse in the grids. That 55 is real popular. Oh, yes. I mean, it is. There are people that consciously design these things in this planetary culture. This isn't an accident. Nothing here happens by accident. And rarely is it anything to do with what it appears to be. You know, that's just the way how the Illuminati game works here. But it's like, get over it. You know, we're on a prison planet, and there's still an escape route. This is good, right? one of the things that's important is when people are confronted with some of this information, it can be overwhelming. It's like, oh my God, I just want to be dead. You know, get me out of here. No, dead is not the answer. The worst thing a person can do is commit suicide right now, because your consciousness, if you drop the body on purpose, the consciousness will be stuck in this field. You want to be a ghost here while it goes down? Your body is your greatest gift right now, because in your body, if you run it the right way, if you bring in the proper frequencies, it will be your salvation. It will actually anchor the crystal spiral because you have human codes, and that will bring you out of it, and you won't want, at that point you won't feel like it was so horrible. You can deal with this, honestly. You get over the shock and you kind of go, ooh, well, I'm going to have a good day tomorrow anyway, right? And it's an adjustment process when you're processing this kind of a huge amount of information that you've never heard before. But I just want to, make it clear that suicide is not the answer. That's how to get stuck here. It's not worth doing. There's always a solution to get out. Your body will help you. You can anchor these frequencies in your body, and it will set your spirit free. So whenever, even if you do a normal, bardo and your body eventually dies, you won't be stuck in the 55 activation. But if you leave because you can't deal with the thought of having a 55 activation, you're going to get stuck in it. So I just wanted to say that, because I know this can be intimidating to some people. All right, so anyway. Now, excuse me. So what I want to do is get to the point where we talk a little bit about some of the things that do occur. So that big mystery about what's aligning with what. Oh, the galactic core does something. Oh, that was in 1983. I mean, they're all like the internet. They're saying this group's saying this group's saying that. Everybody's trying to figure out what this big galactic core alignment is. Because honestly, in certain ways, if you lined it up, it actually happened somewhere in the 80s. That's not the alignment. It's not about that. It is about the rods and the chambers and what they're doing. So we'll look at those in a minute. But this little time cycle here, it's about the spirals and how they're expanding out. And the simple thing that people really need to do is they need to decide which path. Do they take this information seriously enough to say, well, better be better safe than sorry. What I mean? Let's try that crystal spiral and see if I like it, Because if you don't like it, you can always go back to the Metatronic way, no problem. There's nobody holds you here, you know what I mean? It's a free will thing. But anyway, I want to get to the graphs that have to do with a little bit on the body too. But before that, I want to show you one more thing. We're back up, way up at the top in our cosmic matrix, seeing our little Vecca system with the black holes next to us that are trying to suck us in and that kind of thing. Up here, again, is the Aquarian matrix. That is where the Crystal River host groups are coming from, the Adashi Adepts are coming from. And they are literally sending a frequency bridge down. It's actually acting like a respirator for this planet, because it's coming down. It partially goes through the solar gates, but only partially. But it's coming down, and it wraps almost like two currents that come down, and they're meeting in the center, the core of the Earth. If they weren't doing that in the core of the Earth, there's a thing that happens in a solar system, and it's just part of the natural mechanics of a solar system. If you have a sun that's pranaseed closes and it enters its Bardo cycle, all of the planets or stars in that system that have the natural circulation with it will follow suit. They will all close their pranaseeds, and they will all prepare to die together. This planet was going to go into that. If that happened, all the gates would shut except the wormholes. And this is actually the cosmic respirator at the moment. There are two currents that are coming down. What do they call that again? That's a big word. Yeah, I trip over my tongue on that all the time. Ancestation passage, they call it. And it is literally frequency currents that are coming down and forming a loop, coming in through the Earth rods, I imagine, and literally holding the core open so the pranaseed doesn't close, so the gates can still circulate energy, and so the host can go. And that will stay for 200 years. And when that pulls up, the pranaseed's going to close, and the natural process of Bardo for the solar system is going to unfold. So whoever does stay here after the 200 years is going to have a very interesting evolutionary experience, because there's going to be progressively more limited resources. You're going to watch species go extinct at hugely fast rates because they went out, right? They're just like, okay, out of here, we're leaving the planet. You're going to see large groups of people doing that, be it from earth changes or wars or whatever, because it is the last call. But we've got 200 years before that point comes, fortunately. Now, what the solution is we need to reverse mutate as much as we can the light body structure and turn back on the spirit body, light body flows that have been blocked by these fields, and get the junk DNA to reassemble so it can process the natural atomic and chemical changes that would occur in a body when it goes through the activating the Merkaba process, because it is a biochemical process. The part in the process called fetal integration, that is when the consciousness from the spirit body begins to enter the fetal body in the baby, right? It starts to come in. It starts to bond the spirit body consciousness into the atoms. It's actually partially bonded into the atoms. It's called the jari. That's the part of the consciousness that actually is stuck with the atoms, the part of your living consciousness that forms your atoms. And that part, when you go through a natural Bardo or ascension cycle, the jari is freed and the atom is able to go through a biochemical process that involves an element or a transient element called celestaline. There's something called a celestaline wave. It has to do with the substances they used to call white powder and blue powder gold. All right, they're monoatomic, but they're natural monoatomic atoms that are formed, and they allow the body to become a superconductor where the angular rotation of particle spin on the atoms can shift. They blend instead of annihilate with their antiparticle, their natural antiparticle, and they can go into ascension. So the biochemical processes that we're working on, they're directly connected to the DNA, directly connected to the epigenetic overlay that is triggering the DNA and telling it what it can and can't do. The techniques that we've been working with all along have progressively started with fixing the light body structure, then different layers of that, then what's called the crystal body structure that's part of the light body structure. Then we went into turning back on the core flows of the spirit body structure. Now we're working with what's called the Ajay body structure, which is the part of this anatomy that brings those two together and allows the core flows to happen where you can actually go into orb. These little orbs we see in some of these photos and those kind of things, eventually we will be able to turn ourselves into those as a traveling medium. What you don't see with an orb, a natural orb, would have its Merkaba fields moving around it, right? They're the parts you don't see, but you might get a photograph of the orb itself, right? You can also have orbs that are coming from the other system as well, where they are using the Death Star Merkaba, and you can't tell just by seeing the orb. You would have to be able to see the structures of its system and whether it had a poison apple-shaped magnetic field around it, or whether it had the natural thing that looks like a butterfly, which is the natural electromagnetic field. So anyway, when we're going to think about reverse mutating, it has to do with techniques, not techniques in a laboratory where you have somebody go play with your DNA. You play with your own DNA by literally, first of all, knowing what pieces of the anatomy you're trying to turn on and trying to heal, and working with them directly through certain breathing techniques, through certain visualization exercises, through certain projection exercises. There are even certain movements and some yoga moves that the Guardians refer to as logas, because you also use energy work with the chakras with them and things. There are things to do that help the body to get into the space where these things can be repaired, so you do become able to do these. We have structures in the body that have to do with, these were in some of the earlier teachings. It shows the density 1 body, and this would be your density 2 body. If things were normal right now, say you could say this was your Earth body and this was your Terran body, Terran density 2, right? But we actually have these fields on each density level. This would be your soul level body, and this would be your incarnate level. If you had the density 3 one here, you'd have your oversoul, then you would have your avatar, then you would have your rishi level. Now, this is 3 dimensions here, this is 3 here. They each have their radial body structure. They are connected, but these have to be opened. So these become a 6-dimensional structure, because the gates that we're going through require the 6-dimensional structure that actually has a 24 to 48 strand capacity, which is where the host comes in and those fancy Merkabas come in. But part of what this is, and we have the light body training courses that are in like the K23 manual and that stuff, they teach you how to open these things, like this part of how do you fix stuff, right? And see, there's certain activations that will then, now this one's starting to get different shaped, right? You do certain other activations, you still have your spherical one up there, but this is starting to look like a flame, right? And then, when you finish those sets of activations, you've got your flame body activated. That's the 6-dimensional aspect, right? Now, before we do this, there's one thing that can be done to link with that spiral when it's coming in, or the crystal spiral when it's coming in, and at least then you're linked with that. But if you want to actually try to clear the other mutations out so you have a stronger field and so you don't get that Metatronic pull as badly from your own DNA as the Metatronic one's coming in, it's worth working with these technologies if you haven't done the activations before. And there's tons. There's a newcomer set of techniques and activations where to start this process. But it is a process, and you don't have to, like, bury yourself in it. But, a couple times a week do that, or, do a little bit of that, and try to work with the technologies. And also, ask the guardians to say, would you help me with this? Another thing I want to say about asking the guardians, I get a little tired of people saying, oh, the guardians attacked me, they came and they had astral sex with me. I said, hello, that is not the guardian. The Guardian Alliance does not do that. That's not allowed. No sexual contact whatsoever, no abusive. They don't yell at you, they don't tell you to do things, they don't say you have to, they don't say you must. If there's something they'd really like you to do because you think it's in your best interest, they'll request that you do it, but you can always say no. So if open rapport and communication does come. There's all sorts of things out there calling themselves Guardian Alliance that are not. And you have to be careful with that. Our DNA right now, if you've done nothing with your DNA to get your line clearer, it runs 2 lines. It'll actually run 3. We can run a Christic one, a green one, or a red one, which means an Anunnaki one, a Drac one, or a Christic one. So we've all got combinations of those codes. So anyway, I just wanted to add that in there, because we get a little tired of hearing people say, I'm going to go to the newspapers. I was like, well, good luck with that. But that's not us. You know what I mean? That's not our guys. They don't do that. In fact, we've taught against that, and we've taught to watch out for that for ages. If they were going to do that, they wouldn't be teaching not, to look out for that, because people are doing it.
Also make it clear that other people who offer to activate your DNA for you or your clone body for you is at the same time.
Exactly. Yeah, there's been another thing that some well-meaning or not people have done where they'll say, oh, I'll give you a session and I'll activate your 12-strand pattern for you. Oh, I'll activate. There's nobody that can do it for you but you. It has to be you that does it. You have to choose. There are simple techniques. They're not hard. They're simple meditation techniques. It's really funny. When people first start them, they usually fall asleep halfway through the tape, or maybe a quarter of the way through the tape, because the DNA can't hold all the frequencies it brings in yet. But the more you use the tape, the more you'll find that you can stay awake during it, right? Even if you don't stay awake, you're still picking up some of the activation. The point where you can actually stay awake through the whole thing means you expanded the DNA activation level enough to hold the level of frequency that tape was bringing in. All right, so as far as having other people fix you when it comes to DNA activation, you are much, much safer to just look at various techniques, feel which one feels better for you, and use that one, and not have somebody else. Because you know what? Nobody else can activate your DNA for you, but they can transfer things into your DNA that weren't there otherwise. They can implant you that way, and some people are being used that way. Sometimes they don't even know it, that they're well-meaning. But where did they think? Like, what kind of ego does it take to say, I'm going to go activate your DNA for you? Hello? Get your ego in check. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So anyway.
Let's talk a tiny bit about monatomic gold, because there's a lot of misinformation about that.
Yeah, we put out an article about that quite a while ago. It's, don't take it. Just let's start there. There is a natural version of that, an organic version of that, in an organic ascension process, or even just Stargate passage process, that the body secretes itself. That there used to be a horrible period in Egyptian history and Atlantean history where angelic humans were captured as soon as they did a gate cross and killed so they could scrape the powder off their skin before it evaporated, because if the ones that didn't have gate codes took a little bit of it, it would give them a temporary burst where they could force themselves through a gate. It becomes addictive, and it actually destroys the body if it's not made within the body itself. And it's a product of a natural transient element called celestaline. We've talked about, this gets into some of the heavier atomic things that we've talked about in some of the workshops, that has to do with a substance called hydrolase, which is living water, sort of. Yeah, it's water with nitrogen, isn't it? It bonds to it, yeah. It's a natural state of water, where the water here is actually mutated because of the way the planetary grids are. So as far as taking the outside substances, if you have to take something because your doctor tells you you have to, we say, don't throw away medical advice right now. We're all walking a double line down here. Like, if I had to, I would go to a doctor. If the doctor said take an antibiotic, I would. We don't tell people to stop medical treatment or even psychiatric treatment. You have to be careful there and find somebody qualified enough and awake enough themselves to respect your choice of spirituality. right? Because a lot of for psychiatry, a lot of places you go say, yeah, I've been astral projecting and it's getting on my nerves, I'll put you on a drug, right? Oh, you're having, no, actually I'm having astral projection, hello. You know, if they can't deal with that conversation, find another doctor. If it's a physical symptom, there are certain things we can work to help fix in ourselves. But there are certain conditions that if you want to keep the body alive longer, you may have to have that, you know, what may be intrusive at the moment, and that's always a personal choice. You know, I would probably be much less likely to rely on a doctor for myself than I would be for my child, for example. Right? I might take chances with me, but I'm not going to take it with, you know, with my children or someone I love, or, you know, my husband or something. So that's personal, but we're not one of those groups that say, oh, everything has to be holistic, and, you know, eventually, yes. Eventually we'll all go back to being breatharians, and we won't have to eat, because we'll be able to do solar symbiosis and actually create hydrolyze in our body just by breathing air and sunlight. And that's what our bodies are supposed to do. They don't do that really well right now, so if you try to be a breatharian, you tend to starve to death and get very sick. So there are places, we're right now in a space of evolution where there are changes we need to make in our biology just to hold the essential potential and to start activating it. And then there are changes that will come naturally, but if you try to force them, you're going to actually make yourself sicker. Some people went on the big vegetarian kick. Now, I like the concept of vegetarian, but if you just eat vegetarian, your fields get very, very high and buzzy. And they fit right in with the Metatronic acceleration that has been going on with the sextant clock. That's why we've said, you know, a bit of protein. If you really can't stand meat, protein, fine, if you want to be vegetarian. But be aware that high, buzzy feeling that you get, this is not good. All right, that's too much electricity. It means you're processing too much frequency coming in, and that means you're going into that time wave that's very choppy time wave that's connected with the Metatronic activations. So there's so much trickery where it appears to be a good thing, but it isn't always what it appears to be. You know, those kind of things. So as far as monatomics, I wouldn't touch them. You know, feel the same about colloidal silver, honestly. Right now, that's just a personal preference if somebody wants to do that. But just the feel I get, and the guardian's kind of go, not saying a word, because we're not going to get into it, but it's like, yeah, just trust your feeling. Okay, not for me, right? So I just kind of use my own radar with that. And really, they try to support becoming energetically self-sufficient as much as possible. Of course, we still have to eat and those kind of things, but you know, relying on all sorts of vitamins, all sorts of drugs, all sorts of foods, all sorts of this, all sorts of that all the time. Weaning is a little bit, but if you're, say, taking meds for manic depression or something, don't just throw them out the window. You're going to have really bad results because that crosses the blood-brain barrier or whatever and gets in the blood system, and you can have really bad withdrawal. You got to stage those kind of withdrawals. And some of them are just not worth getting in the first place. If you start taking monatomics, it will create a dependency in the body, even though science has not identified that yet. And it will also do something that something else does too. And for some people, that's good, but for other people, they have enough of that happening, and it shouldn't. There are certain substances now that, I won't name them, but they're popular supplements. They're not drugs, they're just supplements. But they actually accelerate the speed at which frequency from the light body processes into the atomic structure. That can be good for some people who have a sluggish field in certain ways, but it can actually override and take it into Metatronic twist for other people whose flows are faster or even normal. So it's very individual with that, with those kind of things. Eventually we'll have more guidelines, and eventually they're going to let us know a little bit more about what foods are more Metatronic than others and those kind of things, which would come down to what trees are Metatronic and what ones are Christic, what animals, what, you know, I mean, it gets to the point where it's hard enough to look at what teaching sets, you know, and what people are affiliated with them. You know, it's almost heartbreaking in a way to have to see which is going which way. But eventually, as we work with our bodies, especially if we're serious about getting the physical body through. I mean, you don't have to get a physical body through to be able to ascend. What you do have to do, if you are just saying, well, you know, I can do a normal death and, you know, that gets my spirit out, there's one thing that's very important. And this shows you the horror that's been run here. How many teachings and how many systems, cultures from the past that can even be remembered bury bodies? When you bury a body, it's trapped the verbody cell. It is anchored to that space-time location. The spirit is trapped to the space-time location. If a person bardos out, there's a natural process, the chakra is shutting down, the dark matter template is separating, the consciousness pulling itself out and up, and it needs to release the verbody cell, cremation is the way it was always done. Now, normally, if your DNA is working the right way, you wouldn't have to worry about somebody burning your dead body for you, because you would actually transmute it yourself and just like have somebody lay it down in a room for 3 days and it would disappear, because you would turn it into vapor and pull that part of your consciousness out, and there'd be a little dust left, and that was the vibhuti left from the body cell that was the donated quantum from your two parents that gave you the fetal pattern to begin with. So this is one of the horrors here. How many religions are teaching to bury? That is the absolute opposite of Christian teachings, of ascension teachings, and it's heartbreaking. But there are a lot of rescue missions that do go on in the planes, the various plane structures of Earth, because the guardian groups know this, and people are getting stuck here for eons, right? So there are particular times when the guardian, they're called way showers, will come in and actually round them up and say, okay, there's certain things you have to do. They have to release that connection, and that's quite a physics mechanics thing, kind of a little bit like brain surgery, but there are guardians that do service them. So if you have people that you love that died and are buried, you might want to put out a good word to whoever the way showers of the Christ are. And they're not always just the guardian alliance people. There's lots of Adashi adepts and people out there that handle these things. But if you want to solve that problem in the first place, if you're not planning on getting your body to the point where it can do a full transfiguration, because it is sometimes a lot of work. At some point you're going to have to change your diet. At some point you're going to have to spend more time focusing in say meditative spaces or projection spaces than you are focused here. And that can get in the way of your life down here. It's okay to die as long as you do it well and take your quantum with you, and that means cremation. And that's another thing that people might hate my guts for. Sorry. Yeah, since they're hating my guts, I might as well say the other one. It's on the other end, the fetal integration one. Yeah. You were wondering if I was going to do that. Yeah, might as well. In the natural process, it's been explained very, very clearly, the fetal integration process, from the point when an egg and sperm come together. I mean, down to the first 12 seconds. The second, what happens? What part of the spirit body grows first? What part of the light body starts to grow then as the flesh is expanding out, etc. 33 to 56 days after conception is when the soul can start to integrate, or the spirit can start integrating into that body. Until that point, yes, the body is alive. It is being fueled by the quantum donated by the two parents. If a being dies in that period, it is not attached to the body yet. It is not stuck. So there is a window of 33 to 56 days when, if a person aborted, let's say, that doesn't mean we support abortion. People really should be spiritually aware enough not to get themselves in that position in the first place. But down here, that can be difficult sometimes, especially if you're raped or something like that. But 33 to 56 days, usually the 56th toward the 56th end now, like the way the mutation is running here, before the spirit can start to integrate into the fetal body. Because if it did, it would explode the fetal pattern and it would kill the fetal body. So there is a window there where, yes, you have a baby in there, and yes, you have a spirit that's probably wanting to come into it, but it's not in yet. It will start fetal integration 33 to 56 days. And that's another one. So if everybody really wants to not like me, they can play with that too. And I'm sure the Catholic people won't be happy with me at all, and I'm sorry. I won't even get into where the Bible came from. In the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, when Rome decided it wanted to unify all its territories and called everybody together and created the canonized Bible by taking pieces of old records from various places. So we all have our own beliefs, and I really hope the people of other faiths can respect ours, and we will respect yours. Anyway, let me get back on the grass so I'm done with these.
Okay, no, that's absolutely fine.
Oh, talk about just hitting every little bit.
Well, that's what we're all about here. We're just,
it just felt like it was the right place to put that.
As much as possible. Pushing the envelope.
Well, it's already been said. I mean, these things have been published and been said in our workshops, but I've never been on YouTube.
Well, get ready. At some point we want to talk about the 2012, from there on, what happens, and the fact that that's not the end of the world, and that they're not going to ascend on that day, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, their story of they were going to ascend on that day meant you were going to become extinct on that day.
Right.
Yeah, if the Meccaniche crew had their way. Anyway, I want to show a couple of things because I want to get to one point that shows something that is important that has to do with the what to do. The linking code, there is a linking code, and I'll show you how it works. But first I just want to, they're asking me to put these up just to get a view on these. These are, we showed the light body structure of the flame body and the activations. The part of the activations that when you do the flame body, it also begins activating these parts of the field that are part of the chariot of fire. So we're activating those parts. They build up to activating the Christ star vehicle, the Merkaba levels that build up to the Christ star vehicle, and that builds up to activating the Amaranth. Just hold it there. Okay, now. Back to the Alleria. No, that's not the Alleria, that's the Lumiridana. That's the spirit body structure, right? I wanted to point out, in the spirit body structure, again, those 12 lines, right? It's actually 6 vectors that form 12 event horizons, right? And that's where the flows are. This is something very important because between the Rasha body, which is the dark matter template, and the spirit body, there's something very interesting that happens. These things are called chambers. Now, on the light body structure, these 12 chambers would be called fire chambers. On the spirit body, they're called Allurian chambers. They are actually the chambers within which they interact with the dark matter body that form atomic structure when the body is working properly. This is how stars actually birth atoms. And they don't just birth a few, like 3 primary ones, and they all bump in together and then form the next couple. It doesn't work that way. When it's actually functioning normally, a planet, a star, or a person generates their own 144 elements, prime elements, that then go to form the natural chemicals that would be in the body and all of that kind of thing. So there we have the template, the human aspect of this mixed race we call humanity. The angelic human aspect does have the core pieces of fragment DNA that correspond to each of those 144 elements. Right now on the planet body is not manufacturing 144 elements because of the mutations. But we can begin turning them back on in our own body because we are connecting now not just to the Metatronic spiral that is working here, but we are progressively connecting our bodies into the Christic spirals that are being hosted by healthy living systems, which means there's an alternative of energy flows that we can use. We can begin the process of activating our Allurian chambers. And the Allurian chambers are interesting if you take away all the other things like in the spanner gates and all that, and just look at the basic structure. On one density level, just like when we looked at the things that became the spherical maps, where there were 4 of those sets, right, embedded. Well, this is 4. You have one for D1, D2, D3, and then what's called the density level one, and that's the one that corresponds to, let's say, the space between D3 and D4. All right, so you again have a 4-level structure. Each one of these, like say on D1, manufactures a set of 12, These each manufacture one of the elements, one of the 144 elements. When you take it all the way up to the 12-dimensional structure, you will get the 144 elements. So each line corresponds with a certain specific set. On D1 it'll be this. On D2 it steps down to that. On D3, it steps up to that. We went through a whole series of things that explained this process in depth, right, as far as how the elements are manufactured, how they're supposed to be manufactured in the natural structure of the spirit body. And it had our own atomic chart, like the kind that resembles the atomic chart that you see in physics class or whatever. But there is another way to, instead of like analyzing and memorizing each one of those by their proton number and all that kind of stuff, because that's what it is. It's the proton numbers. That's how science here keeps track of it. And it's the same thing. It's the same atomic chart. You have your hydrogen all the way up to things that don't have names yet because they haven't found 144 here because they're not here yet. There's a way to trigger the pieces of DNA that are connected to each of these. We still have the dormant encryption in the DNA, but because it's not materializing on the planet because of the mutations, it isn't assembling in the DNA or our bodies. And some of those elements are essential to the biochemical processes of transfigurative ascension. there is a way. Now again, if we look at this, it's a pretty little thing. This is again putting the flows back where we just had the lines showing there, the lines with their atomic numbers on them, right? This actually is there's 4 layers to this, which corresponds to the 4 sets there, and it has its 12 flows. Each of these has certain sets of colors that not only go with what comes up the center line, but if you'll notice on this one, I have it upside down, if you notice on this one, it has to do with the circulation where energy comes up one of these and then flows down these. It actually comes up through, I believe it goes out. Which ones are axiotonal? This is the interface between the 12 lines that are of the spirit body and the 12 lines that are of the light body. And there's an interaction between them, and it's through that. You also have the Rasha body in there. There's 3 different currents running that actually form the elements that are the atomic elements. And these flows that actually come up here, and I just have them going over here and then come back down here. So there's this interaction where these base elements here will come up and they manufacture other ones as they interact with the currents that are coming up here, and these currents split and come down here, and that's going out all the way around, right? So there's this whole set of mathematical interactions that take place in the structures that unite the Rasha dark matter body, the spirit body, and the light body, through which the atomic body is formed. And these numbers correspond to the colors that correspond to the frequency bands of each of these. There would be a color. There's a color spectrum that goes, say, 1 through 12. 1 is red, D1 is red, D2 is orange, D3 is yellow, all the way out to D12, which is that white, the liquid light white color. So the colors correspond to the frequencies, and the frequencies, the colors correspond to, these colors would change on each line because the numbers change. It's called the mix master, and this has to do with quite a complicated process of what angles, which dimensional level is at. So they're not all on the same. You might have axiotonal line 1, say here, and then it becomes line 4 on this level, and then it might be line 6 on this level, because of the shifts in these spheres, where they're not all with their 12s pointed up, in other words. So it is literally the atomic creation factory that our bodies are supposed to be, that a planet body is supposed to be, a star body is supposed to be, to begin triggering the activation of those 144 presently dormant, most of them, elements in the body. This code can be used through optical pineal induction. Now, it works a bit in its black and white form, where it shows its number correspondences. And the number correspondences correspond to colors and to the information that is actually on this chart, right, the technical mathematical information. But it is most powerful when it's in color, where its colors radiate. And we've been very, very fortunate. There's a lovely lady named Sue from England that does all our code work, and she does an amazing job with taking the codes. And it's this code. It's called the Alaria Rashatan. And this is the linking code into what is called, something that's actually activating this weekend, that is called they call it the Orb Reservoir, but it's actually the Aurora Reservoir. It is in the core of the planet, there's going to be a reservoir of energy coming in now from the Aurora continuum and carrying the Christic spiral frequencies. And just using this code, which actually contains the whole imprint, the whole template, for the 144 different elements, and simply you can just put out the intention, go down to Earth core, holding an image of it in your mind, just kind of like even inhale at once and go, and just send down to Earth core with the intention that I want to ride the crystal spiral, right? And that is a start. That will link. It's that simple to link. Now, once you're linked, then there's the light body and the various pieces of yourself you might want to put back together if you want your fields to be strong enough to handle that period, the periods that are going to come up in between now and 2012. But it is the simplest host I have ever seen. We didn't have it this easy. The groups didn't. We had to work piece by piece, starting with the light body, just to be able to fix that level so we could bring those frequencies in so they could activate on the planet. Right? So we did a lot of hard work to get it to the point where this reservoir could be created that is available to anybody who chooses to choose to go on the Christ host. So that is the first start. There's other stuff you can do, and we already have tons of techniques to begin the other parts for people who want it. If you don't want it, that's fine. But that is a linking code, and it's directly keyed. It's not just a pretty little picture. It is directly keyed to the atomic chart, the Alaria chambers, the Alarian chambers chart. There's a whole workshop things that go with this, so I just tried to paraphrase it fast. I wanted to get that in there, and there's one more thing I would like to get in here. Oh, look at this. We're at the bottom of the pile. I'm so happy. Yeah, I mean, I love talking about it, but I get weary, just like people get weary listening to me. You know, it's like, yeah, I need a wake-up band sometimes in the workshops.
You're doing a great job. So.
Thank you.
Do not worry.
Try to do these the simple way. There's a lot of information in these, and I don't have to, I'm not going to read all the little pieces and stuff, that takes forever, but this information is in the Irish, the Ireland workshop, which is what, Sliders 5? 6. That was 6, right? Sliders 6 workshop has the whole set of these charts and talks about this. What you're looking at here is our sun, okay, in the center. This would be our, the solar plane, or where Earth is orbiting around the sun. And it's not done in scale, like, it's just done with that sun at the center just to show these relationships. Over here, you would have Earth with its staff and its rods and shield at its tilt, right? So actually, this is one of the rods, and this is one of the rods, or chambers. And the tilt here, you can see it on the shields. So that's Earth sitting at this angle in the solar plane, and this is like the solar north up here. The sun also has the 2 rods and the 2 chambers, right here. Over here is what you don't see, that because of the way the wormholes are set up, there is a direct counter movement and relationship between parallel Earth that is in that parallel galaxy. It's taken them millions of years actually to build this system, to twist things in this system enough where they could create this. But this is already in sync, and it has been. They had a big victory about 13,000 years ago. I think it was 10,958 BC. It's somewhere down here. Yeah, no, 10,948 BC. Right. So this is what you don't see orbiting right on the opposite orbit of Earth is parallel Earth, and that's on the other side of the wormhole structure. It also has its chambers and rods, and it's also counter-tilted. Where our tilt is this way, they're tilted that way. Through the center gates, the core gates of the sun, they link, and they form an open wormhole network at the center of the sun. Now, this is just what happens all the time since they built this system. Okay, this has created the acceleration in the natural Stargate opening cycle, where ours was speeded up to sync with this one. So this could be, and now they're actually tethered by their rods. Now they're still spinning, so there's a period where the rods separate and then come back together again as they're spinning. And this gives you the false precession, the precession of the equinoxes gives you a system that's referred to as the false yugas. And that's something that is also associated with the Metatronic Death Star Merkaba teachings and all of that. You'll find the false yugas cycle. They're actually e-yugas, and they're supposed to be 26,556 years long. And at this point, because they've changed a couple times, they got faster and faster with the sextant distortion. Let me see if we have it here. How fast are they? I think it got cut off on the bottom. Anyway, this system has accelerated the Stargate opening cycle to synchronize it with this one on this planet. So this is part of the reason why a 55 Merkaba activation could actually take our planet and drag it into black hole fall, because it's already linked, and this link occurred 13,000 years ago. All right. There's another link that has to do with this. This little dot back here, and it's not to scale, of course, it's just showing the point in the maps that we would call our the core of the Milky Way galaxy. All right. The Milky Way also has a thing that's rotating in it. Even though it's a black hole, there is a thing rotating in it. It also has its chambers and rod. And it spins much longer, slower cycles. There are certain periods of time when these things come into specific alignments, where you have the rods of the Milky Way that are coming through from the black hole system, interfacing directly through our sun that's interfacing with the parallel side, and you have another parallel side on the parallel Milky Way coming through the center of the Milky Way. Now this is happening all the time in general, but there are certain periods of time where various things happen. Like in March equinoxes, ever since equinoxes began, March equinoxes, you end up with the parallel one and our Earth crossing over. And when they cross through each other, right, one's at one angle of rotation of particle spin, one's at the other. This one's in the parallel universe, but they are synced, and they literally pass through each other. The core is open temporarily for that period of time. Do you know how many pagan celebrations and old, ancient cultures used to do their fertility rites and their all sorts of interesting ceremonies on the equinoxes and the solstices? This is why they were taught to do them, because things could come in, you get yourselves pregnant over here, things could come in and soul integrate directly right through from parallel. And this was part of the trickery that has been going on here. I mean, great, we got equinoxes and solstices. That's not great. Because they are actually part of the twisted sextant clock that is part of this nasty wormhole black hole vortex system. Then we also have what happens, let's see, which one is this? Do we need that one? No, it's just showing where they blend. The June solstice. Okay, so things keep, then they rotate apart again. And you have, we're over here, and then they're over there, right? But they're still aligned directly through the solar gate. So there's another gate opening there. The most powerful one is actually when they totally overlap with each other for that period, and that is in the equinox periods, right? So again, they're, we're going this way, and they're coming this way. We overlap again on the September equinox. We overlap over here this time and pass through each other again. I'll just do these really fast. And then in December solstices.
Okay, are you familiar with the Alice Bailey material?
I've heard of Bailey, but I've not read it.
Okay, and well, they talk about it a lot about like the Buddha festival and various festivals that go on various times of the year, and full moons mainly.
Moons, yeah. We haven't even touched on the moon stuff yet.
Right.
Yeah.
But there has to be, I think, some kind of link up here.
Yeah. I'm sure
And
there is.
It might be great to.
Yeah, I'm sure there's an
touch on
extension
that.
of these diagrams that actually show what the moon is doing during all of this, because it's very much tied to.
Yeah, because the full moons are tied to the equinoxes and. Okay.
Yeah, we gotta plug the moon into this.
Source is by the Great White Brothers.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah, okay, Bailey did that, yeah. Yeah, I knew the name sounded familiar, and I know the GWB. Yeah, those guys. Okay, so anyway, this is where it gets interesting, because here's where you're ending up with rods. You got the solar rod running with the galactic rod, right? You also have the planetary rods aligning through them. So there's this interesting thing happening here because of this one. It's the much more powerful one, and this is the point where certain things could happen. If there were frequencies thrown through here hard enough, you could whack this rod and actually spin our rods. And
Okay, and what
shift.
What time of year is this?
This is coming into December, right here. It starts actually around November 21st here, and then the rotation continues, and the alignment is actually this right here. While we're here, and this is our December 21st position, our rod links in here at this angle, which crosses through the solar rod and this one, and that is what allows this and this to grab that and drag it. So this is still in its November position over here, but this is where it interfaces. We have to be in the December position. This is what they're going to try to do in 2012.
He's a jag, he's a jag, he's a jag, you are. He's a jag, he's a jag, he's a jag, you are. Strange shade of stone, deep cat-eyed green. No way to escape, no one hears my scream.
You know, science and religion have never been separate. They only separated them here, and they always fight with each other. Why? Because if they put them together, it all makes sense. Yeah, and the prison planet wouldn't be a prison planet anymore. That's why it was done this way. Yeah,
You keep saying, okay, now it's happening. Okay,
That
now
was
it's
part of
happening.
the plan, actually, to just have so many people cry wolf for the last 200 years, and nobody listens anymore when the end times do come.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
One of the people that works there is a CIA asset.
That doesn't
That
surprise
was
me.
in
I wouldn't doubt several people in our workshops are too. I think they've been following us around for a long time. But that's okay. We don't do anything harmful. You know, I think they probably find the information interesting, so they keep coming back. Whatever.
Who knows? It might help them. So let's see where we left off.
Waving. Last graph.
Okay,
This
so
is-
we're basically at December 21st, 2012, and
Yeah.
exactly what the potential is at that
Yeah.
moment.
This is the alignment that everybody's been trying to figure out what it means we're aligned with galactic core. It's actually the alignment of the rods. If you don't know that spinning bodies have rods and chambers, you have no idea, right? So you're going to try to figure out what angles are happening, what the stars are doing. It's not about that. It's about this. It's about when this frequency comes in here, which, you know, it's stationed in there at that, you know, it's actually coming through and kind of hangs there. That's a period that rotates very slowly. So that is kind of a thing that these things pass through. But at this point, right here, when we hit December 21st, 2012, our rods will cross into this and cross, it makes a, what's that, a right angle, I think? I don't know my angles well. It's like 90 degree, where the solar rod, made more powerful by the frequencies they're going to blast through here. Because what they're going to do different here than when this alignment usually occurs is they are opening what's called the Procyon black hole center, and they are going to beam in frequency from the parallel side for the final kick. And that kick will send a powerful frequency burst through here, through the solar gates, that will hit our rod as it crosses over, and that will make it spin, which you spin that rod, it's going to spin the whole thing. And actually, part of it, because they're actually already on a spin in the opposite direction, part will spin one way and part will spin the other, and it would snap the crust. And it would be like, you know, within 3-day roll and everything gone. And because they're only interested at this point, before there was some takeover games and let's play with it for a while and evolve with the DNA, but at this point, the big guys, they're only interested in the quantum of energetic food that can be drawn in. They don't even want to play with the little guys, like is way beyond just the Anunnaki and the Draconians anymore. It's, you know, this is multi-matrix warfare that is happening here. And we've got all sorts involved that we're not even in the Voyagers books. We didn't even know about them then. They told us as on a need-to-know basis, by the way, we have Borgia now. By the way, we have Thetans now. By the way, the Thetans are from parallel Earth. Yes, they were part human and part something else over from parallel. And they invaded here 75 million years ago as well, right, and tried to take over the planet then. So it's very interesting. And it's like everybody's represented on Club Universe Earth right now. All the little teachings of each little, you know, fallen group. There's a few that actually are connected with our teachings that aren't fall groups. We haven't found them yet. It would be nice, right? You know, it would be so lonesome because it's a bit lonesome standing out here and trying to explain this to people. But we will get through this alignment and we will be able to withstand that acceleration that's going to come through there. That acceleration would spin the rods, and it would also spin the rods fast enough to trigger the core to hit the 55 activation. And then once it hits 55 and does a full 55, it starts going where it eats the quantum behind it and starts expanding rapidly on the Fibonacci spiral and just literally torques where it spins faster and faster and pulls the two of those together. It literally pulls them into the sun and then pulls the sun into the other thing. It takes the whole system out. It's the level of technology involved in this is just, in my mind, mind-blowing. Just looking at, oh my God, you know, what kind of consciousness are we dealing with here? You know, our scientists look like little kindergartners by comparison. Well, wow, we back engineered a spaceship. Whoopie-doo. That is impressive, horrific, but impressive.
Okay,
scary.
But at this point, we have to say that this is not going to happen, and why?
It's not going to happen because of what the guardian groups are doing to intervene. If it weren't for the intervention of the Messianic groups that are the ones from the Aquarian matrix that are already the Adashi adepts that have gone through the Christ star, transfiguration, there would not be enough quantum energy to hold the grid stable here to stop this for even 200 years. There's two things. One of them happens this weekend that is the beginning. It has to do with what ultimately becomes in 2012, progressively, what's called the mirror in the sky. We talked about the planes of Earth, right? We showed those maps a bit where it showed from the core going up. There are the different plane interfaces. We showed that there were aurora platforms in between there. They are progressively being activated, and another level of activation is coming through this weekend, that they will create literally a buffer field that will bounce back some of that. It will literally bounce back some of that energy, which is going to be interesting for those on the other end who are throwing it, because it will bounce it back with probably, what, minimum 12% spin increase. Okay, 12 times at least the strength that was thrown. Some of it will get through, but not enough to rip the rods and make them spin, and not enough to fulfill the 55 activation. Now, that protection can hold only as long as the gates are open. Because of what the galactic gates are doing in this, what is called a Starfire Ascension cycle. The whole thing is called Starfire Ascension, and that's the Christ star evolutionary process. Those gates have to close in 200 years, which means those big energy arms that are coming down from that matrix that right now are holding Earth's core open so these gates can still work, are going to be pulled back. When that happens, all of this is going to let loose. That Merkaba is going to, the Death Star will activate. But there's going to be something that happens not too long after that. That's going to happen in 2230 AD. In 2976, there's going to be things that the others have caused to occur in the core that actually the Earth is going to choose the path of Kali Ramus step back, and it's going to explode. And that will release. It's kind of like being cremated as opposed to being buried. Right? You can be buried in a black hole and be used and used and used while your body is still around. But if you want your spirit free, you can either do the ascension or do the step back. And the Earth is choosing the step back. So there's going to be periods after this host leaves that I'm wondering personally how many are even going to be left by that time on this planet. Because there's still the issue of the sun. And it is still going to start throwing larger gamma bursts. And there's going to be a point where that does become a problem. And a good case scenario, when it starts to do that, I mean, at first you'll start having the satellites are acting wacky. Then you'll start having stranger things happening. There will be a period, I think, and I'm not sure what time frame, they haven't solidified this yet, probably because it's still in flux. It depends on some of the things that the people on this planet choose to do, what the Illuminati choose to do, basically. Because certain things will slow things down as far as Earth changes and solar issues, and certain things will speed them up. So that's why, yeah, okay, I'm asking them if that's why they're not giving exact time frames. But there will come a time, I do believe, where there's going to be some very strange electromagnetic storms that become the norm here. Life as we know it now is going to change. The civilization as we know it now is going to change. It's just a matter of when within that 200-year period. One of the things that will accelerate it has to do with something that we're going to be learning about in this workshop that I just know a little bit about, and I'll know more by Monday like everybody else, that has to do with what the those who make wings and things are up to, the Quartium. There's a certain thing they're trying to achieve. They would like to take over this program and make that theirs and make it fall in their direction. They're not going to achieve that, so they do have a plan B that involves providing a weapon technology to the humans, the Illuminati that they're working with here. They're tricking them, actually. That has to do with some kind of electromagnetic scalar pulse, infrasound type pulse, that they're supposedly giving it to one group. They didn't say which groups they're going to give it to. They give it to one group so they can throw it at their enemies and wipe out a big portion of their enemy's population. Except it ricochets back, and it's going to do both. And the Quartium are going to go, get rid of the bunch of you, right? That kind of thing. There's going to probably be an escalation toward war progressively. If you look at the soul groups on this planet, the people who live on this planet, the people who are controlling countries on this planet, everybody hates each other. You know, The Palestinians and the Jewish people, the Muslims and the Christians, I mean, get over it, people. They're not going to get over it. That's the problem. These are soul groups. It's not just about the little people on the ground. Those people are connected to things they don't even remember exist. Those soul groups are having wars with each other. They are trying to wipe each other off the planet, because whoever gets left with it might be able to have the resources enough to get off it in spaceships when the time comes, if they're planning on being the ones left. And the Christ's purpose in this is to just hold ground and keep the gates open for the 200-year period and help as many people who want to learn how to get as far as they can with their biological evolution. If they can't fully go into a transfiguration, that's fine. You can learn how to bardo properly so you don't get stuck in your body once it does die, and you can get out into the proper gate sets and not get caught in the wormholes. That's our job, is to keep that potential alive on the planet. What the others do around us make it really, really ugly at a certain point. That ugly could happen as early as 2019 to 2022, because that's around the time that there's a strong possibility. It's not phase locked in yet. It depends on who chooses what, and now it's the Illuminati choosing. Good luck with that. What they choose to do with the Cortium's offer on a certain weapon, but there's also something the Guardians are doing to make it more appealing to not bother, and that has to do with the activations of the ancient arrow sites. Because if they're activated on the crystal spiral, the weapon that the Cortium are using won't work.
Okay.
Welcome to our weekend.
That's actually along the lines of the positive side of the Wingmaker's material.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because those sites belonged to the Guardians originally.
Okay. Yeah, and so because there is a distinction, the Cortium is not the Wingmakers. Okay. The Wingmakers are actually the positive beings that would be similar to what you're calling the Guardians, in essence, as they're described in the Wingmaker material.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I'm just telling you what it
I'm sure they
talks
think they're
about.
very nice.
Okay, but they're not the Cortium. This is a different group.
Okay.
Okay.
They're actually part of the same group.
No, not according to the Wingmakers.
According to
The
the Guardians,
Cortium
they
are the
are.
bad guys in the Wingmakers.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I mean, you have to, I understand that you
They're
haven't
still
gotten
saying
into
that
the
the
Wingmakers.
Cortium are the Wingmakers. They made up the story.
Okay. Okay. I mean,
Right? And this isn't the
what,
people on the ground. This isn't the people who
No, I
discovered the
understand.
sites.
I'm just telling you what the information tells you.
Right.
The information tells you they're two different groups.
Yeah.
That the Wingmakers were the original guys that came from Source, and the Cortium are the ones that have what's called blank slate technology.
Yes, the
That's
beast.
what they call it.
Yeah, the beast.
Okay.
Hmm. This is the blank slate technology,
Yes.
by the way. And it's not just theirs. Everybody's fighting over it that has it. But they are actually the same race group,
Okay.
is what the Guardians are saying. Because I didn't know anything about the Wingmakers. And they start, they put this thing in words, who are the Wingmakers? And they say, go look it up. And they just, what? Oh, whatever. And it never came up again. But now it is, because we're getting to 2011 when they're going to try their thing. But their thing isn't going to work.
Right.
Because we're going to activate. See, the Cortium and their Wingmaker friends, relatives, actually know that there are more than 7 sites. There are 7 they managed to conquer. So they're the 7 they're trying to look for and they're planning to activate. The Guardians know, because they were the Guardian sites to begin with, and they are somehow connected to those spanner gates, but I'm not sure how yet. We'll find out more over the weekend. They know that there are 12 primary and 24 secondary. Now, if there's only 7 compromised, if you activate those others, they'll quantum override the compromise and fix the broken arrows. And that's exactly what they're planning to do. And by the time this gets aired, it'll be done.
Okay.
By Monday, it'll be done. And I remember when they came to me and said, we're talking about Wingmakers? I said, I don't know anything about Wingmakers. And I said, we do. It's like, okay. But the people have been tricked by these groups. It's something that you had mentioned, where you play one side off the middle, where you pretend that you're being victimized, but it's actually you're playing both sides. That is what they're doing. The Cortium and the Wingmakers are the same group. They are the same soul group. They are the same race group. And they may have differences in their issues, and they have different... I think they evolved in different lines, and they're warring with each other. Because right now, this is about a war from the Taural Rift. They said they're coming from, what was it, 2770 AD? That's where they're coming in from, right? That's after this place has gone into toral rift alignment. So there are wars taking place between them, one blaming the other, et cetera, et cetera. But they're the same race group that's fighting with each other. And they both want to take the quantum of this. They want to take over this mission. It's kind of foolish because they're taking on a bunch of big guys that you have to be really, really arrogant if you're a fallen angelic group to really even attempt. To the ones who are controlling this now, like the Borgia, are one of the strongest and nastiest fallen groups that there are, and they're huge. They have a huge portion of the parallel Vecca system that went down, and parallel Akasha. So, like in the parallel Akasha, like good luck to them with that, but they're not going to achieve it, because if it were allowed to go through, first of all, they would activate those sites. They wouldn't need to play games with giving weapons technology. They would just use it. And they would be the ones that were pushing the buttons for this extinction to occur. The whole thing is a trickery. Now, some of the things that in the sites were from our guys, right, at various times. But some of them were from theirs. That's why the art, it's very dangerous. Some of it's wonderful and beautiful. Others of it is coded mathematically like that to trigger the Metatronic stuff in your DNA. So you have to be really careful. There's ways to watch stuff with a screen, right, where you just put the screen. Yeah, and there's ways like if we're the same way you do photography. If somebody takes your picture, you put the screen up. So it's really funny if you ever try to mess with somebody through a photograph, or even just find out who they are and do a psychic read. If they're good at screening, they'll come right up in your face and go, "Excuse me, you didn't ask," right? So there's these games that we play. Like whenever I do anything on video, there's the screen is there. You can do that when you're looking at the art, or the music is more dangerous, because if you get the other stuff, the sound tones work even more quickly than the optical pineal induction does as far as triggering the DNA. Yeah, so I just avoid it, the whole Wingmakers thing, even though some of the art's very pretty. It's like, whatever. So anyway, but whatever their story is, I'm not here to tell their story. I'm here to tell the story that the Guardians are explaining to me about them. Because there's a lot of beings out there that are actually have done some really horrible things, and then blame it on that one and pretend they're the good guys. This is like, you know, the old sleight of hand that has been going on. That's part of the reason why it got this bad in Atlantis, and worse, because of the trickery that was going on. So we just I kind of feel like a cosmic news reporter sometimes. And it's like people don't always want to hear the news. And I trust my sources, and I will just let people know what my sources have said. And they can do what they want with that. You know, they don't have to agree, and that's okay. But that's what I understand about the Wingmakers, and I will believe what the Guardians tell me, because they have showed amazing things in the knowledge that they have provided. I have never seen anything stand up to this paradigm that they've showed, and there's a reason, because it's the real thing. You know, I mean, I look at it and go, oh my God, you know, and then I kind of go, how did I survive doing all those graphs, right? I wonder sometimes, because I just like focus on the moment and have to get done whatever it is for this thing and this thing. But this is the first time we've actually got to like just kind of go and look back and say, wow, look at all of this information. You know, that's one of the things that helps to keep me going with it, because it wasn't fun having to, you know, be Metatron's whistleblower. That's not the role I wanted to play. But when they showed the mechanics and showed how people were being hurt and how they were hurting the planet and they were being tricked, what was I going to do? Say, oh, I'm too scared to go and talk about it? The New Age people aren't going to like me? Too bad. I'm not here to be liked. I'm here to tell the truth. And that's kind of where it's at. But there's a lot of hopeful things to look for. We're in a calm before the storm right now. And one of the most important things is to move through the 2012 period where we do have enough quantum of energy of anchoring that crystal spiral. There shouldn't be a problem with it, even if there's only 3 of us left standing on a beach somewhere doing it. But the more people involved with that, the better that would be for them as well as for us. Now, these activations of the crystal spiral will happen even if there's only 1 guardian left on the planet to anchor it. The more people there are, the stronger it'll be. But the people who actually do anchor it before that 55 hits will have a protection field that people who do these technologies after, they'll still get some protection field from it. But if you can get the DNA protection before that 55 hits, it will be much easier and you will have much less problem with the 55 activations than if you discovered this in 2013. You can still use it in 2013, but you will still be working with a DNA code that has been dragged into a 55 and holding. And that means right there, biological ascension is out of the question, completely. All right, that's where you work on Bardo. Okay, the next thing you can do to evolve, to your next highest level would be to work on a proper Bardo when the time comes, which means keep your body alive as long as possible, bring as much as Christic frequency in as you can, and when it reaches its natural death point, which usually comes when the seed atom is about to burn out, right? Because it doesn't have enough quantum coming in from the amount of inflow, and it gets tired, and that's what actually causes natural death. Well, natural, death isn't natural, but on a Metatronic code, that's what causes it. So, people are welcome to join us with this. We're going to be doing something that night of the solstice. I'm not sure what it is yet. I think we're booked here, though, aren't we? No? We're booked somewhere. Yeah. But we don't know what we're doing yet, but we just know we have to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And, well, for a long time, the guardians have told me, like when I'm walking into a lecture, don't know what I'm speaking about yet. And they're like, in the elevator going up and the room is right there as soon as the door opens, and I have a napkin and a pen. And they're going, here you go. They're going, just show up and take it from there. We'll be there with you. And that is how I've survived the last 10 years of this wacky way of bringing amazing information to the planet. It's not been easy on this side, but I am in love with this material. There's nothing. There's no church out there. There's no science out there that can touch the unified church and science put together, religion and science, spirit and science put together that is in here. And that's why we do what we do, and we love this planet too. And so it's kind of where we're at. Any other question areas you want to go into?
Okay, that's lovely, and I think that's a wonderful sort of place to end, or at least close this for now. But I do have a few questions just in general, and we could probably skip over them pretty quickly.
Okay.
So I think that some people are going to be wondering whether or not some of the most recent occurrences, like what happened in Haiti, and,
it's on the workshop itinerary to talk about that.
So if you could talk about that a little bit in terms of, because there's also a grid line in which goes through these points and joins them up. So I'm wondering if that was targeted by HARP and what your knowledge is and what you've been given on that regard.
Because that is already listed on the workshop itinerary, that's something we're going to be talking about.
Yes.
I would be glad to answer that later, but we will have more information. I have information on it,
Okay.
but out of respect for the people coming to the workshop, we'll release it there first on
I
that.
see.
But
Okay.
yes, it is connected. Yes, there's a specific thing that triggered the Haiti earthquake that was done on purpose. It wasn't done to cause an earthquake, but they knew that that would be the result of it, and they didn't care, as usual. Right? Yeah, it's connected to something. Let's just put it this way. It's connected to something called the gravitron that's in the Gulf of Mexico, and it's connected to something called the Alpha Omega temples and the Spear of Destiny grids, which happen to be draconian grids, all right, the Omicron draconian. So it has to do with certain activations taking place there, and that is why that was caused. And the Chile one is also connected, but that was actually a counteraction. That has to do with the wingmakers, not the Cordium. Wingmakers helped that one along. Yeah. The earthquakes aren't being done on purpose, but they are. The result of that probably happening is known when the certain grid mechanics are being done, and they're doing them anyway. Yeah, and there will be more instances like that.
Okay. Also, in terms of, there are a lot of people, including the governments, secret governments of countries, building huge underground bases at this time. And what is your take on what's going to happen in regard to those bases and so on?
I think they're expecting the solar flares to come sooner rather than later.
Okay.
And there is a very distinct possibility that we will all see an end similar to the Knowing movie.
Okay.
Hopefully later rather than sooner.
Meaning, because certainly you're not talking about you're talking after 2019, I'm assuming.
Probably. See, these are some of the things that it depends on who does what here, and also who does what in relation to this mess running through the solar grids and all of that, how fast or slow things will be.
Okay.
Because eventually there will be Earth changes. First thing is to wake up in 2013 and have one of those kind of, what was it, Y2K mornings? Oh, that was boring. Nothing happened, still here, right? That would be good. And that we'll probably succeed with. Then what? Then we still have a bunch of countries that are being motivated to try to rip each other apart eventually. Then we're having a bunch of people still doing grid wars, and that's not going to change anytime soon. And we still have a sun that is progressively separating from its Rasha body in Bardo ring waves, one a year. The 15th level one comes in 2022. There's also something that the Guardians have been doing, and we started this a while back when we found out, about the solar issue. Is there's something called the aquiline sun buffer field that again has to do with the planes that run through the Earth's atmosphere and also through the solar atmosphere, because the sun has a similar structure. All stellar bodies would have that similar structure of the 4 sets of 15 layers, right? And that means it would still have those places where the aurora continuum could come through. Right now, the reason we haven't seen any solar issues of a major sort happening is because of that buffer field. The Guardians put it up as soon as that prana seed closed, because usually it sends each one of those waves that come off when the dark matter body separates from the physical matter body, releases a gamma burst, and that will usually send an EMP out, electromagnetic pulse. What do they call those really big ones? Those big pulses? There's a name for them. No, the CMEs.
Yes,
Yeah.
CME.
Yeah, would usually do that. In those, there would be something called a red pulse, which is an underpulse that comes with it that actually shatters matter from the inside out. That would have started on a small level already if it weren't for the buffer field that was activated. They call it the aquiline sun because if you could see it, if you see it in the astro, it looks like a glowing aqua-colored sun. It's very pretty. But it's also been keeping the gamma burst down and actually transmuting them before they come out. How long that will hold, it may hold the whole time. If not, there may be some moments where it comes out. If it's going to go into a knowing scenario, like the knowing movie, they will let us know, and there will be certain things that can be done and certain things that can't be done. If it goes that, there's always the option of what they call pulling the shield, which means the Aquafarian shield, the people who are attached to the crystal spiral, they can get them up and out, while it's still possible. And if their bodies can't, they would simply bring them through the gates. And, that's a really good way if you want to Bardo really fast, is to just go through a Stargate when your DNA can't handle it yet. Just inhale and hold. So when you go, all of your little pieces of consciousness stay together and you don't go all over the universe. It shouldn't come to that. We will be warned if it will. But that is a possibility out there, but it's most likely a later one rather than a sooner one. The most pressing issues now are going to be what humans and Illuminati do on this planet. There's a slight possibility of invasion from the sky. It's not as strong as it has been in other periods, because there's not a lot that would be gained by it right now from any of the sides. But that may change. We'll see where they go with that, and that's something that the Guardians are watching. They're also planning, the Guardians are planning their own visitation, but they're not going to use spaceships. What they're going to do are activate these particular zones that can be opened between those planes, where there will be spaces where the higher Earth planes and these Earth planes actually commingle. And they can come here and meet us halfway, and we can go there and meet them halfway. So they're going to start, and then eventually, once we get that far, the next stage will we be able to go over to that side, the first level out of here, which is going to higher Earth, all right, which is the higher Earth planes. And they will look physical. Once you get your consciousness one dimension above where their matter is, it is physical, it is solid. So that's what we're working on now, the next phase. And so that's what it kind of looks like right now. And it's just, I find myself, like, how I deal with this, how I deal with the information that they've given me, and okay, what are we looking at here? And it's like, well, it could go this way or it could go that way. We definitely know this part's happening. That's phase lock. But these things are still variables. And there's a lot of things that are like, it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. But when may be like closer to the end of the load-out 200-year cycle and that kind of thing. So it's just kind of like watch and wait and learn how to be at peace anyway, and not let it wreck your day, and not let it make you scared. And there's a space especially with working with some of the techniques that really do get you into a state of expansion where you feel that connection, that living connection to God's source, it wouldn't matter if I ever heard a guardian again. I feel the living connection with source. I know I am okay. Whether my body lives here or doesn't, that's okay. I am okay, and I am home. And that is a space that I hope to be able to help other people to reach, because it is the space you need to go through these times in, where you can still smile and still make jokes and mean it, and still, most importantly, love everybody. Because with the horrible things that have been done to this planet and people do to each other, and not just ETs, by the way. A lot of these people are not just ET, but they're ID, interdimensionals. Not all of them use spaceships. Some of them use those nasty Merkaba fields, right, as their transit vehicles. But to be able to keep the love there anyway is part of the lesson, I think, that consciousness comes into situations like this to move through. It's almost like a test of your merit on, do you really love? Do you really know what that means? Can you still love them even if they do that? Can you still not be afraid even though you know this is occurring? And it tests you, because we're dealing with these little emotional bodies down here that go, ah! I'm scared. But I'm going to be tough anyway. I believe in the Christ. And the one nice thing is, there is only one set of rules that does apply in the eternal cosmos. And they are the rules of the Christ. The only people that haven't learned that yet are the ones that still play the FA games, the fallen angelic games. Because all they will eventually do is meet the consequence of their action. And the people who don't allow themselves to be lowered to that level of action and keep their truth and keep their love and all of those things, they will also be met with the consequence of that. It's about not letting yourself be worn down by those who act in unkind or evil even ways around you. Evil eventually destroys itself. This too shall pass. But the eternal is just that, eternal. It's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. Anyway.
Okay, thank you very much, Ashayana Deane.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to ask one more question, and we'll see, because that was a lovely ending. But I do want to ask you, just in case, there are a lot of people out there who think that they're going to be rescued by spaceships, by positive beings in spaceships, in and around 2012, after 2012, and so on. Can you please address that?
Let's put it this way. There's none of those lined up in the port and any of the Guardian sites. It is a possibility, if things are going to go bad, that some of the other ones from the fallen matrices will come and get what they consider their own seed in order to transport it elsewhere in the fall systems. It's a possibility. But even if you're in that position, I wouldn't hold my breath. Okay. These beings were planning to move those rods and have it all over while they were telling people that, oh, 2012 is going to be your ascension. It was going to be your annihilation. If they did come in, I'd really think twice before I got on that ship. So that's our opinion on it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your patience with this, for letting the Guardians speak about what they felt was important. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. They were given an agenda that they thought without any doubt was rolling out, and it simply isn't. And those people weren't lying to us. I mean, they were convinced and they believed it, and they were leading their lives accordingly. And they still are. A lot of them are still with that agenda. They're building their underground bases. They're going through all the motions. They fully expect, And we have one witness who he keeps being told every, year or 6 months or something, this is it, And I mean, so it's sad for them in a way, because even if they were well-meaning initially, they're telling us what was supposed to happen with conviction. It doesn't happen, and then it's like the kind of calling, wolf too many times.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
keep saying, okay, now it's happening. Okay, now it's
part
happening.
of the plan, actually, because
just have so many people cry wolf for the last 200 years and nobody listens anymore when the end times do come.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's where that's where this interview comes in and is fascinating, because one of the things that I've noticed is, you have a churning, very difficult to get new material into that mix. And I'm sure that that's part of the program, which has to do with, the Earth being surrounded by those levels. But in my view, you were bringing new material. This is new material. This is fresh. And it just doesn't seem to be seeded out there in other places, and so I find that stunning, actually. You don't expect to find one place and one piece of group of information that would only exist one place on the Earth. Usually there's a duplication somewhere, but I'm not seeing it. So
At this point, we'd be thrilled to find another.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's like, and it's the same with science.
Right,
It's just like earthly science is so caught in this web of
it's just a total
repetition
loop.
and and even the free energy group is having a problem. Getting new information and new material into this planet seems to be a real problem.
It's not easy.
And so that's part of what
it actually causes physical pain to do it, to bring that fresh line in.
Yeah.
Because the body is still holding, the dimensional body structures are still holding the mutation of the planetary grids. So that information has to force itself through. And we get everything from extreme bone pain and joint pain.
Yeah.
Because sometimes when it comes in, if a really heavy, fast line comes in, instant nausea and just heat flash. Except what's really funny is that the men get the heat flashes too. So it's not just female menopause.
Yeah, I know.
Menopause. Menopause. I mean, children
Sure
menopause,
enough.
because even the younger ones get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is there. Yeah. In the beginning time, it was hilarious. Just like, well, I'm glad I have front teeth because the back ones just kept shattering. Yeah, just from the amount of frequency coming. Coming through. Yeah. Fun celebrate. It's good.
Yeah, I've had that
very much anymore.
happen also. I think that there are also places on the planet where this is more likely to happen than other places. Egypt is one of them.
Some of the worst grids.
But very powerful. Certain places are very powerful and can really. I've been hit just incredibly, where I've just fallen on the ground and stuff, type of thing. So it can be very intense.
We had one of those in England when I first went over, before we were married. We went over for the first time to the workshops over there. I think it was the second one. And I got hit so bad while I was on stage. Yeah, and literally I was like shaking. I had to call break, and we were told by the guardians to go home now, cancel the other 5, just go.
Yeah.
I can get on stage for instance. And that was when they wrote the Treaty of Altair in 2000. And all of a sudden the grids weren't safe over there anymore where they had us. So it's a really nasty game, but you gotta maintain a sense of humor.
I actually think that's really important too. I think some people don't appreciate that, but
we really get grouchy about it.
No, and I noticed that right away when I was watching your videos. I was like, oh my God, thank God this woman has a sense of humor, because your sense of humor was obvious, on stage. It was, that you had sort of a lighthearted ability to laugh at yourself and what was going on.
I refuse to let someone take that away from me. That's something that's really important, because if you let it get to you, it won. Right? Seriously. I go through my bitchy moods. Get groomy and grouchy and hypersensitive to sound and light and the whole bit. It's like, turn the TV up tonight and I'll go. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Moments. When the frequency is really running high. But to let it move me into depression or anger, it's like, okay, I can let a little wave of anger, darn it, I wish they just stop doing that stuff, but they're not gonna stop doing it. So get over it, right? It's a good day anyway.
Yeah.
And
that's true.
if I can hold that in myself, I can transmit it. And just in my delivery and just in meeting people at all. And maybe that would give them enough frequency boost so they can do that too.
That's right.
Because if not, it just gets
So you kind of realize that, and experience that space. It's easier said than done, but it's important to remember that we should be capable of influencing perspective, if not context. And we can always choose to adjust our perspective.
Exactly.
If we're worn
That's
out,
key.
it's not easy. But there are moments when you can do that. And you can still come up and see it really the way it is. And be wry, at the very least, wry in your humour.
Yeah.
You know, we each have our own way of being that way. I don't think there's a common way of being, but there is a common desire or a common need to recognise the importance of that.
Yeah. I mean, hence the arts and drama and all of it, you know. This just can be great release valves for what's going on and keeping people in a balanced state in the face of some pretty heavy-duty odds.
Absolutely.